This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by A. R. Dobbs, San Francisco, California. Adam Bede by George Eliot. So that ye may have clear images before your gladdened eyes of nature's unambitious underwood and flowers that prosper in the shade. And when I speak of such among the flock as swerved or fell, those only shall be singled out upon whose lapse or error something more than brotherly forgiveness may attend. Wordsworth. Book 1, Chapter 1. The Workshop. With a single drop of ink for a mirror, the Egyptian sorcerer undertakes to reveal to any chance comer far-reaching visions of the past. This is what I undertake to do for you, reader. With this drop of ink at the end of my pen, I will show you the roomy workshop of Mr. Jonathan Burge, carpenter and builder in the village of Hayslope, as it appeared on the 18th of June, in the year of our Lord, 1799. The afternoon sun was warm on the 5 workmen there, busy upon doors and window frames and wainscoting. A scent of pine wood from a tent-like pile of planks outside the open door mingled itself with the scent of the elder bushes which were spreading their summer snow close to the open window opposite. The slanting sunbeams shone through the transparent shavings that flew before the steady plane and lit up the fine grain of the oak paneling which stood propped against the wall. On a heap of those soft shavings a rough grey shepherd dog had made himself a pleasant bed, and was lying with his nose between his forepaws, occasionally wrinkling his brows to cast a glance at the tallest of the 5 workmen, who was carving a shield in the centre of a wooden mantelpiece. It was to this workman that the strong baritone belonged, which was heard above the sound of plane and hammer, singing, "Awake, my soul, and with the sun thy daily stage of duty run. Shake off dull sloth." Here some measurement was to be taken which required more concentrated attention, and the sonorous voice subsided into a low whistle, but it presently broke out again with renewed vigor. "Let all thy converse be sincere, thy conscience as the noonday clear." Such a voice could only come from a broad chest, and the broad chest belonged to a large-boned, muscular man nearly 6 feet high, with a back so flat and a head so well poised that when he drew himself up to take a more distant survey of his work, he had the air of a soldier standing at ease. The sleeve rolled up above the elbow showed an arm that was likely to win the prize for feats of strength. Yet the long, supple hand, with its broad finger-tips, looked ready for works of skill. In his tall stalwartness, Adam Bede was a Saxon, and justified his name. But the jet-black hair, made the more noticeable by its contrast with the light paper cap, and the keen glance of the dark eyes that shone from under strongly marked, prominent and mobile eyebrows, indicated a mixture of Celtic blood. The face was large and roughly hewn, and when in repose had no other beauty than such as belongs to an expression of good-humoured, honest intelligence. It is clear at a glance that the next workman is Adam's brother. He is nearly as tall. He has the same type of features, the same hue of hair and complexion, but the strength of the family likeness seems only to render more conspicuous the remarkable difference of expression both in form and face. Seth's broad shoulders have a slight stoop. His eyes are grey, his eyebrows have less prominence and more repose than his brother's, and his glance, instead of being keen, is confiding and benign. He has thrown off his paper cap, and you see that his hair is not thick and straight like Adam's, but thin and wavy, allowing you to discern the exact contour of a coronal arch that predominates very decidedly over the brow. The idle tramps always felt sure they could get a copper from Seth. They scarcely ever spoke to Adam. The concert of the tools and Adam's voice was at last broken by Seth, who, lifting the door at which he had been working intently, placed it against the wall and said, "There, I've finished my door today, anyhow." The workmen all looked up. Jim Salt, a burly, red-haired man known as Sandy Jim, paused from his planing, and Adam said to Seth, with a sharp glance of surprise, "What? Dost think thee'st finished the door?" "Aye, sure," said Seth, with answering surprise. "What's a-wanting to it?" A loud roar of laughter from the other three workmen made Seth look round confusedly. Adam did not join in the laughter, but there was a slight smile on his face as he said in a gentler tone than before, "Why, thee'st forgot the panels." The laughter burst out afresh as Seth clapped his hands to his head and coloured over brow and crown. "Hooray!" shouted a small, lithe fellow called Wiry Ben, running forward and seizing the door. "We'll hang up the door at the fur end of the shop, and write on't, 'Seth Bede, the Methody, his work.' Here, Jim, lend's hold of the red pot." "Nonsense," said Adam. "Let it alone, Ben Cranage. You'll mayhap be making such a slip yourself some day. You'll laugh o' the other side of your mouth then." "Catch me at it, Adam. It'll be a good while afore my head's full o' the Methodies," said Ben. "Nay, but it's often full o' drink, and that's worse." Ben, however, had now got the red pot in his hand, and was about to begin writing his inscription, making, by way of preliminary, an imaginary S in the air. "Let it alone, will you?" Adam called out, laying down his tools, striding up to Ben, and seizing his right shoulder. "Let it alone, or I'll shake the soul out wi' your body." Ben shook in Adam's iron grasp, but, like a plucky small man as he was, he didn't mean to give in. With his left hand he snatched the brush from his powerless right, and made a movement as if he would perform the feat of writing with his left. In a moment Adam turned him round, seized his other shoulder, and pushing him along, pinned him against the wall. But now Seth spoke up. "Let be, Addy, let be. Ben will be joking. Why, he's i' the right to laugh at me. I canna help laughing at myself." "I shan't loose him till he promises to let the door alone," said Adam. "Come, Ben, lad," said Seth in a persuasive tone. "Don't let's have a quarrel about it. You know Adam will have his way. You may's well try to turn a wagon in a narrow lane. Say you'll leave the door alone, and make an end on't." "I binna frighted at Adam," said Ben, "but I donna mind saying as I'll let alone at your asking, Seth." "Come, that's wise of you, Ben," said Adam, laughing and relaxing his grasp. They all returned to their work now, but Wiry Ben, having had the worst in the bodily contest, was bent on retrieving that humiliation by a success in sarcasm. "Which was ye thinking on, Seth?" he began. "The pretty parson's face, or her sarmint, when ye forgot the panels?" "Come and hear her, Ben," said Seth good-humouredly. "She's going to preach on the Green to-night. Happen you'd get something to think on yourself then, instead o' those wicked songs you're so fond on. Ye might get religion, and that'd be the best day's earnings ye ever made." "All a good time for that, Seth. I'll think about that when I'm a-going to settle i' life. Bachelors doesn't want such heavy earnin's. Happen I'll do the courting and the religion both together, as ye do, Seth. But ye wouldna ha' me get converted and chop in atween ye and that pretty preacher and carry her aff." "No fear o' that, Ben. She's neither for you nor for me to win, I doubt. Only you come and hear her, and you won't speak lightly on her again." "Well, I'm half a mind to ha' a look at her to-night, if there isn't good company at the Holly Bush. What'll she take for her text? Happen ye can tell me, Seth, if so be I shouldna come up a time for't. Will't be... What come ye out for to see? A prophetess? Yea, I say unto you, and more than a prophetess, a uncommon pretty young woman." "Come, Ben," said Adam rather sternly, "you let the words of the Bible alone. You're going too far now." "What are ye a-turning round, Adam? I thought ye were dead again the woman preaching a while ago." "Nay, I'm not turning no way. I said naught about the women preaching. I said you let the Bible alone. You've got a jest book, hain't you, as you're rare and proud on? Keep your dirty fingers to that." "Why, y' are getting as big a saint as Seth. You're going to the preaching tonight, I should think. You'll do finely to lead the singing. But I don't know what Parson Irwin'll say at his grand favourite Adam Bede a-turning Methody." "Never do you bother yourself about me, Ben. I'm not a-going to turn Methodist any more nor you are, though it's like enough you'll turn to something worse. Mester Irwin's got more sense nor to meddle wi' people's doing as they like in religion. That's between themselves and God, as he says to me many a time." "Aye, aye, but he's none so fond o' your dissenters for all that." "Maybe I'm none so fond o' Josh Todd's thick ale, but I don't hinder you from making a fool o' yourself wi't." There was a laugh at this thrust of Adam's, but Seth said very seriously, "Nay, nay, Addy, thee mustna say as anybody's religion's like thick ale. Thee dostna believe but what the dissenters and the Methodists have got the root of the matter as well as the church folks." "Nay, Seth, lad, I'm not for laughing at no man's religion. Let 'em follow their consciences, that's all. Only I think it'd be better if their consciences 'ud let 'em stay quiet i' the church. There's a deal to be learnt there. And there's such a thing as being over-speritial. We must have something besides gospel o' this world. Look at the canals, and the aqueducts, and the coal-pit engines, and Arkwright's mills there at Cromford. A man must learn summat beside gospel to make them things, I reckon. But to hear some o' them preachers, you'd think as a man must be doing nothing all's life but shutting's eyes and looking what's a-going on inside him. I know a man must have the love o' God in his soul, and the Bible's God's word. But what does the Bible say? Why, it says as God put his sperrit into the workman as built the tabernacle, to make him do all the carved work and things as wanted a nice hand. And this is my way o' looking at it. There's the sperrit o' God in all things and all times, weekday as well as Sunday, and i' the great works and inventions, and i' the figuring and the mechanics. And God helps us with our headpieces and our hands as well as with our souls. And if a man does bits o' jobs out o' working hours, builds a oven for his wife to save her from going to the bakehouse, or scrats at his bit o' garden and makes 2 potatoes grow instead o' 1, he's doing more good, and he's just as near to God as if he was running after some preacher and a-praying and a-groaning." "Well done, Adam," said Sandy Jim, who had paused from his planing to shift his planks while Adam was speaking. "That's the best sarmont I've heard this long while. By the same token, my wife's been a-plaguing on me to build her a oven this 12-month." "There's reason in what thee sayst, Adam," observed Seth gravely. "But thee know'st thyself as it's hearing the preachers thee find'st so much fault with has turned many an idle man into an industrious un. It's the preacher as empties the ale-house, and if a man gets religion, he'll do his work none the worse for that." "Only he'll have the panels out o' the doors sometimes, eh, Seth?" said wiry Ben. "Ah, Ben, you've got a joke again me as'll last you your life. But it isna religion as was i' fault there. It was Seth Bede, as was allus a wool-gathering chap, and religion hasna cured him, the more's the pity." "Ne'er heed me, Seth," said wiry Ben. "You're a downright good-hearted chap, panels or no panels, and ye dinna set up your bristles at every bit of fun like some o' your kin, as is mayhap cliverer." "Seth, lad," said Adam, taking no notice of the sarcasm against himself, "thee mustna take me unkind. I wasna driving at thee in what I said just now. Some's got one way o' looking at things, and some's got another." "Nay, nay, Addy, thee mean'st me no unkindness," said Seth. "I know that well enough. Thee't like thy dog, Gyp. Thee bark'st at me sometimes, but thee always lick'st my hand after." All hands worked on in silence for some minutes, until the church clock began to strike 6. Before the first stroke had died away, Sandy Jim had loosed his plane and was reaching his jacket. Wiry Ben had left a screw half driven in and thrown his screwdriver into his tool-basket. Mum Taft, who, true to his name, had kept silence throughout the previous conversation, had flung down his hammer as he was in the act of lifting it, and Seth too had straightened his back and was putting out his hand towards his paper cap. Adam alone had gone on with his work as if nothing had happened. But observing the cessation of the tools, he looked up, and said in a tone of indignation, "Look there, now! I can't abide to see men throw away their tools that way, the minute the clock begins to strike, as if they took no pleasure i' their work, and was afraid o' doing a stroke too much." Seth looked a little conscious, and began to be slower in his preparations for going; but Mum Taft broke silence and said, "Aye, aye, Adam, lad, ye talk like a young un, when y' are 46 like me. Istid o' 26, you wunna be so flush a working for nought." "Nonsense," said Adam, still wrathful. "What's age got to do with it, I wonder? Y' aren't getting stiff yet, I reckon. I hate to see a man's arms drop down as if he was shot before the clock's fairly struck, just as if he'd never a bit o' pride and delight in's work. The very grindstone'll go on turning a bit after you loose it." "Botheration, Adam!" exclaimed Wiry Ben. "Lave a chap alone, will 'ee? Ye were a finding faut wi' preachers a while agoo. You're fond enough o' preaching yoursen. Ye may like work better nor play, but I like play better nor work. That'll 'commodate ye. It laves ye the more to do." With this exit speech, which he considered effective, Wiry Ben shouldered his basket and left the workshop, quickly followed by Mum Taft and Sandy Jim. Seth lingered and looked wistfully at Adam, as if he expected him to say something. "Shalt go home before thee goest to the preaching?" Adam asked, looking up. "Nay, I've got my hat and things at Will Maskery's. I shan't be home before going for 10. I'll happen see Dinah Morris safe home, if she's willing. There's nobody comes with her from Poyser's, thee knowest." "Then I'll tell mother not to look for thee," said Adam. "Thee artna going to Poyser's thyself to-night?" said Seth, rather timidly, as he turned to leave the workshop. "Nay, I'm going to the school." Hitherto Gyp had kept his comfortable bed, only lifting up his head and watching Adam more closely as he noticed the other workmen departing. But no sooner did Adam put his ruler in his pocket and begin to twist his apron round his waist, than Gyp ran forward and looked up in his master's face with patient expectation. If Gyp had had a tail, he would doubtless have wagged it, but being destitute of that vehicle for his emotions, he was, like many other worthy personages, destined to appear more phlegmatic than nature had made him. "What? Art ready for the basket, eh, Gyp?" said Adam, with the same gentle modulation of voice as when he spoke to Seth. Gyp jumped and gave a short bark, as much as to say, "Of course." Poor fellow, he had not a great range of expression. The basket was the one which on work-days held Adam's and Seth's dinner, and no official, walking in procession, could look more resolutely unconscious of all acquaintances than Gyp with his basket, trotting at his master's heels. On leaving the workshop, Adam locked the door, took the key out, and carried it to the house on the other side of the wood-yard. It was a low house with smooth grey thatch and buff walls, looking pleasant and mellow in the evening light. The leaded windows were bright and speckless, and the stone door was as clean as a white boulder at ebb tide. On the door-stone stood a clean old woman in a dark-striped linen gown, a red kerchief, and a linen cap, talking to some speckled fowls which appeared to have been drawn towards her by an illusory expectation of cold potatoes or barley. The old woman's sight seemed to be dim, for she did not recognize Adam till he said, "Here's the key, Dolly. Lay it down for me in the house, will you?" "Aye, sure, but winna ye come in, Adam? Miss Mary's i' the house, and Mester Burge'll be back anon. He'd be glad to ha' ye to supper wi'm, I'll be his warrand." "No, Dolly, thank you. I'm off home. Good evening." Adam hastened along with long strides, Gyp close to his heels, out of the workyard and along the high road leading away from the village and down to the valley. As he reached the foot of the slope, an elderly horseman with his portmanteau strapped behind him stopped his horse when Adam had passed him, and turned round to have another long look at the stalwart workman in paper cap, leather breeches, and dark blue worsted stockings. Adam, unconscious of the admiration he was exciting, presently struck across the fields, and now broke out into the tune which had all day long been running in his head. Let all thy converse be sincere, thy conscience as the noonday clear, for God's all-seeing eye surveys thy secret thoughts, thy works and ways. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Adam Bede. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Missy, Guangzhou, China. Adam Bede by George Eliot. Chapter 2. The Preaching. About 6:45 there was an unusual appearance of excitement in the village of Hayslope, and through the whole length of its little street, from the Donnithorne Arms to the churchyard gate, the inhabitants had evidently been drawn out of their houses by something more than the pleasure of lounging in the evening sunshine. The Donnithorne Arms stood at the entrance of the village, and a small farmyard and stackyard which flanked it, indicating that there was a pretty take of land attached to the inn, gave the traveller a promise of good feed for himself and his horse, which might well console him for the ignorance in which the weather-beaten sign left him as to the heraldic bearings of that ancient family, the Donnithornes. Mr. Casson, the landlord, had been for some time standing at the door with his hands in his pockets, balancing himself on his heels and toes, and looking towards a piece of unenclosed ground with a maple in the middle of it, which he knew to be the destination of certain grave-looking men and women whom he had observed passing at intervals. Mr. Casson's person was by no means of that common type which can be allowed to pass without description. On a front view it appeared to consist principally of two spheres, bearing about the same relation to each other as the earth and the moon. That is to say, the lower sphere might be said, at a rough guess, to be 13 times larger than the upper, which naturally performed the function of a mere satellite and tributary. But here the resemblance ceased, for Mr. Casson's head was not at all a melancholy-looking satellite, nor was it a spotty globe, as Milton has irreverently called the moon. On the contrary, no head and face could look more sleek and healthy, and its expression, which was chiefly confined to a pair of round and ruddy cheeks, the slight knot and interruptions forming the nose and eyes being scarcely worth mention, was one of jolly contentment, only tempered by that sense of personal dignity which usually made itself felt in his attitude and bearing. This sense of dignity could hardly be considered excessive in a man who had been butler to the family for 15 years, and who in his present high position was necessarily very much in contact with his inferiors. How to reconcile his dignity with the satisfaction of his curiosity by walking towards the green was the problem that Mr. Casson had been revolving in his mind for the last 5 minutes. But when he had partly solved it by taking his hands out of his pockets and thrusting them into the armholes of his waistcoat, by throwing his head on one side and providing himself with an air of contemptuous indifference to whatever might fall under his notice, his thoughts were diverted by the approach of the horseman whom we lately saw pausing to have another look at our friend Adam, and who now pulled up at the door of the Donnithorne Arms. "Take off the bridle and give him a drink, ostler," said the traveller to the lad in the smock-frock, who had come out of the yard at the sound of the horse's hoofs. "Why, what's up in your pretty village, landlord?" he continued, getting down. "There seems to be quite a stir." "It's a Methodist preachin', sir. It's been give hout as a young woman's a-going to preach on the green," answered Mr. Casson, in a treble and wheezy voice, with a slightly mincing accent. "Will you please to step in, sir, and take somethink?" "No, I must be getting on to Rossiter. I only want a drink for my horse. And what does your parson say, I wonder, to a young woman preaching just under his nose?" "Parson Irwine, sir, doesn't live here. He lives at Broxton o'er the hill there. The parsonage here's a tumble-down place, sir, not fit for gentry to live in. He comes here to preach of a Sunday afternoon, sir, and puts up his hoss here. It's a grey cob, sir, and he sets great store by it. He allus puts up his hoss here, sir, iver since before I had the Donnithorne Arms. I'm not this countryman, you may tell by my tongue, sir. They're cur'ous talkers o' this country, sir. The gentry's hard work to understand 'em. I was brought up among the gentry, sir, and got the turn of their tongue when I was a bye. Why, what do you think the folks here says for haven't you? The gentry, you know, says haven't you. Well, the people about here says hanna ye. It's what they call the dialect is spoke hereabout, sir. That's what I've heard Squire Donnithorne say many a time. It's the dialect, says he. Aye, aye, said the stranger, smiling, I know it very well. But you've not got many Methodists about here, surely, in this agricultural spot? I should have thought there would hardly be such a thing as a Methodist to be found about here. You're all farmers, aren't you? The Methodists can seldom lay much hold on them. Why, sir, there's a pretty lot of workmen round about, sir. There's Mr. Burge, as owns the timber yard over there, and he undertakes a good bit of building and repairs. And there's the stone pits not far off. There's plenty of emply in this country, sir. And there's a fine batch of Methodists at Treddleston. That's the market town about 3 mile off. You'll maybe ha' come through it, sir. There's pretty nigh a score of 'em on the green now as come from there. That's where our people gets it from, though there's only 2 men of 'em in all Hayslope. That's Will Maskery the wheelwright and Seth Bede, the young man as works at the carpenterin'. The preacher comes from Treddleston, then, does she? Nay, sir, she comes out of Stonyshire, pretty nigh 30 mile off. But she's a visitin' hereabout at Mr. Poyser's at the Hall Farm. It's them barns and big walnut trees right away to the left, sir. She's own niece to Poyser's wife, and they'll be fine and vexed at her for making a fool of herself in that way. But I've heerd as there's no holding these Methodists when the maggots once got in their head. Many of 'em go stark staring mad with their religion, though this young woman's quiet enough to look at by what I can make out. I've not seen her myself. Well, I wish I had time to wait and see her, but I must get on. I've been out of my way for the last 20 minutes to have a look at that place in the valley. It's Squire Donnithorne's, I suppose? Yes, sir, that's Donnithorne Chase, that is. Fine hoaks there, isn't there, sir? I should know what it is, sir, for I've lived butler there a-going of 15 year. It's Captain Donnithorne as is the heir, sir, Squire Donnithorne's grandson. He'll be comin' of hage this 'arvest, sir, and we shall have fine doin's. He owns all the land about here, sir, Squire Donnithorne does. Well, it's a pretty spot, whoever may own it, said the traveller, mounting his horse, and one meets some fine strapping fellows about too. I met as fine a young fellow as ever I saw in my life about half an hour ago, before I came up the hill. A carpenter, a tall, broad-shouldered fellow with black hair and black eyes, marching along like a soldier. We want such fellows as he to lick the French. Aye, sir, that's Adam Bede, that is, I'll be bound. Thias Bede's son, everybody knows him hereabout. He's an uncommon clever, stiddy fellow, and wonderful strong. Lord bless you, sir, if you'll excuse me for saying so, he can walk 40 mile a day, and lift a matter of 60 stun. He's an uncommon favourite with the gentry, sir. Captain Donnithorne and Parson Irwine makes a fine fuss with him, but he's a little lifted up and peppery like. Well, good evening to you, landlord. I must get on. Your servant, sir. Good evening. The traveller put his horse into a quick walk up the village, but when he approached the green, the beauty of the view that lay on his right hand, the singular contrast presented by the groups of villagers with the knot of Methodists near the maple, and perhaps yet more, curiosity to see the young female preacher, proved too much for his anxiety to get to the end of his journey, and he paused. The green lay at the extremity of the village, and from it the road branched off in 2 directions, one leading farther up the hill by the church, and the other winding gently down towards the valley. On the side of the green that led towards the church, the broken line of thatched cottages was continued nearly to the churchyard gate, but on the opposite northwestern side there was nothing to obstruct the view of gently swelling meadow and wooded valley and dark masses of distant hill. That rich undulating district of Loamshire to which Hayslope belonged lies close to a grim outskirt of Stonyshire, and overlooked by its barren hills as a pretty blooming sister may sometimes be seen linked in the arm of a rugged, tall, swarthy brother. And in 2 or 3 hours' ride the traveller might exchange a bleak treeless region, intersected by lines of cold grey stone, for one where his road wound under the shelter of woods, or up swelling hills, muffled with hedgerows and long meadow grass and thick corn, and where at every turn he came upon some fine old country seat nestled in the valley or crowning the slope, some homestead with its long length of barn and its cluster of golden ricks, some grey steeple looking out from a pretty confusion of trees and thatch and dark red tiles. It was just such a picture as this last that Hayslope Church had made to the traveller, as he began to mount the gentle slope leading to its pleasant uplands, and now from his station near the green he had before him in one view nearly all the other typical features of this pleasant land. High up against the horizon were the huge conical masses of hill, like giant mounds intended to fortify this region of corn and grass against the keen and hungry winds of the north, not distant enough to be clothed in purple mystery, but with sombre greenish sides visibly specked with sheep, whose motion was only revealed by memory, not detected by sight, wooed from day to day by the changing hours, but responding with no change in themselves, left forever grim and sullen after the flush of morning, the winged gleams of the April noonday, the parting crimson glory of the ripening summer sun. And directly below them the eye rested on a more advanced line of hanging woods, divided by bright patches of pasture or furrowed crops, and not yet deepened into the uniform leafy curtains of high summer, but still showing the warm tints of the young oak and the tender green of the ash and lime. Then came the valley, where the woods grew thicker, as if they had rolled down and hurried together from the patches left smooth on the slope, that they might take the better care of the tall mansion which lifted its parapets and sent its faint blue summer smoke among them. Doubtless there was a large sweep of park and a broad glassy pool in front of that mansion, but the swelling slope of meadow would not let our traveller see them from the village green. He saw instead a foreground which was just as lovely, the level sunlight lying like transparent gold among the gently curving stems of the feathered grass, and the tall red sorrel, and the white ambles of the hemlocks lining the bushy hedgerows. It was that moment in summer when the sound of the scythe being whetted makes us cast more lingering looks at the flower-sprinkled tresses of the meadows. He might have seen other beauties in the landscape if he had turned a little in his saddle and looked eastward, beyond Jonathan Burge's pasture and woodyard, towards the green cornfields and walnut trees of the Hall Farm. But apparently there was more interest for him in the living groups close at hand. Every generation in the village was there, from old Feyther Taft in his brown worsted nightcap, who was bent nearly double, but seemed tough enough to keep on his legs a long while, leaning on his short stick, down to the babies with their little round heads lolling forward in quilted linen caps. Now and then there was a new arrival, perhaps a slouching labourer, who, having eaten his supper, came out to look at the unusual scene with a slow bovine gaze, willing to hear what any one had to say in explanation of it, but by no means excited enough to ask a question. But all took care not to join the Methodists on the green, and identify themselves in that way with the expectant audience, for there was not one of them that would not have disclaimed the imputation of having come out to hear the preacher woman. They had only come out to see what were a-going on like. The men were chiefly gathered in the neighbourhood of the blacksmith's shop. But do not imagine them gathered in a knot. Villagers never swarm. A whisper is unknown among them, and they seem almost as incapable of an undertone as a cow or a stag. Your true rustic turns his back on his interlocutor, throwing a question over his shoulder as if he meant to run away from the answer, and walking a step or two farther off when the interest of the dialogue culminates. So the group in the vicinity of the blacksmith's door was by no means a close one, and formed no screen in front of Chad Cranage, the blacksmith himself, who stood with his black brawny arms folded, leaning against the door-post, and occasionally sending forth a bellowing laugh at his own jokes, giving them a marked preference over the sarcasms of Wiry Ben, who had renounced the pleasures of the holly bush for the sake of seeing life under a new form. But both styles of wit were treated with equal contempt by Mr. Joshua Rann. Mr. Rann's leathern apron and subdued griminess can leave no one in any doubt that he is the village shoemaker. The thrusting out of his chin and stomach and the twirling of his thumbs are more subtle indications, intended to prepare unwary strangers for the discovery that they are in the presence of the parish clerk. Old Joshua, as he is irreverently called by his neighbours, is in a state of simmering indignation, but he has not yet opened his lips, except to say in a resounding bass undertone, like the tuning of a violoncello, "Seon, king of the Amorites, for his mercy endureth forever, and Og the king of Bashan, for his mercy endureth forever," a quotation which may seem to have slight bearing on the present occasion, but, as with every other anomaly, adequate knowledge will show it to be a natural sequence. Mr. Rann was inwardly maintaining the dignity of the church in the face of this scandalous eruption of Methodism, and as that dignity was bound up with his own sonorous utterance of the responses, his argument naturally suggested a quotation from the psalm he had read the last Sunday afternoon. The stronger curiosity of the women had drawn them quite to the edge of the green, where they could examine more closely the Quaker-like costume and odd deportment of the female Methodists. Underneath the maple there was a small cart, which had been brought from the wheelwrights to serve as a pulpit, and round this a couple of benches and a few chairs had been placed. Some of the Methodists were resting on these with their eyes closed, as if wrapped in prayer or meditation. Others chose to continue standing, and had turned their faces towards the villagers with a look of melancholy compassion, which was highly amusing to Bessie Cranage, the blacksmith's buxom daughter, known to her neighbours as Chad's Bess, who wondered why the folks were making faces of Adams. Chad's Bess was the object of peculiar compassion, because her hair, being turned back under a cap which was set at the top of her head, exposed to view an ornament of which she was much prouder than of her red cheeks, namely, a pair of large round earrings with false garnets in them, ornaments condemned not only by the Methodists, but by her own cousin and namesake, Timothy's Bess, who, with much cousinly feeling, often wished "them earrings" might come to good. Timothy's Bess, though retaining her maiden appellation among her familiars, had long been the wife of Sandy Jim, and possessed a handsome set of matronly jewels, of which it is enough to mention the heavy baby she was rocking in her arms, and the sturdy fellow of 5 in knee breeches, and red legs, who had a rusty milk can round his neck by way of drum, and was very carefully avoided by Chad's small terrier. This young olive branch, notorious under the name of Timothy's Bess's Ben, being of an inquiring disposition, unchecked by any false modesty, had advanced beyond the group of women and children, and was walking round the Methodists, looking up in their faces with his mouth wide open, and beating his stick against the milk can by way of musical accompaniment. But one of the elderly women bending down to take him by the shoulder, with an air of grave remonstrance, Timothy's Bess's Ben first kicked out vigorously, then took to his heels and sought refuge behind his father's legs. "Ye gallows young dog," said Sandy Jim with some paternal pride, "if ye dunna keep that stick quiet, I'll take it from ye. What d'ye mane by kicking folks?" "Here, gi here to me, Ben," said Chad Cranage. "I'll tie yers up and shoe 'em as I do the hosses. Well, Maister Casson," he continued, as that personage sauntered up toward the group of men, "how are ye to-night? Are ye come to help groon? They say folks allus groon when they're hearkening to the Methodies, as if they were bad o' the inside. I mane to groon as loud as your cow did the other night, and then the praiter'll think I'm o' the right way." "I'd advise ye not to be up to no nonsense, Chad," said Mr. Casson, with some dignity. "Poyser wouldn't like to hear as his wife's niece was treated anyways disrespectful, for all he mayn't be fond of her taking on herself to preach." "Aye, and she's a pleasant looked on too," said Wiry Ben. "I'll stick up for the pretty women preachin'. I know they'd persuade me over a deal sooner nor the ugly men. I shouldna wonder if I turn Methody afore the night's out, and begin to court the preacher like Seth Bede." "Why, Seth's looking rather too high, I should think," said Mr. Casson. "This woman's kin wouldn't like her to demean herself to a common carpenter." "True," said Ben, with a long treble intonation. "What's folks's kin got to do with it? Not a chip. Poyser's wife may turn up her nose and forget bygones, but this Dinah Morris, they tell me, 's as poor as ever she was, works at a mill, and's much ado to keep her sin. A strapping young carpenter, as is a ready-made Methody like Seth, wouldn't it be a bad match for her? Why, Poysers make as big a fuss wi' Adam Bede as if he were a nevy of their own." idle talk," said Mr. Joshua Rann. "Adam and Seth's 2 men. You wunna fit them 2 with the same last." "Maybe," said Wiry Ben contemptuously, "but Seth's the lad for me, though he were a Methody twice o'er. I'm fair beat with Seth, for I've been teasing him iver sin' we've been working together, and he bears me no more malice nor a lamb. And he's stout-hearted feller too, for when we saw the old tree all afire a-coming across the fields one night, and we thought as it were a bogeye, Seth made no more ado, but he up to it as bold as a constable. Why, there he comes out o' Will Maskery's, and there's Will hisself, looking as meek as if he couldna knock a nail o' the head for fear o' hurting't. And there's the pretty preacher woman. My eye, she's got her bonnet off. I mun go a bit nearer." Several of the men followed Ben's lead, and the traveller pushed his horse on to the green as Dinah walked rather quickly, and in advance of her companions toward the cart under the maple tree. While she was near Seth's tall figure, she looked short, but when she had mounted the cart and was away from all comparison, she seemed above the middle height of woman, though in reality she did not exceed it, an effect which was due to the slimness of her figure and the simple line of her black stuff dress. The stranger was struck with surprise as he saw her approach and mount the cart. Surprise not so much at the feminine delicacy of her appearance, as at the total absence of self-consciousness in her demeanour. He had made up his mind to see her advance with a measured step and a demure solemnity of countenance. He had felt sure that her face would be mantled with the smile of conscious saintship, or else charged with a denunciatory bitterness. He knew but two types of Methodists, the ecstatic and the bilious. But Dinah walked as simply as if she were going to market, and seemed as unconscious of her outward appearance as a little boy. There was no blush, no tremulousness which said, "I know you think me a pretty woman, too young to preach," no casting up or down of the eyelids, no compression of the lips, no attitude of the arms that said, "But you must think of me as a saint." She held no book in her ungloved hands, but let them hang down lightly crossed before her, as she stood and turned her grey eyes on the people. There was no keenness in the eyes, they seemed rather to be shedding love than making observations. They had the liquid look which tells that the mind is full of what it has to give out, rather than impressed by external objects. She stood with her left hand towards the descending sun, and leafy boughs screened her from its rays. But in this sober light the delicate colouring of her face seemed to gather a calm vividness, like flowers at evening. It was a small oval face, of a uniform transparent whiteness, with an egg-like line of cheek and chin, a full but firm mouth, a delicate nostril, and a low perpendicular brow, surmounted by a rising arch of parting between smooth locks of pale reddish hair. The hair was drawn straight back behind the ears, and covered, except for an inch or two above the brow, by a net Quaker cap. The eyebrows, of the same colour as the hair, were perfectly horizontal and firmly penciled. The eyelashes, though no darker, were long and abundant. Nothing was left blurred or unfinished. It was one of those faces that make one think of white flowers, with light touches of colour on their pure petals. The eyes had no peculiar beauty beyond that of expression. They looked so simple, so candid, so gravely loving, that no accusing scowl, no light sneer could help melting away before their glance. Joshua Rann gave a long cough, as if he were clearing his throat in order to come to a new understanding with himself. Chad Cranage lifted up his leather skull-cap and scratched his head, and Wiry Ben wondered how Seth had the pluck to think of courting her. A sweet woman, the stranger said to himself, but surely nature never meant her for a preacher. Perhaps he was one of those who think that nature has theatrical properties, and, with the considerate view of facilitating art and psychology, makes up her characters so that there may be no mistake about them. But Dinah began to speak. "Dear friends," she said, in a clear but not loud voice, "let us pray for a blessing." She closed her eyes, and hanging her head down a little, continued in the same moderate tone, as if speaking to some one quite near her. "Saviour of sinners, when a poor woman laden with sins went out to the well to draw water, she found thee sitting at the well. She knew thee not, she had not sought thee, her mind was dark, her life was unholy. But thou didst speak to her, thou didst teach her, thou didst show her that her life lay open before thee, and yet thou wast ready to give her that blessing which she had never sought. Jesus, thou art in the midst of us, and thou knowest all men. If there is any here like that poor woman, if their minds are dark, their lives unholy, if they have come out not seeking thee, not desiring to be taught, deal with them according to the free mercy which thou didst show to her. Speak to them, Lord, open their ears to my message, bring their sins to their minds, and make them thirst for that salvation which thou art ready to give. Lord, thou art with thy people still. They see thee in the night watches, and their hearts burn within them as thou talkest with them by the way. And thou art near to those who have not known thee. Open their eyes that they may see. See thee weeping over them, and saying, Ye will not come unto me that ye might have life. see thee hanging on the cross and saying, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. See thee as thou wilt come again in thy glory to judge them at the last. Amen. Dinah opened her eyes again and paused, looking at the group of villagers, who were now gathered rather more closely on her right hand. Dear friends, she began, raising her voice a little, you have all of you been to church, and I think you must have heard the clergyman read these words. The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he hath anointed me to preach the gospel to the poor. Jesus Christ spoke those words. He said he came to preach the gospel to the poor. I don't know whether you ever thought about those words much, but I will tell you when I remember first hearing them. It was on just such a sort of evening as this, when I was a little girl, and my aunt has brought me up, took me to hear a good man preach out of doors, just as we are here. I remember his face well. He was a very old man, and had very long white hair. His voice was very soft and beautiful, not like any voice I had ever heard before. I was a little girl and scarcely knew anything, and this old man seemed to me such a different sort of man from anybody I had ever seen before, that I thought he had perhaps come down from the sky to preach to us, and I said, Aunt, will he go back to the sky tonight, like the picture in the Bible? That man of God was Mr. Wesley, who spent his life in doing what our blessed Lord did, preaching the gospel to the poor, and he entered into his rest 8 years ago. I came to know more about him years after, but I was a foolish, thoughtless child then, and I remembered only one thing he told us in his sermon. He told us his gospel meant good news. The gospel, you know, is what the Bible tells us about God. Think of that now. Jesus Christ did really come down from heaven, as I, like a silly child, thought Mr. Wesley did. And what he came down for was to tell good news about God to the poor. Why, you and me, dear friends, are poor. We have been brought up in poor cottages, and have been reared on oatcake and lived coarse, and we haven't been to school much nor read books, and we don't know much about anything but what happens just round us. We are just the sort of people that want to hear good news. For when anybody's well off, they don't much mind about hearing news from distant parts, but if a poor man or woman's in trouble and has hard work to make out a living, they like to have a letter to tell them they've got a friend as will help 'em. To be sure, we can't help knowing something about God, even if we've never heard the gospel, the good news that our Saviour brought us, for we know everything comes from God. Don't you say almost every day, this and that will happen, please God, and we shall begin to cut the grass soon, please God to send us a little more sunshine? We know very well we are altogether in the hands of God. We didn't bring ourselves into the world, we can't keep ourselves alive while we're sleeping. The daylight and the wind and the corn and the cows to give us milk, everything we have comes from God. And he gave us our souls and put love between parents and children and husband and wife. But is that as much as we want to know about God? We see he is great and mighty and can do what he will. We are lost as if we was struggling in great waters when we try to think of him. But perhaps doubts come into your mind like this. Can God take much notice of us poor people? Perhaps he only made the world for the great and the wise and the rich. It doesn't cost him much to give us our little handful of victual and bit of clothing. But how do we know he cares for us any more than we care for the worms and things in the garden, so as we rear our carrots and onions? Will God take care of us when we die? And has he any comfort for us when we are lame and sick and helpless? Perhaps, too, he is angry with us, else why does the blight come, and the bad harvest, and the fever, and all sorts of pain and trouble? For our life is full of trouble, and if God sends us good, he seems to send bad too. How is it? How is it? Ah, dear friends, we are in sad want of good news about God, and what does other good news signify if we haven't that? For everything else comes to an end, and when we die we leave it all, but God lasts when everything else is gone. What shall we do if he is not our friend? Then Dinah told how the good news had been brought, and how the mind of God towards the poor had been made manifest in the life of Jesus, dwelling on its lowliness and its acts of mercy. So you see, dear friends, she went on, Jesus spent his time almost all in doing good to poor people. He preached out of doors to them, and he made friends of poor workmen, and taught them, and took pains with them. Not but what he did good to the rich too, for he was full of love to all men, only he saw as the poor were more in want of his help. So he cured the lame and the sick and the blind, and he worked miracles to feed the hungry, because he said he was sorry for them, And he was very kind to the little children, and comforted those who had lost their friends, and he spoke very tenderly to poor sinners that were sorry for their sins. Ah, wouldn't you love such a man if you saw him, if he were here in this village? What a kind heart he must have! What a friend he would be to go to in trouble! How pleasant it must be to be taught by him! Well, dear friends, who was this man? Was he only a good man? A very good man, and no more, like our dear Mr. Wesley, who has been taken from us? He was the Son of God, in the image of the Father, the Bible says. That means just like God, who is the beginning and end of all things, the God we want to know about. So then, all the love that Jesus showed to the poor is the same love that God has for us. We can understand what Jesus felt because he came in a body like ours and spoke words such as we speak to each other. We were afraid to think what God was before, the God who made the world and the sky and the thunder and lightning. We could never see him. We could only see the things he had made, and some of these things was very terrible, so as we might well tremble when we thought of him. But our blessed Saviour has showed us what God is in a way us poor ignorant people can understand. He has showed us what God's heart is, what are his feelings towards us. But let us see a little more about what Jesus came on earth for. Another time he said, I came to seek and to save that which was lost. And another time, I came not to call the righteous, but sinners to repentance. The lost, sinners. Dear friends, does that mean you and me? Hitherto the traveller had been chained to the spot against his will by the charm of Dinah's mellow treble tones, which had a variety of modulation like that of a fine instrument, touched with the unconscious skill of musical instinct. The simple things she said seemed like novelties, as a melody strikes us with a new feeling when we hear it sung by the pure voice of a boyish chorister. The quiet depth of conviction with which she spoke seemed in itself an evidence for the truth of her message. He saw that she had thoroughly arrested her hearers. The villagers had pressed nearer to her, and there was no longer anything but grave attention on all faces. She spoke slowly, though quite fluently, often pausing after a question, or before any transition of ideas. There was no change of attitude, no gesture. The effect of her speech was produced entirely by the inflections of her voice, and when she came to the question, will God take care of us when we die? She uttered it in such a tone of plaintive appeal that the tears came into some of the hardest eyes. The stranger had ceased to doubt, as he had done at first glance, that she could fix the attention of her rougher hearers, but still he wondered whether she could have that power of rousing their more violent emotions, which must surely be a necessary seal of her vocation as a Methodist preacher, until she came to the words, lost, sinners, when there was a great change in her voice and manner. She had made a long pause before the exclamation, and the pause seemed to be filled by agitating thoughts that showed themselves in her features. Her pale face became paler, the circles under her eyes deepened, as they did when tears half gather without falling, and the mild, loving eyes took an expression of appalled pity, as if she had suddenly discerned a destroying angel hovering over the heads of the people. Her voice became deep and muffled, but there was still no gesture. Nothing could be less like the ordinary type of the ranter than Dinah. She was not preaching as she heard others preach, but speaking directly from her own emotions and under the inspiration of her own simple faith. But now she had entered into a new current of feeling. Her manner became less calm, her utterance more rapid and agitated, as she tried to bring home to the people their guilt, their wilful darkness, their state of disobedience to God, as she dwelt on the hatefulness of sin, the divine holiness, and the sufferings of the Saviour, by which a way had been opened for their salvation. At last it seemed as if, in her yearning desire to reclaim the lost sheep, she could not be satisfied by addressing her hearers as a body. She appealed first to one and then to another, beseeching them with tears to turn to God while there was yet time, painting to them the desolation of their souls, lost in sin, feeding on the husks of this miserable world, far away from God their Father, and then the love of the Saviour, who was waiting and watching for their return. There was many a responsive sigh and groan from her fellow Methodists, but the village mind does not easily take fire, and a little smouldering vague anxiety that might easily die out again was the utmost effect Dinah's preaching had wrought in them at present. Yet no one had retired, except the children and old Father Taft, who, being too deaf to catch many words, had some time ago gone back to his inglenook. Wiry Ben was feeling very uncomfortable, and almost wishing he had not come to hear Dinah. He thought what she said would haunt him somehow. Yet he couldn't help liking to look at her and listen to her, though he dreaded every moment that she would fix her eyes on him and address him in particular. She had already addressed Sandy Jim, who was now holding the baby to relieve his wife, and the big soft-hearted man had rubbed away some tears with his fist, with a confused intention of being a better fellow, going less to the holly bush down by the stone pits, and cleaning himself more regularly of a Sunday. In front of Sandy Jim stood Chad's Bess, who had shown an unwonted quietude and fixity of attention ever since Dinah had begun to speak. Not that the matter of the discourse had arrested her at once, for she was lost in a puzzling speculation as to what pleasure and satisfaction there could be in life to a young woman who wore a cap like Dinah's. Giving up this inquiry in despair, she took to studying Dinah's nose, eyes, mouth, and hair, and wondering whether it was better to have such a sort of pale face as that, or fat red cheeks and round black eyes like her own. But gradually the influence of the general gravity told upon her, and she became conscious of what Dinah was saying. The gentle tones, the loving persuasion did not touch her, but when the more severe appeals came, she began to be frightened. Poor Bessie had always been considered a naughty girl. She was conscious of it. If it was necessary to be very good, it was clear she must be in a bad way. She couldn't find her places at church as Sally Rand could. She had often been tittering when she churchied to Mr. Irwine, and these religious deficiencies were accompanied by a corresponding slackness in the minor morals, for Bessie belonged unquestionably to that unsoaped lazy class of feminine characters with whom you may venture to eat an egg, an apple, or a nut. All this she was generally conscious of, and hitherto had not been greatly ashamed of it. But now she began to feel very much as if the constable had come to take her up and carry her before the justice for some undefined offence. She had a terrified sense that God, whom she had always thought of as very far off, was very near to her, and that Jesus was close by looking at her, though she could not see him. For Dinah had that belief in visible manifestations of Jesus, which is common among the Methodists, and she communicated it irresistibly to her hearers. She made them feel that he was among them bodily, and might at any moment show himself to them in some way that would strike anguish and penitence into their hearts. "See," she exclaimed, turning to the left, with her eyes fixed on a point above the heads of the people. "See where our blessed Lord stands and weeps and stretches out his arms towards you. Hear what he says. How often would I have gathered you as a hen gathereth her chicks under her wings, and ye would not. And ye would not," she repeated, in a tone of pleading reproach, turning her eyes on the people again. "See the print of the nails on his dear hands and feet. It is your sins that made them. Ah, how pale and worn he looks! He has gone through all that great agony in the garden, when his soul was exceeding sorrowful even unto death, and the great drops of sweat fell like blood to the ground. They spat upon him and buffeted him. They scourged him, they mocked him. They laid the heavy cross on his bruised shoulders. Then they nailed him up. What pain! His lips are parched with thirst, and they mock him still in this great agony. Yet with those parched lips he prays for them. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. Then a horror of great darkness fell upon him, and he felt what sinners feel when they are forever shut out from God. That was the last drop in the cup of bitterness. My God, he cries, why hast thou forsaken me? All this he bore for you, and you never think of him, for you, and you turn your backs on him. You don't care what he has gone through for you, yet he is not weary of toiling for you. He is risen from the dead, he is praying for you at the right hand of God. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. And he is upon this earth too, he is among us. He is there close to you now. I see his wounded body and his look of love." Here Dinah turned to Bessie Cranage, whose bonny youth and evident vanity had touched her with pity. Poor child, he is beseeching you, and you don't listen to him. You think of earrings and fine gowns and caps, and you never think of the Saviour who died to save your precious soul. Your cheeks will be shriveled one day, your hair will be grey, your poor body will be thin and tottering. Then you will begin to feel that your soul is not saved, Then you will have to stand before God dressed in your sins, in your evil tempers and vain thoughts. And Jesus, who stands ready to help you now, won't help you then. Because you won't have him to be your Savior, he will be your judge. Now he looks at you with love and mercy and says, "Come to me that you may have life." Then he will turn away from you and say, "Depart from me into everlasting fire." Poor Bessie's wide-open black eyes began to fill with tears. Her great red cheeks and lips became quite pale, and her face was distorted like a little child's before a burst of crying. "Ah, poor blind child," Dinah went on. "Think if it should happen to you as it once happened to a servant of God in the days of her vanity. She thought of her lace caps and saved all her money to buy 'em. She thought nothing about how she might get a clean heart and a right spirit. She only wanted to have better lace than other girls. And one day when she put her new cap on and looked in the glass, she saw a bleeding face crowned with thorns. That face is looking at you now." Here Dinah pointed to a spot close in front of Bessie. "Ah, tear off those follies, cast them away from you, as if they were stinging adders. They are stinging you, they are poisoning your soul, they are dragging you down into a dark, bottomless pit where you will sink forever and forever and forever, further away from light and God." Bessie could bear it no longer. A great terror was upon her, and wrenching her earrings from her ears, she threw them down before her, sobbing aloud. Her father, Chad, frightened lest he should be laid hold on too, this impression on the rebellious Bess striking him as nothing less than a miracle, walked hastily away and began to work at his anvil by way of reassuring himself. "Folks mun ha' horseshoes, preachin' or no preachin', the devil canna lay hold o' me for that," he muttered to himself. But now Dinah began to tell of the joys that were in store for the penitent, and to describe in her simple way the divine peace and love with which the soul of the believer is filled. How the sense of God's love turns poverty into riches and satisfies the soul, so that no uneasy desire vexes it, no fear alarms it. How at last the very temptation to sin is extinguished, and heaven is begun upon earth, because no cloud passes between the soul and God, who is its eternal Son. "Dear friends," she said at last, "brothers and sisters, whom I love as those for whom my Lord has died, believe me, I know what this great blessedness is, and because I know it, I want you to have it too. I am poor like you. I have to get my living with my hands, but no lord nor lady can be so happy as me if they haven't got the love of God in their souls. Think what it is, not to hate anything but sin, to be full of love to every creature, to be frightened at nothing, to be sure that all things will turn to good, not to mind pain because it is our Father's will, to know that nothing, no, not if the earth was to be burnt up or the waters come and drown us, nothing could part us from God who loves us, and who fills our souls with peace and joy, because we are sure that whatever he wills is holy, just, and good. Dear friends, come and take this blessedness. It is offered to you. It is the good news that Jesus came to preach to the poor. It is not like the riches of this world, so that the more one gets, the less the rest can have. God is without end. His love is without end. Its streams the whole creation reach, so plenteous is the store. Enough for all, enough for each, enough for evermore. Dinah had been speaking at least an hour, and the reddening light of the parting day seemed to give a solemn emphasis to her closing words. The stranger, who had been interested in the course of her sermon as if it had been the development of a drama, for there is this sort of fascination in all sincere, unpremeditated eloquence, which opens to one the inward drama of the speaker's emotions, now turned his horse aside and pursued his way, while Dinah said, "Let us sing a little, dear friends." And as he was still winding down the slope, the voices of the Methodists reached him, rising and falling in that strange blending of exaltation and sadness which belongs to the cadence of a hymn. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of Adam Bede. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. Adam Bede by George Eliot. Chapter 3. After the Preaching. In less than an hour from that time, Seth Bede was walking by Dinah's side along the hedgerow path that skirted the pastures and green cornfields which lay between the village and the Hall Farm. Dinah had taken off her little Quaker bonnet again, and was holding it in her hands that she might have a freer enjoyment of the cool evening twilight, and Seth could see the expression of her face quite clearly as he walked by her side, timidly revolving something he wanted to say to her. It was an expression of unconscious placid gravity, of absorption in thoughts that had no connection with the present moment or with her own personality, an expression that is most of all discouraging to a lover. Her very walk was discouraging. It had that quiet elasticity that asks for no support. Seth felt this dimly. He said to himself, "She's too good and holy for any man, let alone me," and the words he had been summoning rushed back again before they had reached his lips. But another thought gave him courage. There's no man could love her better and leave her freer to follow the Lord's work. They had been silent for many minutes now, since they had done talking about Bessie Cranage. Dinah seemed almost to have forgotten Seth's presence, and her pace was becoming so much quicker that the sense of their being only a few minutes' walk from the yard gates of the Hall Farm at last gave Seth courage to speak. "You've quite made up your mind to go back to Snowfield o' Saturday, Dinah?" "Yes," said Dinah quietly. "I'm called there. It was borne in upon my mind while I was meditating on Sunday night, as Sister Ellen, who's in a decline, is in need of me. I saw her as plain as we see that bit of thin white cloud, lifting up her poor thin hand and beckoning to me. And this morning, when I opened the Bible for direction, the first words my eyes fell on were, 'And after we had seen the vision, immediately we endeavoured to go into Macedonia.' If it wasn't for that clear showing of the Lord's will, I should be loath to go, for my heart yearns over my aunt and her little ones, and that poor wandering lamb, Hetty Sorrel. I've been much drawn out in prayer for her of late, and I look on it as a token that there may be mercy in store for her." "God grant it," said Seth, "for I doubt Adam's heart is so set on her. He'll never turn to anybody else, and yet it 'ud go to my heart if he was to marry her, for I cannot think as she'd make him happy. It's a deep mystery, the way the heart of man turns to one woman out of all the rest he's seen the world, and makes it easier for him to work 7 year for her, like Jacob did for Rachel, sooner than have any other woman for the asking. I often think of them words, and Jacob served 7 years for Rachel, and they seemed to him but a few days for the love he had to her. I know those words 'ud come true with me, Dinah, if so be you'd give me hope as I might win you after 7 years was over. I know you think a husband you'd be taking up too much o' your thoughts, because St. Paul says, 'She's that's married careth for the thing of the world how she may please her husband,' and mayhappen you'll think me over bold to speak to you about it again, after what you told me o' your mind last Saturday. But I've been thinking it over again by night and by day, and I prayed not to be blinded by my own desires, to think what's only good for me must be good for you too. And it seems to me there's more texts for your marrying than ever you can find against it. For St. Paul says as plain as can be in another place, I will that the younger woman marry, bear children, guide the house, give none occasion to adversary to speak reproachfully, and then two are better than one. And that holds good with marriage as well as with other things. For we should be o' one heart and o' one mind, Dinah. We both serve the same Master, and are striving after the same gifts, and I'd never be the husband to make a claim on you as could interfere with your doing the work God has fitted you for. I'd make a shift, and fend indoor and out, to give you more liberty, more than you can have now, for you've got to get your own living now, and I'm strong enough to work for us both." When Seth had once begun to urge his suit, he went on earnestly and almost hurriedly, lest Dinah should speak some decisive word before he had poured forth all the arguments he had prepared. His cheeks became flushed as he went on, his mild grey eyes filled with tears, and his voice trembled as he spoke the last sentence. They had reached one of those very narrow passes between two tall stones, which performed the office of a stile in Loamshire, and Dinah paused as she turned towards Seth, and said, in her tender but calm treble notes, "Seth Bede, I thank you for your love towards me, and if I could think of any man as more than a Christian brother, I think it would be you. But my heart is not free to marry. That is good for other women, and it is a great and blessed thing to be a wife and mother, but as God has distributed to every man, as the Lord hath called every man, so let him walk. God has called me to minister to others, not to have any joys or sorrows of my own, but to rejoice with them that do rejoice, and to weep with those that weep. He has called me to speak his word, and he has greatly owned my work. It could only be on a very clear showing that I could leave the brethren and sisters at Snowfield, who are favoured with very little of this world's good, where the trees are few, so that a child might count them, and there's very hard living for the poor in the winter. It has been given me to help, to comfort and strengthen the little flock there, and to call in many wanderers. And my soul is filled with these things, from my rising up till my lying down. My life is too short, and God's work is too great for me to think of making a home for myself in this world. I've not turned a deaf ear to your words, Seth, for when I saw as your love was given to me, I thought it might be a leading of Providence for me to change my way of life, and that we should be fellow helpers, and I spread the matter before the Lord. But whenever I tried to fix my mind on marriage and our living together, other thoughts always came in, the times when I prayed by the sick and dying, and the happy hours I've had preaching, when my heart was filled with love, and the word was given to me abundantly. And when I've opened the Bible for direction, I've always lighted on some clear word to tell me where my work lay. I believe what you say, Seth, that you would try to be a help and not a hindrance to my work, but I see that our marriage is not God's will. He draws my heart another way. I desire to live and die without husband or children. I seem to have no room in my soul for wants and fears of my own. It has pleased God to fill my heart so full with the wants and sufferings of his poor people." Seth was unable to reply, and they walked on in silence. At last, as they were nearly at the yard gate, he said, "Well, Dinah, I must seek for strength to bear it, and to endure as seeing him who is invisible." But I feel now how weak my faith is. It seems as if, when you are gone, I could never joy in anything any more. I think it's something passing, the love of women, as I feel for you. For I could be content without your marrying me if I could go and live at Snowfield and be near you. I trusted as the strong love God has given me towards you was a leading for us both, but it seems it was only meant for my trial. Perhaps I feel more for you than I ought to feel for any creature, for I often can't help saying of you what the hymn says. In darkest shades if she appear, my dawning is begun. She is my soul's bright morning star, and she my rising sun. That may be wrong, and I am to be taught better, but you wouldn't be displeased with me if things turned out so as I could leave this country, and go to live at Snowfield? No, Seth, but I counsel you to wait patiently, and not lightly to leave your own country and kindred. Do nothing without the Lord's clear bidding. It's a bleak and barren country there, not like this land of Goshen you've been used to. We mustn't be in a hurry to fix and choose our own lot. We must wait to be guided. But you'd let me write you a letter, Dinah, if there was anything I wanted to tell you? Yes, sure. Let me know if you're in any trouble. You'll be continually in my prayers. They had now reached the yard gate, and Seth said, I won't go in, Dinah, so farewell. He paused and hesitated after she had given him her hand, and then said, There's no knowing but what you may see things different after a while. There may be a new leading. Let us leave that, Seth. It's good to live only a moment at a time, as I've read in one of Mr. Wesley's books. It isn't for you and me to lay plans. We've nothing to do but to obey and to trust. Farewell. Dinah pressed his hand with rather a sad look in her loving eyes, and then passed through the gate, while Seth turned away to walk lingeringly home. But instead of taking the direct road, he chose to turn back along the fields through which he and Dinah had already passed, and I think his blue linen handkerchief was very wet with tears long before he had made up his mind that it was time for him to set his face steadily homewards. He was but 23, and had only just learned what it is to love with that adoration which a young man gives to a woman whom he feels to be greater and better than himself. Love of this sort is hardly distinguishable from religious feeling. What deep and worthy love is so, whether of woman or child, or art or music? Our caresses, our tender words, our still rapture under the influence of autumn sunsets, or pillared vistas, or calm majestic statues, or Beethoven sympathies all bring with them the consciousness that they are mere waves and ripples in unfathomable ocean of love and beauty. Our emotion in its keenest moment passes from expression into silence. Our love at its highest flood rushes beyond its object, and loses itself in the sense of divine mystery. And this blessed gift of venerating love has been given to too many humble craftsmen since the world began for us to feel any surprise that it should have existed in the soul of a Methodist carpenter half a century ago, while there was yet a lingering afterglow from the time when Wesley and his fellow labourer fed on the hips and haws of the Cornwall hedges, after exhausting limbs and lungs in carrying a divine message to the poor. That afterglow has long faded away, and the picture we are apt to make of Methodism in our imagination is not an amphitheatre of green hills. or the deep shade of broad-leaved sycamores, where a crowd of rough men and weary-hearted women drank in a faith which was a rudimentary culture, which linked their thoughts with the past, lifted their imagination above the sordid details of their own narrow lives, and suffused their souls with the sense of a pitying, loving, infinite presence, sweet as summer to the houseless needy. It is too possible that to some of my readers Methodism may mean nothing more than a low-pitched gables up dingy streets, sleek grocers, sponging preachers, and hypocritical jargon, elements which are regarded as an exhaustive analysis of Methodism in many fashionable quarters. That would be a pity, for I cannot pretend that Seth and Dinah were anything else than Methodists, not indeed of that modern type which reads quarterly reviews and attends in chapels with pillared porticos, but of a very old-fashioned kind. They believed in present miracles, in instantaneous conversations, in revelations by dreams and visions. They drew lots, and sought for divine guidance by opening the Bible at hazard, having a literal way of interpreting the Scriptures, which is not at all sanctioned by approved commentators, and it is impossible for me to represent their diction as correct, or their instruction as liberal. Still, if I have read religious history aright, faith, hope, and charity have not always been found in a direct ratio with a sensibility to the three concords, and it is possible, thank heaven, to have very erroneous theories and very sublime feelings. The raw bacon which clumsy Molly spares from her own scanty store, that she may carry it to her neighbour's child to stop the fits, may be a piteously inefficacious remedy, but the generous stirring of neighbourly kindness that prompted the deed has a beneficent radiation that is not lost. Considering these things, we can hardly think Dinah and Seth beneath our sympathy, accustomed as we may be to weep over the loftier sorrows of heroines in satin boots and crinoline, and of heroes riding fiery horses, themselves ridden by still more fiery passions. Poor Seth! He was never on horseback in his life except once, when he was a little lad, and Mr. Jonathan Burge took him up behind, telling him to hold on tight, and instead of bursting out into wild accusing apostrophes to God and destiny, he is resolving, as he now walks homewards under the solemn starlight, to repress his sadness, to be less bent on having his own will, and to live more for others, as Dinah does. End of chapter 3.
Recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Missy, Guangzhou, China. Adam Bede by George Eliot. Chapter 4. Home and its Sorrows. A green valley, with a brook running through it, full almost to overflowing with the late rains, overhung by low stooping willows. Across this brook a plank is thrown, and over this plank Adam Bede is passing with his undoubting step, followed close by Gyp with the basket, evidently making his way to the thatched house, with a stack of timber by the side of it, about 20 yards up the opposite slope. The door of the house is open, and an elderly woman is looking out, but she is not placidly contemplating the evening sunshine. She has been watching with dim eyes the gradually enlarging speck, which for the last few minutes she has been quite sure is her darling son Adam. Lisbeth Bede loves her son with the love of a woman to whom her firstborn has come late in life. She is an anxious, spare, yet vigorous old woman, clean as a snowdrop. Her grey hair is turned neatly back under a pure linen cap with a black band round it. Her broad chest is covered with a buff neckerchief, and below this you see a sort of short bed-gown made of blue checkered linen, tied round the waist and descending to the hips, from whence there is a considerable length of linsey-woolsey petticoat. For Lisbeth is tall, and in other points too there is a strong likeness between her and her son Adam. Her dark eyes are somewhat dim now, perhaps from too much crying, but her broadly marked eyebrows are still black, her teeth are sound, and as she stands knitting rapidly and unconsciously with her work-hardened hands, she has as firmly upright an attitude as when she is carrying a pail of water on her head from the spring. There is the same type of frame and the same keen activity of temperament in mother and son. But it was not from her that Adam got his well-filled brow and his expression of large-hearted intelligence. Family likeness has often a deep sadness in it. Nature, that great tragic dramatist, knits us together by bone and muscle, and divides us by the subtler web of our brains, blends yearning and repulsion, and ties us by our heartstrings to the beings that jar at us at every moment. We hear a voice with the very cadence of our own, uttering the thoughts we despise. We see eyes, so like our mother's, averted from us in cold alienation, and our last darling child startles us with the air and gestures of the sister we parted from in bitterness long years ago. The father to whom we owe our best heritage, the mechanical instinct, the keen sensibility to harmony, the unconscious skill of the modelling hand, galls us and puts us to shame by his daily errors. The long-lost mother, whose face we begin to see in the glass as our own wrinkles come, once fretted our young souls with her anxious humours and irrational persistence. It is such a fond, anxious mother's voice that you hear, as Lisbeth says, "Well, my lad, it's gone 7 by the clock. They'd allays stay till the last child's born. They wants thy supper, I'll warrant. Where's Seth? Gone order summat chaplain, I reckon." "Aye, Seth's at no harm, mother, thee mayst be sure." "But where's father?" said Adam quickly, as he entered the house and glanced into the room on the left hand, which was used as a workshop. "Hasn't he done the coffin for Tholer? There's the stuff standing just as I left it this morning." "Done the coffin?" said Elizabeth, following him and knitting uninterruptedly, though she looked at her son very anxiously. "My lad, he went off to Treddleston this forenoon, and's niver come back. I doubt he's got to the waggon overthrough again." A deep flush of anger passed rapidly over Adam's face. He said nothing, but threw off his jacket and began to roll up his shirt-sleeves again. "What art going to do, Adam?" said mother, with a tone of look and alarm. "Thee wants to go to work again. Well, hadn't I bid a supper?" Adam, too angry to speak, walked into the workshop. But his mother threw down her knitting, and hurrying after him, took hold of his arm, and said in a tone of plaintive remonstrance, "Nay, my lad, thee munna go without thy supper. There's the taters with the gravy in 'em, just as thee likest 'em. I saved 'em o' purpose for thee. Come and have thy supper, come." "Let be," said Adam impetuously, shaking her off and seizing one of the planks that stood against the wall. "It's fine talking about having supper when here's a coffin promised to be ready at Broxton by 7 o'clock to-morrow morning, and ought to ha' been there by now, and not a nail struck yet. My throat's too full to swallow victuals." "Why, thee canst get the coffin ready," said Lisbeth. "Thee'd work thyself to death. It'd take thee all night to do't." "What signifies how long it takes me? Isn't the coffin promised? Can they bury the man without a coffin? I'd work my right hand off sooner than deceive people with lies o' that way. It makes me mad to think on't. I shall overrun these doings before long. I've stood enough of 'em." Poor Lisbeth did not hear this threat for the first time, and if she had been wise she would have gone away quietly and said nothing for the next hour. But one of the lessons a woman most rarely learns is never to talk to an angry or a drunken man. Lisbeth sat down on the chopping bench and began to cry. And by the time she had cried enough to make her voice very piteous, she burst out into words. "Nay, my lad, thee wouldst go away and break thy mother's heart and leave thy feyther to ruin. Thee wouldst have him carry me to the churchyard and thee not to follow me. I shanna rush to my grave if I donna see thee at the last, and how's they to let thee know as I'm a-dying if thee'd gone a working in distant parts, and Seth belike gone arter thee, and thy feyther not be able to hold a pen for his hand shaken, besides not knowing where thee art? Thee mun forgie thy father. Thee munna be so bitter again him. He were a good father to thee afore he took to the drink. He's a clever workman, and taught thee thy trade, remember, and's never gen me a blow, nor so much as an ill word. No, not even in's drink. Thee wants to go hem to the workhouse. Thy own feyther, and them his was a fine grown man, and handy at everything almost as thee art thysen 25 year ago, when thee wast a baby at the breast." Lisbeth's voice became louder and choked with sobs, a sort of wail, the most irritating of all sounds where real sorrows are to be borne and real work to be done. "Now, mother, don't cry and talk so. Haven't I got enough to vex me without that? What's the use of telling me things as I only think too much on every day? If I didna think on 'em, why should I do as I do for the sake of keeping things together here? But I hate to be talking where it's no use. I like to keep my breath for doing instead of talking." "I know thee dost things as nobody else 'ud do, my lad. But thee't allays so hard upo' thy feyther, Adam. Thee thinks nothing too much to do for Seth. Thee snaps me up if iver I find fault with the lad. But thee't so angered with thy feyther, more nor wi' anybody else." "That's better than speaking soft and letting things go the wrong way, I reckon, isn't it? If I wasn't sharp with him, he'd sell every bit of stuff in the yard and spend it on drink. I know there's a duty to be done by my father, but it isn't my duty to encourage him in running headlong to ruin. And what has Seth got to do with it? The lad does no harm as I know of. But leave me alone, mother, and let me get on with the work." Lisbeth dared not say any more, but she got up and called Gyp, thinking to console herself somewhat for Adam's refusal of the supper she had spread out, in the loving expectation of looking at him while he ate it, by feeding Adam's dog with extra liberality. But Gyp was watching his master with wrinkled brow and ears erect, puzzled at this unusual course of things. And though he glanced at Lisbeth when she called him, and moved his forepaws uneasily, well knowing that she was inviting him to supper, he was in a divided state of mind, and remained seated on his haunches, again fixing his eyes anxiously on his master. Adam noticed Gyp's mental conflict, and though his anger had made him less tender than usual to his mother, it did not prevent him from caring as much as usual for his dog. We are apt to be kinder to the brutes that love us than to the women that love us. Is it because the brutes are dumb? "Go, Gyp, go, lad," said Adam in a tone of encouraging command, and Gyp, apparently satisfied that duty and pleasure were one, followed Lisbeth into the house-place. But no sooner had he licked up his supper than he went back to his master, while Lisbeth sat down alone to cry over her knitting. Women who are never bitter and resentful are often the most querulous, and if Solomon was as wise as he is reputed to be, I feel sure that when he compared a contentious woman to a continual dropping on a very rainy day, he had not a vixen in his eye, a fury with long nails, acrid and selfish. Depend upon it, he meant a good creature, who had no joy but in the happiness of the loved ones whom she contributed to make life uncomfortable, putting by all the tidbits for them and spending nothing on herself. Such a woman as Lisbeth, for example, at once patient and complaining, self-renouncing and exacting, brooding the livelong day over what happened yesterday and what is likely to happen tomorrow, and crying very readily both at the good and the evil. But a certain awe mingled itself with her idolatrous love of Adam, and when he said, "Leave me alone," she was always silenced. So the hours passed, to the loud ticking of the old day clock and the sound of Adam's tools. At last he called for a light and a draught of water. Beer was a thing only to be drunk on holidays, and Lisbeth ventured to say as she took it in, "The supper stands ready for thee when thee likest." "Dunna sit thee up, mother," said Adam in a gentle tone. He had worked off his anger now, and whenever he wished to be especially kind to his mother, he fell into his strongest native accent and dialect, with which at other times his speech was less deeply tinged. "I'll see to father when he comes home. Maybe he wonna come at all to-night. I shall be easier if thee't in bed." "Nay, I'll bide till Seth comes. He wonna be long now, I reckon." It was then past 9 by the clock, which was always in advance of the days, and before it had struck 10 the latch was lifted and Seth entered. He had heard the sound of the tools as he was approaching. "Why, mother," he said, "how is it as father's working so late?" "It's none o' thy feyther as is a-working. Thee might know that well enough if thy head werena full o' chappellin'. It's thy brother as does everything, for there's niver anybody else o' the way to do nothing." Lisbeth was going on, for she was not at all afraid of Seth, and usually poured into his words all the querulousness which was repressed by her awe of Adam. Seth had never in his life spoken a harsh word to his mother, and timid people always wreak their peevishness on the gentle. But Seth, with an anxious look, had passed into the workshop and said, "Addy, how's this? What, father's forgot the coffin?" "Aye, lad, the old tale. But I shall get it done," said Adam, looking up and casting one of his bright, keen glances at his brother. "Why, what's the matter with thee? Thee't in trouble?" Seth's eyes were red, and there was a look of deep depression on his mild face. "Yes, Addie, but it's what must be borne and can't be helped. Why, thee'st never been to the school, then?" "School? No, that screw can wait," said Adam, hammering away again. "Let me take my turn now, and do thee go to bed," said Seth. "No, lad, I'd rather go on, now I'm in harness. Thee'd help me to carry it to Brox'on when it's done. I'll call thee up at sunrise. Go and eat thy supper, and shut the door, so as I mayn't hear mother's talk." Seth knew that Adam always meant what he said, and was not to be persuaded into meaning anything else. So he turned, with rather a heavy heart, into the house-place. "Adam's niver touched a bit of victual sin he's come home," said Lisbeth. "I reckon thee'st had thy supper at some of thy Methody folks." "Nay, mother," said Seth, "I've had no supper yet." "Come then," said Lisbeth, "but dunna thee eat the taters, for Adam'll happen ate them if I leave 'em standing. He loves a bit of taters and gravy, but he's been so sore and angered he wouldn't eat 'em, for all I'd putten 'em by a purpose for him. And he's been a-threatening to go away again," she went on, whimpering. "And I'm fast sure he'll go some dawning afore I'm up, and niver let me know aforehand, and he'll never come back again when once he's gone. And I'd better niver had a son, as is like no other body's son for the deftness and the handiness, and so looked on by the great folks, and tall and upright like a poplar tree, and me to be parted from him and niver see him no more." "Come, mother, dunna grieve thyself in vain," said Seth, in a soothing voice. "Thee'st not half so good reason to think as Adam'll go away as to think he'll stay with thee. He may say such a thing when he's in wrath, and he's got excuse for being wrathful sometimes, but his heart 'ud never let him go. Think how he stood by us all when it's been none so easy, paying his savings to free me from going for a soldier, and turning his earnings into wood for father, when he's got plenty o' uses for his own money, and many a young man like him 'ud have been married and settled before now. He'll never turn round and knock down his own work and forsake them as it's been the labour of his life to stand by." "Dunna talk to me about his marrying," said Lisbeth, crying afresh. "He sets heart on that Hetty Sorrel, as'll niver save a penny, and 'ull toss up her head at's old mother. And to think as he might ha' had Mary Burge, and be took partners, and be a big man wi' workmen under him like Mr. Burge. Dolly's told me so o'er and o'er again. If it warna as he sets heart on that bit of a wench, as is no more use nor the gillyflower on the wall. And he's so wise at booking and figuring, and not to know no better nor that." "But, mother, thee knowst we canna love just where other folks 'ud have us. There's nobody but God can control the heart of man. I could ha' wished myself as Adam could ha' made another choice, but I won't reproach him for what he can't help. And I'm not sure but what he tries to overcome it. But it's a matter as he doesn't like to be spoke to about, and I can only pray to the Lord to bless and direct him." "Aye, thee't allays ready enough at praying, but I dunna see as thee gets much with thy praying. Thee wunna get double earnings o' this side Yule. The Methodies'll never make thee half the man thy brother is, for all they're making a preacher on thee." "It's partly truth thee speaks there, mother," said Seth mildly. "Adam's far before me, and's done more for me than I can ever do for him. God distributes talents to every man according as he sees good. But thee mustna undervalue prayer. Prayer mayna bring money, but it brings us what no money can buy, a power to keep from sin and be content with God's will, whatever he may please to send. If thee wouldst pray to God to help thee, and trust in his goodness, thee wouldstna be so uneasy about things." "Unaisy? I'm i' the right on it to be unaisy. It's well seen on thee what it is niver to be unaisy. Thee'd gi' away all thy earnings, and niver be unaisy as thee'st nothing laid up again a rainy day. If Adam had been as aisy as thee, he'd never ha' had no money to pay for thee. Take no thought for the morrow, take no thought. That's what thee'd always saying, and what comes on it. Why is Adam as to take thought for thee?" "Those are the words of the Bible, mother," said Seth. "They don't mean as we should be idle. They mean we shouldn't be over-anxious and worriting ourselves about what'll happen tomorrow, but do our duty and leave the rest to God's will." "Aye, aye, that's the way with thee. Thee always makes a peck o' thy own words out o' a pint o' the Bible's." "I dunna see how thee to know as take no thought for the morrow means all that. And when the Bible's such a big book and thee canst read all through it, and ha' the pick o' the texts, I canna think why thee doesna pick better words as dunna mean so much more nor they say. Adam doesna pick that un. I can understand the text as he's allays a-saying, God helps them as helps their sins." "Nay, mother," said Seth, "that's no text of the Bible. It comes out of a book as Adam picked up at the stall at Treddleston. It was wrote by a knowing man, but over-worldly, I doubt. However, that saying's partly true, for the Bible tells us we must be workers together with God." "Well, how am I to know? It sounds like a text. But what's the matter with the lad? Thee'd hardly aten a bit o' supper. Dost thee mean to ha' no more nor that bit o' oatcake? And thee look'st as white as a flick o' new bacon. What's the matter with thee?" "Nothing to mind about, mother. I'm not hungry. I'll just look in at Adam again and see if he'll let me go on with the coffin." "Ha' a drop o' warm broth?" said Lisbeth, whose motherly feeling now got the better of her nattering habit. "I'll set 2-3 sticks alight in a minute." "Nay, mother, thank thee. Thee't very good," said Seth gratefully, and encouraged by this touch of tenderness, he went on. "Let me pray a bit with thee for father, and Adam, and all of us. It'll comfort thee, happen more than thee think'st." "Well, I've nothing to say again it." Lisbeth, though disposed always to take the negative side in her conversations with Seth, had a vague sense that there was some comfort and safety in the fact of his piety, and that it somehow relieved her from the trouble of any spiritual transactions on her own behalf. So the mother and son knelt down together, and Seth prayed for the poor wandering father, and for those who were sorrowing for him at home. And when he came to the petition that Adam might never be called to set up his tent in a far country, but that his mother might be cheered and comforted by his presence all the days of her pilgrimage, Lisbeth's ready tears flowed again, and she wept aloud. When they rose from their knees, Seth went to Adam again and said, "Wilt only lie down for an hour or two, and let me go on the while?" "No, Seth, no. Make mother go to bed, and go thyself." Meantime Lisbeth had dried her eyes, and now followed Seth, holding something in her hands. It was the brown and yellow platter containing the baked potatoes with the gravy in them, and bits of meat which she had cut and mixed among them. Those were dear times, when wheaten bread and fresh meat were delicacies to working people. She set the dish down rather timidly on the bench by Adam's side, and said, "Thee canst pick a bit while thee't working. I'll bring thee another drop o' water." "Aye, mother, do," said Adam kindly. "I'm getting very thirsty." In half an hour all was quiet. No sound was to be heard in the house but the loud ticking of the old day clock and the ringing of Adam's tools. The night was very still. When Adam opened the door to look out at 12 o'clock, the only motion seemed to be in the glowing, twinkling stars. Every blade of grass was asleep. Bodily haste and exertion usually leave our thoughts very much at the mercy of our feelings and imagination, and it was so to-night with Adam. While his muscles were working lustily, his mind seemed as passive as a spectator at a diorama. Scenes of the sad past, and probably sad future, floating before him and giving place one to the other in swift succession. He saw how it would be tomorrow morning, when he had carried the coffin to Broxton and was at home again, having his breakfast. His father perhaps would come in, ashamed to meet his son's glance, would sit down, looking older and more tottering than he had done the morning before, and hang down his head, examining the floor quarries, while Lisbeth would ask him how he supposed the coffin had been got ready, that he had slinked off and left undone, for Lisbeth was always the first to utter the word of reproach, though she cried at Adam's severity toward his father. So it will go on, worsening and worsening, thought Adam. There's no slipping uphill again, and no standing still when once you've begun to slip down. And then the day came back to him when he was a little fellow and used to run by his father's side, proud to be taken out to work, and prouder still to hear his father boasting to his fellow workmen how the little chap had an uncommon notion o' carpentering. What a fine active fellow his father was then! When people asked Adam whose little lad he was, he had a sense of distinction as he answered, "I'm Thias Bede's lad." He was quite sure everybody knew Thias Bede. Didn't he make the wonderful pigeon house at Broxton parsonage? Those were happy days, especially when Seth, who was 3 years the younger, began to go out working too, and Adam began to be a teacher as well as a learner. But then came the days of sadness, when Adam was some way on in his teens, and Thias began to loiter at the public houses, and Lisbeth began to cry at home, and to pour forth her plaints in the hearing of her sons. Adam remembered well the night of shame and anguish when he first saw his father quite wild and foolish, shouting a song out fitfully among his drunken companions at the wagon overthrown. He had run away once, when he was only 18, making his escape in the morning twilight with a little blue bundle over his shoulder and his mensuration book in his pocket, and saying to himself very decidedly that he could bear the vexations of home no longer. He would go and seek his fortune, setting up his stick at the crossways and bending his steps the way it fell. But by the time he got to Stoniton, the thought of his mother and Seth, left behind to endure everything without him, became too importunate, and his resolution failed him. He came back the next day, but the misery and terror his mother had gone through in those 2 days had haunted her ever since. "No," Adam said to himself to-night, "that must never happen again. It'd make a poor balance when my doings are cast up at the last, if my poor old mother stood o' the wrong side. My back's broad enough and strong enough. I should be no better than a coward to go away and leave the troubles to be borne by them as aren't half so able. They that are strong ought to bear the infirmities of those that are weak, and not to please themselves. There's a text wants no candle to show it. It shines by its own light. It's plain enough you get into the wrong road of this life if you run after this and that only for the sake of making things easy and pleasant to yourself. A pig may poke his nose into the trough and think o' nothing outside it, but if you've got a man's heart and soul in you, you can't be easy o' making your own bed and leaving the rest to lie on the stones. Nay, I'll never slip my neck out of the yoke and leave the load to be drawn by the weak uns. Father's a sore cross to me, and's likely to be for many a long year to come. What then? I've got the health and the limbs and the sperrit to bear it." At this moment a smart rap, as if with a willow wand, was given at the house door, and Gyp, instead of barking as might have been expected, gave a loud howl. Adam, very much startled, went at once to the door and opened it. Nothing was there. All was still as when he opened it an hour before. The leaves were motionless, and the light of the stars showed the placid fields on both sides of the brook quite empty of visible life. Adam walked round the house, and still saw nothing except a rat, which darted into the woodshed as he passed. He went in again, wondering. The sound was so peculiar that the moment he heard it, it called up the image of the willow wand striking the door. He could not help a little shudder, as he remembered how often his mother had told him of just such a sound coming as a sign when someone was dying. Adam was not a man to be gratuitously superstitious, but he had the blood of the peasant in him as well as of the artisan, and a peasant can no more help believing in a traditional superstition than a horse can help trembling when he sees a camel. Besides, he had that mental combination which is at once humble in the region of mystery and keen in the region of knowledge. It was the depth of his reverence quite as much as his hard common sense which gave him his disinclination to doctrinal religion, and he often checked such argumentative spiritualism by saying, it's a big mystery, thee knowest but little about it. And so it happened that Adam was at once penetrating and credulous. If a new building had fallen down, and he had been told that this was divine judgment, he would have said, "May be, but the bearing of the roof and walls wasn't right, else it wouldn't have come down." Yet he believed in dreams and prognostics, and to his dying day he bated his breath a little when he told the story of the stroke with the willow wand. I tell it as he told it, not attempting to reduce it to its natural elements. In our eagerness to explain impressions, we often lose our hold of the sympathy that comprehends them. But he had the best antidote against imaginative dread in the necessity for getting on with the coffin, and for the next 10 minutes his hammer was ringing so uninterruptedly that other sounds, if there were any, might well be overpowered. A pause came, however, when he had to take up his ruler, and now again came the strange rap, and again Gyp howled. Adam was at the door without the loss of a moment, but again all was still, and the starlight showed there was nothing but the dew-laden grass in front of the cottage. Adam for a moment thought uncomfortably about his father, but of late years he had never come home at dark hours from Treddleston, and there was every reason for believing that he was then sleeping off his drunkenness at the wagon overthrown. Besides, to Adam the conception of the future was so inseparable from the painful image of his father that the fear of any fatal accident to him was excluded by the deeply infixed fear of his continual degradation. The next thought that occurred to him was one that made him slip off his shoes and tread lightly upstairs to listen at the bedroom doors. But both Seth and his mother were breathing regularly. Adam came down and set to work again, saying to himself, "I won't open the door again. It's no use staring about to catch sight of a sound. Maybe there's a world about us as we can't see, but the ear's quicker than the eye and catches a sound from it now and then. Some people think they got a sight on it too, but they're mostly folks whose eyes are not much use to 'em at anything else. For my part, I think it's better to see when your perpendicular's true than to see a ghost." Such thoughts as these are apt to grow stronger and stronger as daylight quenches the candles and the birds begin to sing. By the time the red sunlight shone on the brass nails that formed the initials on the lid of the coffin, any lingering foreboding from the sound of the willow wand was merged in satisfaction that the work was done and the promise redeemed. There was no need to call Seth, for he was already moving overhead, and presently came downstairs. "Now, lad," said Adam, as Seth made his appearance, "the coffin's done, and we can take it over to Brox'on and be back again before 6:30. I'll take a mouthful of oatcake, and then we'll be off." The coffin was soon propped on the tall shoulders of the two brothers, and they were making their way, followed close by Gyp, out of the little wood-yard into the lane at the back of the house. It was but about 1.5 miles to Brox'on over the opposite slope, and their road wound very pleasantly along lanes and across fields, where the pale woodbines and the dog-roses were scenting the hedgerows, and the birds were twittering and trilling in the tall leafy boughs of oak and elm. It was a strangely mingled picture, the fresh youth of the summer morning, with its Eden-like peace and loveliness, the stalwart strength of the two brothers in their rusty working clothes, and the long coffin on their shoulders. They paused for the last time before a small farmhouse outside the village of Brox'on. By 6 o'clock the task was done, the coffin nailed down, and Adam and Seth were on their way home. They chose a shorter way homewards, which would take them across the fields and the brook in front of the house. Adam had not mentioned to Seth what had happened in the night, but he still retained sufficient impression from it himself to say, "Seth, lad, if father isn't come home by the time we've had our breakfast, I think it'll be as well for thee to go over to Treddles'on and look after him, and thee canst get me the brass wire I want. Never mind about losing an hour at thy work, we can make that up. What dost say?" "I'm willing," said Seth, "but see what clouds have gathered since we set out. I'm thinking we shall have more rain." "It'll be a sore time for the haymaking if the meadows are flooded again. The brook's fine and full now. Another day's rain 'ud cover the plank, and we should have to go round by the road." They were coming across the valley now, and had entered the pasture through which the brook ran. "Why, what's that sticking against the willow?" continued Seth, beginning to walk faster. Adam's heart rose to his mouth. The vague anxiety about his father was changed into a great dread. He made no answer to Seth, but ran forward, preceded by Gyp, who began to bark uneasily, and in 2 moments he was at the bridge. This was what the omen meant then, and the grey-haired father, of whom he had thought with a sort of hardness a few hours ago, as certain to live to be a thorn in his side, was perhaps even then struggling with that watery death. This was the first thought that flashed through Adam's conscience, before he had time to seize the coat and drag out the tall, heavy body. Seth was already by his side, helping him, and when they had it on the bank, the two sons in the first moment knelt and looked with mute awe at the glazed eyes, forgetting that there was need for action, forgetting everything but that their father lay dead before them. Adam was the first to speak. "I'll run to mother," he said, in a loud whisper. "I'll be back to thee in a minute." Poor Lisbeth was busy preparing her sons' breakfast, and their porridge was already steaming on the fire. Her kitchen always looked the pink of cleanliness, but this morning she was more than usually bent on making her hearth and breakfast table look comfortable and inviting. "The lads'll be fine and hungry," she said half aloud, as she stirred the porridge. "It's a good step to Brox'on, and it's hungry air over the hill, with that heavy coffin too. It's heavier now with poor Bob Fuller in it. However, I've made a dret more porridge nor common this morning. The feyther'll happen to come in arter a bit. Not as he'll ate much porridge. He swallers 6 penn'orth of ale and saves a ha'porth of porridge. That's his way of laying by money, as I've told him many a time, and am likely to tell him again before the day's out. Ah, poor mun, he takes it quiet enough, there's no denying that." But now Lisbeth heard the heavy thud of a running footstep on the turf, and turning quickly towards the door, she saw Adam enter, looking so pale and overwhelmed that she screamed aloud and rushed towards him before he had time to speak. "Hush, mother," Adam said, rather hoarsely. "Don't be frightened. Father's tumbled into the water. Belike we may bring him round again. Seth and me are going to carry him in, get a blanket, and make it as hot as the fire." In reality, Adam was convinced that his father was dead, but he knew there was no other way of repressing his mother's impetuous wailing grief than by occupying her with some active task which had hope in it. He ran back to Seth, and the two sons lifted the sad burden in heart-stricken silence. The wide-open glazed eyes were grey, like Seth's, and had once looked with mild pride on the boys before whom Thias had lived to hang his head in shame. Seth's chief feeling was awe and distress at this sudden snatching away of his father's soul, but Adam's mind rushed back over the past in a flood of relenting and pity. When death, the great reconciler, has come, it is never our tenderness that we repent of, but our severity. End of chapter 4.
Bede, by George Eliot. Chapter 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 5. The Rector. Before 12 o'clock there had been some heavy storms of rain, and the water lay in deep gutters on the side of the gravel walks in the garden of Broxton Parsonage. The great Provence roses had been cruelly tossed by the wind and beaten by the rain, and all the delicate-stemmed border flowers had been dashed down and stained with the wet soil. A melancholy morning, because it was nearly time hay harvest should begin, and instead of that the meadows were likely to be flooded. But people who have pleasant homes get indoor enjoyments that they would never think of but for the rain. If it had not been a wet morning, Mr. Irwine would not have been in the dining-room playing at chess with his mother, and he loves both his mother and chess quite well enough to pass some cloudy hours very easily by their help. Let me take you into that dining-room and show you the Reverend Adolphus Irwine, rector of Broxton, vicar of Hayslope, and vicar of Blythe, a pluralist at whom the severest church reformer would have found it difficult to look sour. We will enter very softly and stand still in the doorway, without awaking the glossy brown setter who is stretched across the hearth, with her 2 puppies beside her, or the pug who is dozing with his black muzzle aloft like a sleepy president. The room is a large and lofty one, with an ample, mullioned, oriel window at one end. The walls you see are new and not yet painted, but the furniture, though originally of an expensive sort, is old and scanty, and there is no drapery about the window. The crimson cloth over the large dining table is very threadbare, though it contrasts pleasantly enough with the dead hue of the plaster on the walls. But on this cloth there is a massive silver waiter with a decanter of water on it, of the same pattern as 2 larger ones that are propped up on the sideboard, with a coat of arms conspicuous in their centre. You suspect at once that the inhabitants of this room have inherited more blood than wealth, and would not be surprised to find that Mr. Irwine had a finely cut nostril and upper lip, but at present we can only see that he has a broad, flat back and an abundance of powdered hair, all thrown backward and tied behind with a black ribbon, a bit of conservatism in costume which tells you that he is not a young man. He will perhaps turn round by and by, and in the meantime we can look at that stately old lady, his mother, a beautiful aged brunette, whose rich toned complexion is well set off by the complex wrappings of pure white cambric and lace about her head and neck. She is as erect in her comely embonpoint as a statue of Ceres, and her dark face, with its delicate aquiline nose, firm proud mouth, and small intense black eye, is so keen and sarcastic in its expression that you instinctively substitute a pack of cards for the chessmen and imagine her telling your fortune. The small brown hand with which she is lifting her queen is laden with pearls, diamonds, and turquoises, and a large black veil is very carefully adjusted over the crown of her cap, and falls in sharp contrast on the white folds about her neck. It must take a long time to dress that old lady in the morning, but it seems a law of nature that she should be dressed so. She is clearly one of those children of royalty who have never doubted their right divine, and never met with anyone so absurd as to question it. "There, Dauphin, tell me what that is," says the magnificent old lady as she deposits her queen very quietly and folds her arms. "I should be sorry to utter a word disagreeable to your feelings." "Ah, you witch mother, you sorceress! How is a Christian man to win a game off you? I should have sprinkled the board with holy water before we began. You've not won that game by fair means now, so don't pretend it." "Yes, yes, that's what the beaten have always said of great conquerors. But see, there's the sunshine falling on the board to show you more clearly what a foolish move you made with the pawn. Come, shall I give you another chance?" "No, mother, I shall leave you to your own conscience now it's clearing up. We must go and plash up the mud a little, mustn't we, Juno?" This was addressed to the brown setter, who had jumped up at the sound of the voices and laid her nose in an insinuating way on her master's leg. "But I must go upstairs first and see Anne. I was called away to Tholer's funeral just as I was going before." "It's of no use, child, she can't speak to you. Kate says she has one of her worst headaches this morning." "Oh, she likes me to go and see her just the same. She's never too ill to care about that." If you know how much of human speech is mere purposeless impulse or habit, you will not wonder when I tell you that this identical objection had been made, and had received the same kind of answer, many hundred times in the course of the 15 years that Mr. Irwine's sister Anne had been an invalid. Splendid old ladies who take a long time to dress in the morning have often a slight sympathy with sickly daughters. But while Mr. Irwine was still seated, leaning back in his chair and stroking Juno's head, the servant came to the door and said, "If you please, sir, Joshua Rann wishes to speak with you, if you are at liberty." "Let him be shown in here," said Mrs. Irwine, taking up her knitting. "I always like to hear what Mr. Rann has got to say. His shoes will be dirty, but see that he wipes them, Carol." In 2 minutes Mr. Rann appeared at the door with very deferential bows, which, however, were far from conciliating Pug, who gave a sharp bark and ran across the room to reconnoitre the stranger's legs, while the two puppies, regarding Mr. Rann's prominent calf and ribbed worsted stockings from a more sensuous point of view, plunged and growled over them in great enjoyment. Meantime Mr. Irwine turned round in his chair and said, "Well, Joshua, anything the matter at Hayslope, that you've come over this damp morning? Sit down, sit down. Never mind the dogs. Give them a friendly kick. Here, Pug, you rascal." It is very pleasant to see some men turn around. Pleasant as a sudden rush of warm air in winter, or the flash of firelight in the chill dusk. Mr. Irwine was one of those men. He bore the same sort of resemblance to his mother that our loving memory of a friend's face often bears to the face itself. The lines were all more generous, the smile brighter, the expression heartier. If the outline had been less finely cut, his face might have been called jolly, but that was not the right word for its mixture of bonhomie and distinction. "Thank your reverence," answered Mr. Rann, endeavouring to look unconcerned about his legs, but shaking them alternately to keep off the puppies. "I'll stand, if you please, as more becoming. I hope I see you and Mrs. Irwine well, and Miss Irwine, and Miss Anne, I hope, as well as usual." "Yes, Joshua, thank you. You see how blooming my mother looks. She beats us younger people hollow. But what's the matter?" "Well, sir, I had come to Brox on to deliver some works, and I thought it but right to call and let you know the goings-on as there's been in the village, such as I hadn't seen in my time. And I've lived in it, man and boy, 60 year come St. Thomas, and collected the Easter dues from Mr. Blick before your reverence come into the parish, and been on the rigging and the every bell, and the digging every grave, and sung in the choir long before Bartle Massey came from nobody knows where, with his countess singing, and his fine anthems, and as puts everybody out but himself, one taking up after another like a sheep a-bleating at the fold. I know what belongs to being a parish clerk, and I know as I should be wanting in respect to your reverence, and church and king, if I was to allow such goings on without speaking. I was took by surprise, and knowed nothing on it beforehand, and I was so flustered I was clean as if I'd lost my tools. I hadn't slept more than 4 hours this night as it passed and gone, and then it was nothing but a nightmare as tired me worse nor waking." "Why, what in the world is the matter, Joshua? Have the thieves been at the church again?" "Thieves? No, sir, and yet, as I may say, it is thieves, and a thief in the church too. It's the Methodists as is like to get the upper hand in the parish if your reverence and his honour Squire Donathorne dunna think well to say the word and forbid it. Not as I dictating to you, sir. I'm not forgetting myself so far as to be wise above my betters. However, whether I'm wise or no, that's neither here nor there, but what I've got to say, I say, as the young Methodist woman as is Mr. Poyers was a-preaching and a-praying on the green last night, as sure as I'm a-standing before your reverence now." "Preaching on the green?" said Mr. Irwine, looking surprised but quite serene. "What, that pale young woman I've seen at Poyser's? I saw she was a Methodist or Quaker or something of that sort by her dress, but I didn't know she was a preacher." "It's a true word as I say, sir," rejoined Mr. Rann, compressing his mouth into a semicircular form, and pausing long enough to indicate 3 notes of exclamation. "She preached on the green last night, and she laid hold of Chad's best as the girl been a fit swelly ever sin. Well, Bessie Crange is a hearty-looking lass. I dare say she'll come around again, Joshua. Did anybody else go into fits?" No, sir, I cannot say as I did, but there's no knowing what'll come, if we're to have such preaching as that going on every week. There'll be no living in the village, for them Methodists make folks believe as they take a mug of drink extra and make themselves a bit comfortable. They'll have to go to hell for it, sure as they're born. I'm not a tippling man nor a drunkard, nobody could say it on me, but I like extra quart at Easter or Christmas time, and it's natural when we're going the round a singing and folks offer you for nothing, or when I'm a-collecting the dues, and I like a point with my pipe, and a neighbourly chat at Mr. Caston's now and then, for I was brought up in the church, thank God. I've been a parish clerk this 32 year. I should know what the church religion is. Well, what's your advice, Joshua? What do you think should be done? Well, your reverence, I'm not for taking any measures again the young woman. She's well enough if she'd let alone preaching, as I hear she's a-going away back to her own country soon. She's Mr. Poyse's own niece, and I don't wish to say was always disrespectful of the family of the Hall Farm as I measured for shoes, little and big, Willie, ever since I've been a shoemaker. Well, there's that Will Maskery, sir, as is the rampageous Methodist as can be, and I make no doubt it was him as stirred up the young woman to preach last night, and he'll be bringing other folks to preach from Treddles on, if his comb ain't cut a bit, and I think as he should be let know as he isn't have the making and amending the church carts and implements, let alone staying in that house as yard as Squire Donnithorne's. Well, but you say yourself, Joshua, that you never knew anyone come to preach on the green before. Why should you think they'll come again? The Methodists don't come to preach in little villages like Hayslope, where there's only a handful of labourers too tired to listen to them. They might as well go and preach on the Binton Hills. Will Maskery is no preacher himself, I think. Nay, sir, he's no gift at stringing the words together without a book. He'll be struck fast like a cow with wet clay, but he's got tongue enough to speak disrespectful about neighbours, for he said as I was blind Pharisee, a-using the Bible that way to find nicknames for folks as are his elders and betters, and what's worse, he's been heard to say very unbecoming words about your reverence, for I could bring them as 'ud swear he called you a dumb dog and an idle shepherd. You'll forgive me for saying such things over again. Better not, Joshua. Let evil words die as soon as they're spoken. Will Maskery might be a great deal worse fellow than he is. He used to be a wild, drunken rascal, neglecting his work and beating his wife, they told me. Now he's thrifty and decent, and he and his wife look comfortable together. If you can bring me any proof that he interferes with his neighbours and creates any disturbance, I shall think it my duty as a clergyman and a magistrate to interfere. But it wouldn't become wise people like you and me to be making a fuss about trifles, as if we thought the church was in danger because Will Maskery lets his tongue wag rather foolishly, or a young woman talks in a serious way to a handful of people on the green. We must live and let live, Joshua, in religion as well as in other things. You go on doing your duty as parish clerk and sexton, as well as you've always done it, and making those capital thick boots for your neighbours, and things won't go far wrong in Hayslope, depend on it. Your reverence is very good to say so, and I'm sensible as you're not living in the parish, there's more upon my shoulders. To be sure, and you must mind and not lower the church in people's eyes by seeming to be frightened about it for a little thing, Joshua. I shall trust to your good sense. Now to take no notice at all of what Will Maskery says, either about you or me. You and your neighbours can go on taking your pot of beer soberly when you've done your day's work like good churchmen, and if Will Maskery doesn't like to join you, but to go to a prayer meeting at Traddleston instead, let him. That's no business of yours, as long as he doesn't hinder you from doing what you like. And as to people saying a few idle words about us, we must not mind that, any more than the old church steeple minds the rooks cawing about it. Will Maskery comes to church every Sunday afternoon, and does his wheelwright's business steadily in the weekdays, and as long as he does that he must be less alone. Ah, sir, but when he comes to church he sits and shakes his head, and looks as sour as an coxy when we're a-singing, as I should like to fetch him a rap across the jowl, God forgive me, and Miss Irwine, and your reverence too, for speaking so afore you. And he said as our Christmas singing was no better nor the crackling of thorns under a pot. Well, he's got a bad ear for music, Joshua. When people have wooden heads, you know, it can't be helped. He won't bring the other people in Hayslope round to his opinion, while you go on singing as well as you do. Yes, sir, but it turns a man's stomach to hear the Scripture misused in that way. I know as much of the words of the Bible as he does, and could say the Psalms right through in my sleep if you was to pinch me. But I know better nor to take 'em to say it my own way with, I might as well take the sacrament cup home and use it as meals. That's a very sensible remark of yours, Joshua, but as I said before—" While Mr. Irwine was speaking, the sound of a booted step and the clink of a spur were heard on the stone floor of the entrance hall, and Joshua Rann moved hastily aside from the doorway to make room for someone who paused there, and said in a ringing tenor voice, "Godson Arthur, may he come in?" Come in, Godson," Mrs. Irwine answered in the deep half-masculine tone which belongs to the vigorous old woman, and there entered a young gentleman in a riding dress, with his right arm in a sling, whereupon followed that pleasant confusion of laughing interjections and hand-shakings and how are yous, mingled with joyous short barks and wagging of tails on the part of the canine members of the family, which tells us that the visitor is on the best terms with the visited. The young gentleman was Arthur Donnithorne, known in Hayslope variously as the young squire, the heir, and the captain. He was only a captain in the Loamshire militia, but to the Hayslope tenants he was more intensely a captain than all the young gentlemen of the same rank in His Majesty's regulars. He unshunned them as the planet Jupiter outshines the Milky Way. If you want to know more particularly how he looked, call to your remembrance some tawny-whiskered, brown-locked, clear-complexioned young Englishman whom you have met with in a foreign town, and have been proud of as a fellow countryman, well-washed, high-bred, white-handed, yet looking as if he could deliver well from the left shoulder and floor his man. I will not be so much of a tailor as to trouble your imagination with the difference of costume, and insist on the striped waistcoat, long-tailed coat, and low-topped boots. Turning round to take a chair, Captain Donnithorne said, "But don't let me interrupt Joshua's business. He has something to say." "Humbly you're begging your honour's pardon," said Joshua, bowing low. "There was one thing I had to say to his reverence, as other things had drove out my head." "Out with it, Joshua, quickly," said Mr. Irwine. "Belike, sir, you haven't heard as Thias Bede's dead, drowned this morning, or more like overnight, in the Willowbrook, agin the bridge, right before the house." "Ah!" exclaimed both gentlemen at once, as if they were a good deal interested in the information. And Seth Bede's been to me this morning, and he wished me to tell your reverence as his brother Adam begged of you particular to allow his father's grave to be dug by the Whitethorn, because his mother's set out on it on account of a dream she had, and they had come themselves to ask you, but they got so much to see after with the crown and that, and their mother's took on so, and wants to make sure o' the spot for fear somebody else should take it. And if your reverence sees well and good, I'll send my boy to tell him as soon as I get home, and that's why I make bold to trouble you with his honour being present." "To be sure, Joshua, to be sure, they shall have it. I'll ride round to Adam myself and see him. Send your boy, however, to say that they shall have the grave, lest anything should happen to detain me. And now, good morning, Joshua. Go into the kitchen and have some ale." "Poor old Thias," said Mr. Irwine when Joshua was gone. "I'm afraid the drink helped the brook to drown him. I should have been glad for the load to have been taken off my friend Adam's shoulders in a less painful way. That fine fellow has been propping up his father from ruin for the last 5 or 6 years." "He's a regular tramp, is Adam," said Captain Donnithorne. "When I was a little fellow, and Adam was a strapping lad of 15, and taught me carpenting, I used to think if ever I was a rich sultan I would make Adam my grand vizier. And I believe now he should bear the exaltation as well as any poor wise man in the Eastern story. If ever I live to be a large-acred man instead of a poor devil with a mortgaged allowance of pocket-money, I'll have Adam for my right hand. He shall manage my woods for me, for he seems to have a better notion of those things than any man I've ever met with, and I know he would make twice the money of them that my grandfather does, with that miserable old Satchel to manage, who understands no more about timber than an old carp. I've mentioned the subject to my grandfather once or twice, but for some reason or other he has a dislike to Adam, and I can do nothing. But come, your reverence, are you for a ride with me? It's splendid out of doors now. We could go to Adam's together if you like, but I want to call at the Hall Farm on my way to look at the whelps Poyser is keeping for me." "You must stay and have lunch first, Arthur," said Mrs. Irwine. "It's nearly 2. Carol will bring it in directly." "I want to go to the Hall Farm too," said Mr. Irwine, "to take another look at a little Methodist who is staying there. Joshua tells me she was preaching on the green last night." "Oh, by Jove," said Captain Donnithorne, laughing. "Why, she looks as quiet as a mouse. There's something rather striking about her, though. I positively felt quite bashful the first time I saw her. She was sitting stooping over her sewing in the sunshine outside the house when I rode up and called out, without noticing that she was a stranger, 'Is Martin Poyser at home, I declare?' when she got up and looked at me and just said, 'He's in the house, I believe. I'll go and call him.' I felt quite ashamed of having spoken so abruptly to her. She looked like St. Catherine in a Quaker dress. It's a type of face one rarely sees among our common people." "I should like to see the young woman, Dauphin," said Mrs. Irwine. "Make her come here on some pretext or other." "I don't know how I can manage that, mother. It will hardly do for me to patronize a Methodist preacher, even if she would consent to be patronized by an idle shepherd, as Will Maskery calls me. You should have come in a little sooner, Arthur, to hear Joshua's denunciation of his neighbour, Will Maskery. The old fellow wants me to excommunicate the wheelwright, and then deliver him over to the civil arm, that is to say, to your grandfather, to be turned out of house and yard. If I chose to interfere in this business now, I might get up as pretty a story of hatred and persecution as the Methodists need desire to publish in the next number of their magazine. It wouldn't take me much trouble to persuade Chad Cranage and half a dozen other bull-headed fellows that they would be doing an acceptable service to the church by hunting Will Maskery out of the village with rope ends and pitchforks, and then, when I had furnished them with half a sovereign to get gloriously drunk after their exertions, I should have put the climax to as pretty a farce as any of my brother clergy have set going in their parishes for the last 30 years. It's really insolent of the man, though, to call you an idle shepherd and a dumb dog," said Mrs. Irwine. "I should be inclined to check him a little there. You're too easy-tempered, Dauphin." "Why, mother, you don't think it would be a good way of sustaining my dignity to set about vindicating myself from the aspersions of Will Maskery? Besides, I'm not so sure they are aspersions. I am a lazy fellow, and get terribly heavy in my saddle, not to mention that I'm always spending more than I can afford in bricks and mortar, so that I get savage at a lame beggar when he asks me for sixpence. Those poor lean cobblers who think that they can help to regenerate mankind by setting out to preach in the morning twilight before they have begun their day's work may well have a poor opinion of me. But come, let us have our luncheon. Isn't Kate coming to lunch?" "Miss Irwine told Bridget to take her lunch upstairs," said Carol. "She can't leave Miss Anne." "Oh, very well. Tell Bridget to say I'll go up and see Miss Anne presently. You can use your right arm quite well now, Arthur," Mr. Irwine continued, observing that Captain Donnithorne had taken his arm out of the sling. "Yes, pretty well, but Goodwin insists on my keeping it up constantly for some time to come. I hope I shall be able to get away to the regiment, though, in the beginning of August. It is a desperately dull business being shut up at the Chase in the summer months, when one can neither hunt nor shoot, so as to make oneself pleasantly sleepy in the evening. However, we are to astonish the echoes on the 30th of July. My grandfather has given me carte blanche for once, and I promise you the entertainment shall be worthy of the occasion. The world shall not see the grand epoch of my majority twice. I think I shall have a lofty throne for you, grandmamma, or rather two, one in the lawn and another in the ballroom, that you may sit and look down upon us like an Olympian goddess. I mean to bring out my best brocade that I wore at your christening 20 years ago," said Mrs. Irwine. "I think I shall like your poor mother flitting about in her white dress, which looked to me almost like a shroud that very day, and it was her shroud only 3 months after, and your little cap and christening dress were buried with her too. She had set her heart on that, sweet soul. Thank God you take after your mother's family, Arthur. If you had been a puny, wiry, yellow baby, I wouldn't have stood grandmother to you. I should have been sure you would turn out a Donnithorne. But you were such a broad-faced, broad-chested, loud, screaming rascal. I knew you were every inch of you a tragedy." "But you might have been a little too hasty there, mother," said Mr. Irwine, smiling. "Don't you remember how it was with Juno's last pups? One of them was the very image of its mother, but it had 2 or 3 of its father's tricks notwithstanding. Nature is clever enough to cheat even you, mother." "Nonsense, child. Nature never makes a ferret in the shape of a mastiff. You'll never persuade me that I can't tell what men are by their outsides. If I don't like a man's looks, depend upon it I shall never like him. I don't want to know people that look ugly and disagreeable, any more than I want to taste dishes that look disagreeable. If they make me shudder at the first glance, I say, take them away. An ugly, piggish, or fishy eye now makes me feel quite ill. It's like a bad smell." "Talking of eyes," said Captain Donnithorne, That reminds me that I've got a book I meant to bring you, grandmamma. It came down in a parcel from London the other day. I know you are fond of queer wizard-like stories. It's a volume of poems, lyrical ballads. Most of them seem to be twaddling stuff, but the first is in a different style. The Ancient Mariner is the title. I can hardly make head or tail of it as a story, but it's a strange, striking thing. I'll send it over to you, and there are some other books that you may like, Irwine. Pamphlets about antinomianism and evangelicism, whatever they may be. I can't think what the fellow means by sending such things to me. I've written to him to desire that from henceforth he will send me no book or pamphlet on anything that ends with ism. Well, I don't know that I'm very fond of isms myself, but I may as well look at the pamphlets. They let one see what is going on. I have a little matter to attend to, Arthur, continued Mr. Irwine, rising to leave the room, and then I shall be ready to go out with you. The little matter that Mr. Irwine had to attend to took him up the stone staircase. Part of the house was very old, and made him pause before a door at which he knocked gently. "Come in," said a woman's voice, and he entered a room so darkened by blinds and curtains that Miss Kate, the thin middle-aged lady standing by the bedside, would not have had light enough for any other sort of work than knitting which lay on the little table near her. But at present she was doing what required only the dimmest light, sponging the aching head that lay on the pillow with fresh vinegar. It was a small face, that of the poor sufferer. Perhaps it had once been pretty, but now it was worn and sallow. Miss Kate came towards her brother and whispered, "Don't speak to her. She can't bear to be spoken to today." Anne's eyes were closed, and her brow contracted as if from intense pain. Mr. Irwine went to the bedside and took up one of the delicate hands and kissed it. A slight pressure from the small fingers told him that it was worth while to have come upstairs for the sake of doing that. He lingered a moment, looking at her, and then turned away and left the room, treading very gently. He had taken off his boots and put on slippers before he came upstairs. Whoever remembers how many things he has declined to do even for himself, rather than have the trouble of putting on or taking off his boots, will not think this last detail insignificant. And Mr. Irwine's sisters, as any person of the family within 10 miles of Broxton could have testified, were such stupid, uninteresting women. It was quite a pity handsome, clever Mrs. Irwine should have had such commonplace daughters. That fine old lady herself was worth driving 10 miles to see any day. Her beauty, her well-preserved faculties, and her old-fashioned dignity made her a graceful subject for conversation in turn with the King's health. The sweet new patterns in cotton dresses, the news from Egypt, and Lord Dacey's lawsuit, which was fretting poor Lady Dacey to death. But no one ever thought of mentioning the Miss Irwines, except the poor people in Broxton village, who regarded them as deep in the science of medicine, and spoke of them vaguely as the gentlefolks. If anyone had asked old Job Domelo who gave him his flannel jacket, he would have answered, "The gentlefolks last winter." And Widow Steene dwelt much on the virtues of the stuff the gentlefolks gave her for her cough. Under this name, too, they were used to great effect as a means of taming refractory children, so that the sight of poor Miss Anne's sallow face, several small urchins had a terrified sense that she was cognizant of all their worst misdemeanours, and knew the precise number of stones with which they had intended to hit Farmer Britain's ducks. But for all who saw them through a less mythical medium, the Miss Irwines were quite superfluous existences, inartistic figures crowding the canvas of life without adequate effect. Miss Anne, indeed, if her chronic headaches could have been accounted for by a pathetic story of disappointed love, might have had some romantic interest attached to her, but no such story had either been known or invented concerning her, and the general impression was quite in accordance with the fact that both the sisters were old maids, for the prosaic reason that they had never received an eligible offer. Nevertheless, to speak paradoxically, the existence of insignificant people has very important consequences in the world. It can be shown to affect the price of bread and the rate of wages, to call forth many evil tempers from the selfish and many heroisms from the sympathetic, and, in other ways, to play no small part in the tragedy of life. And if that handsome, generous-blooded clergyman, the Reverend Adolphus Irwine, had not had these two hopelessly maiden sisters, his lot would have been shaped quite differently. He would very likely have taken a comely wife in his youth, and now, when his hair was getting grey under the powder, would have had tall sons and blooming daughters, such possessions in turn as men commonly think will repay them for all the labour they take under the sun. As it was, having with all his 3 livings no more than 700 a year, and seeking no way of keeping his splendid mother and his sickly sister, not to reckon a second sister, who was usually spoken of without any adjective, in such ladylike ease as became their birth and habits, and at the same time providing for a family of his own. He remained, you see, at the age of 48 a bachelor, not making any merit of that renunciation, but saying laughingly, if anyone alluded to it, that he had made an excuse for many indulgences which a wife would never have allowed him. And perhaps he was the only person in the world who did not think his sisters uninteresting and superfluous, for his was one of those large-hearted, sweet-blooded natures that never know a narrow or a grudging thought, Epicurean, if you will, with no enthusiasm, no self-scourging sense of duty, but yet, as you have seen, of a sufficiently subtle moral fibre to have an unwearying tenderness for obscure and monotonous suffering. It was his large-hearted indulgence that made him ignore his mother's hardness towards her daughters, which was the more striking from its contrast with her doting fondness towards himself. He held it no virtue to frown at irremediable faults. See the difference between the impression a man makes on you when you walk by his side in familiar talk, or look at him in his home, and the figure he makes when seen from a lofty historical level, or even in the eyes of a critical neighbour who thinks of him as an embodied system or opinion rather than as a man. Mr. Rowe, the travelling preacher stationed at Treddleston, had included Mr. Irwine in a general statement concerning the church clergy in the surrounding district, whom he described as men given up to the lusts of the flesh and the pride of life, hunting and shooting and adorning their houses, asking what shall we eat and what shall we drink and wherewithal shall we be clothed, careless of dispensing the bread of life to their flocks, preaching at best but a carnal and soul-benumbing morality, and trafficking in the souls of men by receiving money for discharging the pastoral office in parishes where they did not as much as look on the faces of the people more than once a year. The ecclesiastical historian, too, looking into parliamentary reports of that period, finds honourable members zealous for the church and untainted with any sympathy for the tribe of canting Methodists, making statements scarcely less melancholy than that of Mr. Rowe. And it is impossible for me to say that Mr. Irwine was altogether belied by the general classification assigned him. He really had no very lofty aims, no theological enthusiasm. If I were closely questioned, I should be obliged to confess that he felt no serious alarms about the souls of his parishioners, and would have thought it a mere loss of time to talk in a doctrinal and awakening matter to old Father Thaft, or even to Chad Cranage the blacksmith. If he had been in the habit of speaking theoretically, he would perhaps have said that the only healthy form religion could take in such minds was that of certain dim but strong emotions, suffusing themselves as a hallowing influence over the family affections and neighbourly duties. He thought the custom of baptism more important than its doctrine, and that the religious benefits the peasant drew from the church where his fathers worshipped, and the sacred piece of turf where they lay buried, were but slightly dependent on a clear understanding of liturgy or the sermon. Clearly the rector was not what is called in these days an earnest man. He was fonder of church history than of divinity, and had much more insight into men's characters than interest in their opinions. He was neither laborious nor obviously self-denying, nor very copious in alms-giving, and his theology, you perceive, was lax. His mental palate, indeed, was rather pagan, and found the savouriness in a quotation from Sophocles or Theocritus that was quite absent from any text in Isaiah or Amos. But if you feed your young setter on raw flesh, how can you wonder at its retaining a relish for uncooked partridge in after-life? And Mr. Irwine's recollections of young enthusiasm and ambition were all associated with poetry and ethics that lay aloof from the Bible. On the other hand, I must plead, for I have an affectionate partiality towards the rector's memory, that he was not vindictive, and some philanthropists have been so, and that he was not intolerant. There is a rumour that some zealous theologians have not been altogether free from that blemish, and although he would probably have declined to give his body to be burned in any public cause, and was far from bestowing all his goods to feed the poor, he had that charity which has sometimes been lacking to very illustrious virtue. He was tender to other men's failings, and unwilling to impute evil. He was one of those men, and they are not the commonest, of whom we can know the best only by following them away from the market-place, the platform, and the pulpit, entering with them into their own homes, hearing the voice with which they speak to the young and aged about their own hearthstone, and witnessing their thoughtful care for the everyday wants of everyday complaints, who take all their kindness as a matter of course, and not as a subject for panegyric. Such men happily have lived in times when great abuses flourished, and have sometimes even been the living representatives of the abuses. That is a thought which might comfort us a little under the opposite fact, that it is better sometimes not to follow great reformers of abuses beyond the thresholds of their homes. But whatever you think of Mr. Irwine now, if you had met him that June afternoon, riding on his grey cob, with his dogs running beside him, portly, upright, manly, with a good-natured smile on his finely turned lips as he talked to his dashing young companion on the bay mare, you must have felt that, however ill he harmonized with sound theories of the clerical office, he somehow harmonized extremely well with that peaceful landscape. See them in the bright sunlight, interrupted every now and then by rolling masses of cloud, ascending the slope from the Broxton side, where the tall gables and elms of the refectory predominate over the tiny, whitewashed church. They will soon be in the parish of Hayslope. The grey church tower and village roofs lie before them to the left, and farther on to the right they can just see the chimneys of the Hall Farm. This ends Chapter 5 of Adam Bede by George Eliot.
Chapter 6 of Adam Bede. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Adam Bede by George Eliot. The Hall Farm. Evidently the gate is never opened, for the long grass and the great hemlocks grow close against it. And if it were opened, it is so rusty that the force necessary to turn it on its hinges would be likely to pull down the square stone-built pillars, to the detriment of the two stone lionesses, which grin with a doubtful carnivorous affability above a coat of arms surmounting each of the pillars. It would be easy enough, by the aid of the nicks in the stone pillars, to climb over the brick wall with its smooth stone coping. But by putting our eyes to the rusty bars of the gate, we can see the house well enough, and all but the very corners of the grassy enclosure. It is a very fine old place, of red brick, softened by a pale, powdery lichen, which has dispersed itself with happy irregularity, so as to bring the red brick into terms of friendly companionship with the limestone ornaments surrounding the three gables, the windows, and the door-place. But the windows are patched with wooden panes, and the door, I think, is like the gate. It is never opened. How it would groan and grate against the floor if it were! For it is a solid, heavy, handsome door, and must once have been in the habit of shutting with a sonorous bang behind the liveried lackey who had just seen his master and mistress off the grounds in a carriage and pair. But at present one might fancy the house in the early stage of a chancery suit, and that the fruit from that grand double row of walnut trees on the right hand of the enclosure would fall and rot among the grass, if it were not that we heard the booming bark of dogs echoing from the great buildings at the back. And now the half-weaned calves that have been sheltering themselves in a gorse-built hovel against the left-hand wall come out and set up a silly answer to that terrible bark, doubtless supposing that it has reference to buckets of milk. Yes, the house must be inhabited, and we will see by whom, for imagination is a licensed trespasser. It has no fear of dogs, but may climb over walls and peep in windows with impunity. Put your face to one of the glass panes in the right-hand window. What do you see? A large open fireplace with rusty dogs in it, and a bare boarded floor. At the far end, fleeces of wool stacked up. In the middle of the floor, some empty corn bags. That is the furniture of the dining room. And what through the left-hand window? Several clothes horses, a pillion, a spinning wheel, and an old box wide open and stuffed full of colored rags. At the edge of this box there lies a great wooden doll, which, so far as mutilation is concerned, bears a strong resemblance to the finest Greek sculpture, and especially in the total loss of its nose. Near it there's a little chair, and the butt end of a boy's leather long-lashed whip. The history of the house is plain now. It was once the residence of a country squire, whose family, probably dwindling down to mere spinsterhood, got merged in the more territorial name of Donnithorne. It was once the Hall. Now it is the Hall Farm. Like the life in some coast town that was once a watering place, and is now a port, where the genteel streets are silent and grass-grown, and the docks and warehouses are busy and resonant, the life of the Hall has changed its focus, and no longer radiates from the parlor, but from the kitchen and the farmyard. Plenty of life there, though this is the drowsiest time of the year, just before the hay harvest. And it is the drowsiest time of day, too, for it is close upon 3 by the sun, and it is 3:30 by Mrs. Poyser's handsome 8-day clock. But there is always a stronger sense of life when the sun is brilliant after rain. And now he is pouring down his beams, and making sparkles among the wet straw, and lighting up every patch of vivid green moss on the red tiles of the cowshed, and turning even the muddy water that is hurrying along the channel to the drain into a mirror for the yellow-billed ducks who are seizing the opportunity of getting a drink with as much body in it as possible. There is quite a concert of noises. The great bulldog, chained against the stables, is thrown into furious exasperation by the unwary approach of a cock too near the mouth of his kennel, and sends forth a thundering bark, which is answered by 2 foxhounds shut up in the opposite cowhouse. The old top-knotted hens, scratching with their chicks among the straw, set up a sympathetic croaking as the discomfited cock joins them. A sow with her brood, all very muddy to the legs and curled as to the tail, throws in some deep staccato notes. Our friends the calves are bleating from the home-croft. And, under all, the fine ear discerns the continuous hum of human voices. For the great barn doors are thrown wide open, and men are busy there mending the harness under the superintendence of Mr. Goby, the widow, otherwise saddler, who entertains them with the latest Treddleston gossip. It is certainly rather an unfortunate day that Alick, the shepherd, has chosen for having the widows, since the morning has turned out so wet, and Mrs. Poyser has spoken her mind pretty strongly as to the dirt which the extra number of men's shoes brought into the house at dinner-time. Indeed, she has not yet recovered her equanimity on the subject, though it is now nearly 3 hours since dinner, and the house is pretty clean again, as clean as everything else in that wonderful house-place, where the only chance of collecting a few grains of dust would be to climb on the salt coffer, and put your finger on the high mantel-shelf on which the glittering brass candlesticks are enjoying their summer sinecure. For at this time of year, of course, everyone goes to bed while it is yet light, or at least light enough to discern the outline of objects after you have bruised your shins against them. Surely nowhere else could an oak clock-case and an oak table have got such a polish by hand, genuine elbow polish, as Mrs. Poyser called it, for she thanks to God she never had any of your varnished rubbish in her house. Hetty Sorrel often took the opportunity, when her aunt's back was turned, of looking at the pleasing reflection of herself in those polished services, for the oak table was usually turned up like a screen, and was more for ornament than for use. And she could see herself sometimes in the great round pewter dishes that were ranged on the shelves above the long deal dinner table, or in the hobs of the grate, which always shone like jasper. Everything was looking at its brightest at this moment, for the sun shone right on the pewter dishes, and from their reflecting surfaces pleasant jets of light were thrown on mellow oak and bright brass, and on a still pleasanter object than these, for some of the rays fell on Dinah's finely moulded cheek, and lit up her pale red hair to auburn, as she bent over the heavy household linens which she was mending for her aunt. No scene could have been more peaceful, if Mrs. Poyser, who was ironing a few things that still remained from the Monday's wash, had not been making a frequent clicking with her iron, and moving to and fro whenever she wanted it to cool. Carrying the keen glance of her blue-gray eye from the kitchen to the dairy, where Hetty was making up the butter, and from the dairy back to the kitchen, where Nancy was taking the pies out of the oven. Do not suppose, however, that Mrs. Poyser was elderly or shrewish in her appearance. She was a good-looking woman, not more than 38, of fair complexion and sandy hair, well-shapen, light-footed. The most conspicuous article in her attire was the ample checkered linen apron, which almost covered her skirt, and nothing could be plainer or less noticeable than her cap and gown, for there was no weakness of which she was less tolerant than feminine vanity, and the preference of ornament to utility. The family likeness between her and her niece Dinah Morris, with the contrast between her keenness and Dinah's seraphic gentleness of expression, might have served a painter as an excellent suggestion for a Martha and Mary. Their eyes were just of the same color, but a striking test of the difference in their operation was seen in the demeanor of Trip, the black and tan terrier, whenever that much suspected dog unwarily exposed himself to the freezing Arctic ray of Mrs. Poyser's glance. Her tongue was not less keen than her eye, and whenever a damsel came within earshot, seemed to take up an unfinished lecture, as a barrel organ takes up a tune, precisely at the point where it had left off. The fact that it was churning day was another reason why it was inconvenient to have the widows, and why, consequently, Mrs. Poyser should scold Molly, the housemaid, with unusual severity. To all appearance, Molly had got through her after-dinner work in an exemplary manner, had cleaned herself with great dispatch, and now came to ask submissively if she should sit down to her spinning till milking time. But this blameless conduct, according to Mrs. Poyser, shrouded a secret indulgence of unbecoming wishes, which she now dragged forth and held up to Molly's view with cutting eloquence. "Spinning, indeed! It isn't spinning you'd be at, I'll be bound, and let you have your own way. I never knew your equals for gallowsness. To think of a gal of your age wanting to go and sit with half a dozen men! I'd have been ashamed to let the words pass over my lips if I'd have been you. And you, as have been here since last Michaelmas, and I hired you at Treddleston's Statits, without a bit of character, as I say, you might be grateful to be hired in that way to a respectable place, and you knew no more what belongs to work when you came here than the mawkins in the field. As poor a two-fisted thing as I ever saw, you know you was. Who taught you to scrub a floor, I should like to know? Why, you'd leave the dirt in heaps in the corners. Anybody'd think you'd never been brought up among Christians. And as for spinning, why, you've wasted as much as your wage in the flax you've spoiled learning to spin. And you've a right to feel that, and not to go out as gaping and as thoughtless as if you'd been beholding to nobody. Comb the wool for the widows, indeed. That's what you'd like to be doing, is it? That's the way with you. That's the road you'd all like to go, headlongs to ruin. You're never easy till you've got some sweetheart as big a fool as yourself. You think you'll be finely off when you're married, I dare say, and you've got a 3-legged stool to sit on, and never a blanket to cover you, and a bit of oat-cake for your dinner, as 3 children are snatching at." "I'm sure I don't want to go with the Widdaws," Molly said, whimpering, and quite overcome by the Dantean picture of her future. "Only we allays used to comb the wool for 'en at Mr. Oatley's, and so I just asked you. I don't want to set eyes on the Widdaws again. I wish I may never stir if I do." "Mr. Oatley's, indeed. It's fine talking of what you did at Mr. Oatley's. Your missus there might like her floors dirted with Widdaws, for what I know. There's no knowing what people won't like, such ways as I never heard of. I never heard a gell come into my house as seemed to know what cleaning was. I think people live like pigs, for my part. And as to that Bede as was dairymaid at Trent's before she come to me, she'd a left the cheeses without turning from week's end to week's end, and the dairy thralls, I might have wrote my name on 'em. When I come downstairs after my illness, as the doctor said it was inflammation, it was a mercy I got well of it. And to think of your knowing no better, Molly, and been here a-going on 9 months, not for want of talking to, neither. And what are you standing there for, like a jack as is run down, instead of getting your wheel out? You are a rare 'un for sitting down to your work a little while after it's time to put by." "Money, my iron's twite told. Please put it down to warm." The small chirping voice that uttered this request came from a little sunny-haired girl between 3 and 4, who, seated on a high chair at the end of the ironing table, was arduously clutching the handle of a miniature iron with her tiny fat fist, and ironing rags with an assiduity that required her to put her little red tongue out as far as anatomy would allow. "Cold, is it, my darling? Bless your sweet face," said Mrs. Poyser, who was remarkable for the facility with which she could relapse from her official objurgatory to one of fondness or of friendly converse. "Never mind. Mother's done her ironing now. She's going to put the ironing things away." "Money, I did like to do into the barn to Tommy to see the Widdod." "No, no, no. Totty'd get her feet wet," said Mrs. Poyser, carrying away her iron. "Run into the dairy and see your cousin Hetty make butter." "I did like a bit of pum-take," rejoined Totty, who seemed to be provided with several relays of requests, at the same time taking the opportunity of her momentary leisure to put her fingers into a bowl of starch and drag it down so as to empty the contents with tolerable completeness onto the ironing sheet. "Did ever anybody see the like?" screamed Mrs. Poyser, running towards the table when her eye had fallen on the blue stream. "The child's always in mischief if your back's turned a minute. What shall I do to you, you naughty, naughty girl?" Totty, however, had descended from her chair with great swiftness, and was already in retreat towards the dairy with a sort of waddling run, and an amount of fat on the nape of her neck which made her look like the metamorphosis of a white suckling pig. The white starch having been wiped up by Molly's help, and the ironing apparatus put by, Mrs. Poyser took up her knitting, which always lay ready at hand, and was the work she liked best, because she could carry it on automatically as she walked to and fro. But now she came and sat down opposite Dinah, whom she looked at in a meditative way, as she knitted her worsted gray stocking. "You look the image of your Aunt Judith, Dinah, when you sit a-sewing. I could almost fancy it was 30 years back, and I was a little girl at home, looking at Judith as she sat at her work after she'd done the house up. Only it was a little cottage, father's was, and not a big, rambling house as gets dirty in one corner as fast as you clean it in another. But for all that, I could fancy you was your Aunt Judith, only her hair was a deal darker than yours, and she was stouter and broader in the shoulders. Judith and me always hung together, though she had such queer ways. But your mother and her could never agree. Ah, your mother little thought as she'd have a daughter just cut out after the very pattern of Judith, and leave her an orphan too, for Judith to take care on, and bring up with a spoon when she was in the graveyard at Stoniton. I always said that of Judith, as she'd bear a pound weight any day to save anybody else carrying an ounce. And she was just the same from the first of my remembering her. It made no difference in her, as I could see, when she took to the Methodists, only she talked a bit different and wore a different sort of cap, but she'd never in her life spent a penny on herself more than keeping herself decent. She was a blessed woman, said Dinah. God had given her a loving, self-forgetting nature, and he perfected it by grace. And she was very fond of you, too, Aunt Rachel. I often heard her talk of you in the same sort of way. When she had that bad illness, and I was only 11 years old, she used to say, "You'll have a friend on earth in your Aunt Rachel, if I'm taken from you, for she has a kind heart," and I'm sure I've found it so. I don't know how, child. Anybody'd be cunning to do anything for you, I think. You're like the birds of the air, and live nobody knows how. And I have been glad to behave to you like a mother's sister, if you'd come and live in this country where there's some shelter and victual for man and beast, and folks don't live on the naked hills, like poultry is scratching on a gravel bank. And then you might get married to some decent man, and there'd be plenty ready to have you, if only you'd leave off that preaching, as is 10 times worse than anything your Aunt Judith ever did. And even if you'd marry Seth Bede, as is a poor wool-gathering Methodist, and has never liked to have a penny beforehand, I know your uncle'd help you with a pig, and very like a cow, for he's always been good-natured to my kin, for all they're poor, and made 'em welcome to the house, and 'd do for you, I'll be bound, as much as ever he'd do for Hetty, though she's his own niece. And there's linen in the house, as I could well spare you, for I got lots of sheeting and table-clothing and toweling as isn't made up. There's a piece of sheeting I could give you as that squinting Katy spun. She was a rare girl to spin, for all she squinted, and the children couldn't abide her. And you know, spinning's going on constant, and there's new linen wove twice as fast as the old wears out. But where's the use of talking, if you want to be persuaded and settle down like any other woman in her senses, instead of wearing yourself out with walking and preaching, and giving away every penny you get, so as you've nothing saved against sickness, and all the things you've got in the world, I verily believe, 'd go into a bundle no bigger nor a double cheese, and all because you got notions in your head about religion more than what's in the catechism and the prayer book." "But not more than what's in the Bible, Aunt," said Dinah. "Yes, and the Bible too, for that matter," Mrs. Poyser rejoined, rather sharply. "Else why shouldn't them as know best what's in the Bible, the parsons and people as have got nothing better to do but learn it, do the same as you? But for the matter of that, if everybody was to do like you, the world must come to a standstill. For if everybody tried to do without house and home, and with poor eating and drinking was always talking as we must despise things of the world, as you say, I should like to know where the pick of the stock, and the corn, and the best new milk cheeses that have to go. Everybody'd be wanting bread made of tail ends, and everybody'd be running after everybody else to preach to them, instead of bringing up their families and laying by against a bad harvest. It stands to sense as that can't be the right religion." "Nay, dear Aunt, you never heard me say that all people are called to forsake their work and their families. It's quite right the land should be plowed and sowed, and the precious corn stored, and the things of this life cared for, and right that people should rejoice in their families and provide for them, so that this is done in fear of the Lord, and that they are not unmindful of the soul's wants while they are caring for the body. We can all be servants of God, wherever our lot is cast. But he gives us different sorts of work, according as he fits us for it and calls us to it. I can no more help spending my life in trying to do what I can for the souls of others than you could help running if you heard little Totty crying at the other end of the house. The voice would go to your heart. You would think the dear child was in trouble or in danger, and you couldn't rest without running to help her and comfort her." "Ah," said Mrs. Poyser, rising and walking toward the door, "I know it'd be just the same if I talked to you for hours. You'd make me the same answer at the end. I might as well talk to the running brook and tell it to stand still." The causeway outside the kitchen door was dry enough now for Mrs. Poyser to stand there quite pleasantly and see what was going on in the yard, the grey worsted stocking making a steady progress in her hands all the while. But she had not been standing there more than 5 minutes before she came in again and said to Dinah, in a rather flurried, awe-stricken tone, "If there isn't Captain Donnithorne and Mr. Irwin a-coming into the yard. I'll lay my life they're coming to speak about your preaching on the green, Dinah. It's you must answer 'em, for I am dumb. I've said enough already about your bringing such disgrace upon your uncle's family. I wouldn't have minded if you'd been Mr. Poyser's own niece. Folks must put up with their own kin as they put up with their own noses. It's their own flesh and blood. But to think a niece of mine being the cause of my husband's being turned out of his farm, and me brought him no fording but my savings." "Nay, dear Aunt Rachel," Dinah said gently, "you've no cause for such fears. I've strong assurance that no evil will happen to you and my uncle and the children from anything I've done. I didn't preach without direction." "Direction! I know well what you mean by direction," said Mrs. Poyser, knitting in a rapid, agitated manner. "When there's a bigger maggot than usual in your head, you call it direction. And then nothing can stir you. You look like the statue on the outside of the Treddleston church, a-staring and a-smiling, whether it's fair weather or foul. I had a common patience with you." By this time the two gentlemen had reached the palings and had got down from their horses. It was plain they meant to come in. Mrs. Poyser advanced to the door to meet them, curtsying low, and trembling between anger with Dinah and anxiety to conduct herself with perfect propriety on the occasion. For in those days the keenest of bucolic minds felt a whispering awe at the sight of the gentry, such as men of old felt when they stood on tiptoe to watch the gods passing by in tall human shape. "Well, Mrs. Poyser, how are you after this stormy morning?" said Mr. Irwin, with his stately cordiality. "Our feet are quite dry. We shall not soil your beautiful floor." "Oh, sir, don't mention it," said Mrs. Poyser. "Will you and the captain please walk into the parlor?" "No, indeed, thank you, Mrs. Poyser," the captain said, looking eagerly round the kitchen, as if his eye were seeking something it could not find. "I delight in your kitchen. I think it the most charming room I know. I should like every farmer's wife to come and look at it for a pattern." "Oh, you're pleased to say so, sir. Pray take a seat," said Mrs. Poyser, relieved a little by this compliment and the captain's evident good humor, but still glancing anxiously at Mr. Irwin, who, she saw, was looking at Dinah and advancing towards her. "Poyser is not at home, is he?" said Captain Donnithorne, seating himself where he could see along the short passage to the open dairy door. "No, sir, he isn't. He's gone to Rossiter to see Mr. West, the factor, about the wool. But there's father in the barn, sir, if he'd be of any use." "No, thank you. I'll just look at the whelps and leave a message about them with your shepherd. I must come another day and see your husband. I want to have a consultation with him about horses. Do you know when he's likely to be at liberty?" "Why, sir, you can hardly miss him, except it's on Treddleston market day. That's of a Friday, you know. For if he's anywhere on the farm we can send for him in a minute. If we'd got rid of the Scantlands, we should have no outlying fields, and I should be glad of it. For if anything happens, he's sure to be gone to the Scantlands. Things always happen so contrary if they've a chance, and it's an unnatural thing to have one bit of your farm in one county and all the rest in another." "Ah, the Scantlands would go much better with Choice's farm, especially as he wants dairy land and we've got plenty. I think yours is the prettiest farm on the estate, though. And do you know, Mrs. Poyser, if I were going to marry and settle down, I should be tempted to turn you out and do up this fine old house and turn farmer myself." "Oh, sir," said Mrs. Poyser, rather alarmed, "you wouldn't like it at all. As for farming, it's putting money into your pocket with your right hand and fetching it out with your left. As far as I can see, it's raising victuals for other folks and just getting a mouthful for yourself and your children as you go along. Not as you'd be like a poor man as wants to get his bread. You could afford to lose as much money as you liked in farming, but it's poor fun losing money, I should think." though I understand it's what the great folks in London play at more than anything. For my husband heard at market as Lord Dacey's eldest son had lost thousands upon thousands to the Prince of Wales, and they said my lady was going to pawn her jewels to pay for him. But you know more about that than I do, sir. But as for farming, sir, I cannot think as you'd like it. And this house, the draughts in it are enough to cut you through, and it's my opinion the floors upstairs are very rotten, and the rats in the cellar are beyond anything. Why, that's a terrible picture, Mrs. Poyser. I think I should be doing you a service to turn you out of such a place. But there's no chance of that. I'm not likely to settle for the next 20 years, till I'm a stout gentleman of 40, and my grandfather would never consent to part with such good tenants as you. Well, sir, if he thinks so well of Mr. Poyser as a tenant, I wish you could put in a word for him to allow us some new gates for the 5 closes, for my husband's been asking and asking till he's tired, and to think of what he's done for the farm, and's never had a penny allowed to him, be the times good or bad. And as I have said to my husband often and often, I'm sure if the captain had anything to do with it, it wouldn't be so. Not as I wish to speak disrespectful of them as got power in their hands, but it's more than flesh and blood'll bear sometimes, to be toiling and striving, and up early and down late, and hardly sleeping a wink when you lie down, for thinking as the cheese may swell, or the cows may slip their calf, or the wheat may grow green again in the sheaf. And after all, at the end of the year, it's like as if you'd been cooking a feast, and had got a smell of it for your pains. Mrs. Poyser, once launched into conversation, always sailed along without any check from her preliminary awe of gentry. The confidence she felt in her own powers of exposition was a motive force that overcame all resistance. I'm afraid I should only do him harm instead of good, if I were to speak about the gates, Mrs. Poyser, the captain said, though I assure you there's no man on the estate I would sooner say a word for than your husband. I know his farm is in better order than any other within 10 miles of us. And as for the kitchen, he added, smiling, I don't believe there's one in the kingdom to beat it. By the by, I've never seen your dairy. I must see your dairy, Mrs. Poyser. Indeed, sir, it's not fit for you to go in, for Hetty's in the middle of making butter, for the churning was thrown late, and I'm quite ashamed. This Mrs. Poyser said, blushing, and believing that the captain was really interested in her milk pans, and would adjust his opinion of her to the appearance of her dairy. Oh, I've no doubt it's in capital order. Take me in, said the captain, himself leading the way, while Mrs. Poyser followed. End of Chapter 6. The Hall Farm.
Chapter 7 of Adam Bede. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. Adam Bede by George Eliot. Chapter 7. The Dairy. The dairy was certainly worth looking at. It was a scene to sicken for a sort of calenture in hot and dusty streets. Such coolness, such purity, such fresh fragrance of new pressed cheese, of firm butter, of wooden vessels perpetually bathed in pure water, such soft colouring of red earthenware and creamy surfaces, brown wood and polished tin, grey limestone and rich orange red rust on the iron weights and hooks and hinges, that one gets only a confused notion of these details when they surround a distractingly pretty girl of 17, standing on little pattens and rounding her dimpled arms to lift a pound of butter out of the scale. Hetty blushed a deep rose colour when Captain Donnithorne entered the dairy and spoke to her, but it was not at all a distressed blush, for it was enwreathed with smiles and dimples, and with sparkles from under long, curled, dark eyelashes, and while her aunt was discoursing to him about the limited amount of milk that was to be spared for butter and cheese so long as the calves were not all weaned, and a large quantity but inferior quality of milk yielded by the shorthorn, which had been bought on experiment, together with other matters which must be interesting to a young gentleman who would one day be a landlord. Hetty tossed and patted her pound of butter with quite a self-possessed, coquettish air, slyly conscious that no turn of her head was lost. There are various orders of beauty, causing men to make fools of themselves in various styles, from the desperate to the sheepish, but there is one order of beauty which seems made to turn the heads not only of men, but of all intelligent mammals, even of women. It is a beauty like that of kittens, or very small downy ducks, making gentle rippling noises with their soft bills, or babies just beginning to toddle and to engage in conscious mischief, a beauty with which you can never be angry, but that you feel ready to crush for her inability to comprehend the state of mind into which it throws you. Hetty Sorrels was that sort of beauty. Her aunt, Mrs. Poyser, who professed to desire all personal attractions, and intended to be the severest of mentors, continually gazed at Hetty's charms by the sly, fascinated in spite of herself, and after administering such a scolding as naturally flowed from her anxiety to do well by her husband's niece, who had no mother of her own to scold her, poor thing, she would often confess to her husband, when they were safe out of hearing, that she firmly believed the naughtier the little hussy behaved, the prettier she looked. It is of little use for me to tell you that Hetty's cheek was like a rose petal, that dimples played about her pouting lips, that her large dark eyes hid a soft roguishness under their long lashes, and that her curly hair, though all pushed back under her round cap while she was at work, stole back in dark delicate rings on her forehead, and about her white shell-like ears. It is of little use for me to say how lovely was the contour of her pink and white neckerchief, tucked into her low plum-coloured stuff bodice, or how the linen butter-making apron, with its bib, seemed a thing to be imitated in silk by duchesses, since it fell in such charming lines, or how her brown stockings and thick sole-buckled shoes lost all that clumsiness which they must certainly have had when empty of her foot and ankle. Of little use, unless you have seen a woman who affected you as Hetty affected her beholders, for otherwise, though you might conjure up the image of a lovely woman, she would not in the least resemble that distracting kitten-like maiden. I might mention all the divine charms of a bright spring day, but if you had never in your life utterly forgotten yourself in straining your eyes after the mounting lark, or in wandering through the still lanes when the fresh open blossoms filled them with a sacred silent beauty like that of fretted isles, where would be the use of my descriptive catalogue? I could never make you know what I meant by a bright spring day. Hetty's was a spring-tide beauty. It was the beauty of young frisking things, round-limbed, gambolling, circumventing you by a false air of innocence, the innocence of a young star-browed calf, for example, that, being inclined for a promenade out of bounds, leads you a severe steeplechase over hedge and ditch, and only comes to a stand in the middle of a bog. And they are the prettiest attitudes and movements into which a pretty girl is thrown in making up butter, tossing movements that give a charming curve to the arm, and a sideward inclination of the round white neck, little patting and rolling movements with the palm of the hand, and nice adaptations and finishings which cannot at all be effected without a great play of the pouting mouth and the dark eyes. And then the butter itself seems to communicate a fresh charm. It is so pure, so sweet-scented, it is turned off the mould with such a beautiful firm surface, like marble in a pale yellow light. Moreover, Hetty was particularly clever at making up the butter. It was the one performance of hers that her aunt allowed to pass without severe criticism, so she handled it with all the grace that belongs to mastery. "I hope you will be ready for a great holiday on the 30th of July, Mrs. Poyser," said Captain Donnithorne, when he had sufficiently admired the dairy and given several improvised opinions on Swede turnips and shorthorns. "You know what is to happen then, and I shall expect you to be one of the guests who come earliest and leave latest. Will you promise me your hand for 2 dances, Miss Hetty? If I don't get your promise now, I know I shall hardly have a chance, for all the smart young farmers will take care to secure you." Hetty smiled and blushed, but before she could answer, Mrs. Poyser interposed, scandalised at the mere suggestion that the young squire could be excluded by any meaner partners. "Indeed, sir, you are very kind to take that notice of her, and I'm sure, whenever you're pleased to dance with her, she'll be proud and thankful if she stood still all the rest of the evening." "Oh, no, no, that would be too cruel to all the other young fellows who can dance. But you will promise me 2 dances, won't you?" the captain continued, determined to make Hetty look at him and speak to him. Hetty dropped the prettiest little curtsy, and stole a half-shy, half-coquettish glance at him as she said, "Yes, thank you, sir." "And you must bring all your children, you know, Mrs. Poyser, your little Totty as well as the boys. I want all the youngest children on the estate to be there, all those who will be fine young men and women when I am a bald old fellow." "Oh, dear sir, that you'll be a long time first," said Mrs. Poyser, quite overcome at the young squire speaking so lightly of himself, and thinking how her husband would be interested in hearing her recount this remarkable specimen of high-born humour. The captain was thought to be very full of jokes, and was a great favourite throughout the estate on account of his free manners. Every tenant was quite sure things would be different when the reins got into his hands. There was to be a millennial abundance of new gates, allowances of lime, and returns of 10%. "But where is Totty to-day?" he said. "I want to see her." "Where is the little un, Hetty?" said Mrs. Poyser. "She came in here not long ago." "I don't know. She went into the brew-house to Nancy, I think." The proud mother, unable to resist the temptation to show her Totty, passed at once into the back kitchen in search of her, not, however, without misgivings lest something should have happened to render her person and attire unfit for presentation. "And do you carry the butter to market when you've made it?" said Captain to Hetty, meanwhile. "Oh, no, sir, not when it's so heavy. I'm not strong enough to carry it. Alick takes it on horseback." "No, I'm sure your pretty arms were never meant for such heavy weights. But you go out a walk sometimes these pleasant evenings, don't you? Why don't you have a walk in the Chase sometimes, now it's so green and pleasant? I hardly ever see you anywhere except at home and at church." "Aunt doesn't like me to go a-walking only when I'm going somewhere," said Hetty, "but I go through the Chase sometimes." "And don't you ever go to see Mrs. Best, the housekeeper? I think I saw you once in the housekeeper's room." It isn't Mrs. Best, it's Mrs. Pomfret, the lady's maid, as I go to see. She's teaching me tent stitch and the lace mending. I'm going to tea with her to-morrow afternoon." The reason why there had been space for this tete-a-tete can only be known by looking into the back kitchen, where Totty had been discovered rubbing a stray blue bag against her nose, and in the same moment allowing some liberal indigo drops to fall on her afternoon pinafore. But now she appeared holding her mother's hand, the end of her round nose rather shiny from a recent and hurried application of soap and water. "Here she is," said the captain, lifting her up and setting her on the low stone shelf. "Here's Totty. By the by, what's her other name? She wasn't christened Totty." "Oh, sir, we call her sadly out of her name. Charlotte's her christened name. It's a name Mr. Poyser's family, his grandmother was named Charlotte, but we began with calling her Lottie, and now it's got to Totty. To be sure, it's more like a name for a dog than a Christian child." "Totty's a capital name. Why, she looks like a Totty. Has she got a pocket on?" said the captain, feeling in his own waistcoat pockets. Totty immediately, with great gravity, lifted up her frock, and showed a tiny pink pocket at present in a state of collapse. "It got nothing in it," she said, as she looked down at it very earnestly. "No, what a pity! Such a pretty pocket. Well, I think I've got some things in mine that will make a pretty jingle in it. Yes, I declare I've got 5 little round silver things, and hear what a pretty noise they make in Totty's pink pocket." Here he shook the pocket with the 5 sixpences in it, and Totty showed her teeth and wrinkled her nose in a great glee. But, divining that there was nothing more to be got by staying, she jumped off the shelf and ran away to jingle her pocket in the hearing of Nancy, while her mother called after her, "Oh, for shame, you naughty girl! Not to thank the captain for what he's given you, I'm sure, sir. It's very kind of you, but she's spoiled shameful. Her father won't have her said nay in anything, and there's no managing her. It's being the youngest, and the only girl. Oh, she's a funny little fatty. I wouldn't have her different. But I must be going now, for I suppose the rector is waiting for me." With a good-bye, a bright glance, and a bow to Hetty, Arthur left the dairy. But he was mistaken in imagining himself waited for. The rector had been so much interested in his conversation with Dinah that he would not have chosen to close it earlier, and you shall hear now what they had been saying to each other. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Adam Bede. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Robin Cotter, October 2007. Adam Bede by George Eliot. Chapter 8. A Vocation. Dinah, who had risen when the gentleman came in, but still kept hold of the sheet she was mending, curtsied respectfully when she saw Mr. Irwine looking at her and advancing towards her. He had never yet spoken to her, or stood face to face with her, and her first thought, as her eyes met his, was, "What a well-favoured countenance! Oh, that the good seed might fall on that soil, for it would surely flourish." The agreeable impression must have been mutual, for Mr. Irwine bowed to her with a benignant deference, which would have been equally in place if she had been the most dignified lady of his acquaintance. "You are only a visitor in this neighbourhood, I think?" were his first words as he seated himself opposite to her. "No, sir, I come from Snowfield, in Stonyshire.
but my aunt was very kind, wanting me to have rest from my work there, because I'd been ill, and she invited me to come and stay with her for a while. Ah, I remember Snowfield very well. I once had occasion to go there. It's a dreary, bleak place. They were building a cotton mill there, but that's many years ago now. I suppose the place is a good deal changed by the employment that mill must have brought." "It is changed, so far as the mill has brought people there who get a livelihood for themselves by working in it, and make it better for the tradesfolks. I work in it myself, and have reason to be grateful, for thereby I have enough and to spare. But it's still a bleak place, as you say, sir, very different from this country." "You have relations living there probably, so that you are attached to the place as your home?" "I had an aunt there once. She brought me up, for I was an orphan, but she was taken away 7 years ago, and I have no other kindred that I know of, besides my Aunt Poyser, who is very good to me, and would have me come and live in this country, which to be sure is a good land, wherein they eat bread without scarceness. But I'm not free to leave Snowfield, where I was first planted, and have grown deep into it, like the small grass on the hill-top." "Ah, I dare say you have many religious friends and companions there. You are a Methodist? A Wesleyan, I think?" "Yes, my aunt at Snowfield belonged to the society, and I have cause to be thankful for the privileges I have had thereby from my earliest childhood." "And have you been long in the habit of preaching? For I understand you preached at Hayslope last night." "I first took to the work 4 years ago, when I was 21. "Your society sanctions women's preaching, then?" "It doesn't forbid them, sir, when they've a clear call to the work, and when their ministry is owned by the conversion of sinners and the strengthening of God's people. Mrs. Fletcher, as you may have heard about, was the first woman to preach in the society, I believe, before she was married, when she was Miss Bosanquet, and Mr. Wesley approved of her undertaking the work. She had a great gift, and there are many others now living who are precious fellow-helpers in the work of the ministry. I understand there's been voices raised against it in the society of late, but I cannot but think their counsel will come to naught. It isn't for men to make channels for God's Spirit, as they make channels for the watercourses, flow here, but flow not there. But don't you find some danger among your people? I don't mean to say that it is so with you, far from it, but don't you find sometimes that both men and women fancy themselves channels for God's Spirit, and are quite mistaken, so that they set about a work for which they are unfit, and bring holy things into contempt?" "Doubtless it is so sometimes, for there have been evildoers among us who have sought to deceive the brethren, and some there are who deceive their own selves. But we are not without discipline and correction to put a check upon these things. There's a very strict order kept among us, and the brethren and sisters watch for each other's souls, as they that must give account. They don't go every one his own way, and say, 'Am I my brother's keeper?' But tell me, if I may ask, and I am really interested in knowing it, how you first came to think of preaching." "Indeed, sir, I didn't think of it at all. I'd been used from the time I was 16 to talk to the little children and teach them, and sometimes I had had my heart enlarged to speak in class, and was much drawn out in prayer with the sick. But I had felt no call to preach, for when I'm not greatly wrought upon, I'm too much given to sit still and keep by myself. It seems as if I could sit silent all day long, with the thought of God overflowing my soul, as the pebbles lie bathed in the willow brook. For thoughts are so great, aren't they, sir? They seem to lie upon us like a deep flood, and it's my besetment to forget where I am, and everything about me, and lose myself in thoughts that I could give no account of, for I could neither make a beginning nor ending of them in words. That was my way as long as I can remember, but sometimes it seemed as if speech came to me without any will of my own, and words were given to me that came out as the tears come, because our hearts are full, and we can't help it. And those were always times of great blessing, though I had never thought it could be so with me before a congregation of people. But, sir, we are led on like little children, by a way that we know not. I was called to preach quite suddenly, and since then I have never been left in doubt about the work that was laid upon me. But tell me the circumstances, just how it was the very day you began to preach." It was one Sunday I walked with Brother Marlowe, who was an aged man, one of the local preachers, all the way to Hetton Deeps. That's a village where the people get their living by working in the lead mines, and where there's no church nor preacher, but they live like sheep without a shepherd. It's better than 12 miles from Snowfield, so we set out early in the morning, for it was summer time, and I had a wonderful sense of the divine love as we walked over the hills, where there's no trees, you know, sir, as there is here, to make the sky look smaller, but you see the heavens stretched out like a tent, and you feel the everlasting arms around you. But before we got to Hetton, Brother Marlowe was seized with a dizziness that made him afraid of falling, for he overworked himself sadly, at his years, in watching and praying, and walking so many miles to speak the word, as well as carrying on his trade of linen weaving. And when we got to the village, the people were expecting him, for he'd appointed the time and the place when he was there before, and such of them as cared to hear the word of life were assembled on a spot where the cottages was thickest, so as others might be drawn to come. But he felt as he couldn't stand up to preach, and he was forced to lie down in the first of the cottages we came to. So I went to tell the people, thinking we'd go into one of the houses, and I would read and pray with them. But as I passed along by the cottages, and saw the aged and trembling women at the doors, and the hard looks of the men, who seemed to have their eyes no more filled with the sight of the Sabbath morning than if they had been dumb oxen that never looked up to the sky, I felt a great movement in my soul, and I trembled as if I was shaken by a strong spirit entering into my weak body. And I went to where the little flock of people was gathered together, and stepped on the low wall that was built against the green hillside, and I spoke the words that were given to me abundantly. And they all came round me out of all the cottages, and many wept over their sins, and have since been joined to the Lord. That was the beginning of my preaching, sir, and I've preached ever since." Dinah had let her work fall during this narrative, which she uttered in her usual simple way, but with that sincere, articulate, thrilling treble by which she always mastered her audience. She stooped now to gather up her sewing, and then went on with it as before. Mr. Irwine was deeply interested. He said to himself, "He must be a miserable prig who would act the pedagogue here. One might as well go and lecture the trees for growing in their own shape. And you never feel any embarrassment from the sense of your youth, that you are a lovely young woman on whom men's eyes are fixed?" he said aloud. "No, I've no room for such feelings, and I don't believe the people ever take notice about that. I think, sir, when God makes his presence felt through us, we are like the burning bush. Moses never took any heed what sort of bush it was. He only saw the brightness of the Lord. I've preached to as rough, ignorant people as can be in the villages about Snowfield, men that looked very hard and wild, but they never said an uncivil word to me, and often thanked me kindly as they made way for me to pass through the midst of them." "That I can believe, that I can well believe," said Mr. Irwine, emphatically. "And what did you think of your hearers last night, now? Did you find them quiet and attentive?" "Very quiet, sir, but I saw no signs of any great work upon them, except in a young girl named Bessie Cranage, towards whom my heart yearned greatly when my eyes first fell on her blooming youth, given up to folly and vanity. I had some private talk and prayer with her afterwards, and I trust her heart is touched. But I've noticed that in these villages, where the people lead a quiet life among the green pastures and the still waters, tilling the ground and tending the cattle, there's a strange deadness to the word, as different as can be from the great towns, like Leeds, where I once went to visit a holy woman who preaches there. It's wonderful how rich is the harvest of souls up those high-walled streets, where you seem to walk as in a prison-yard, and the ear is deafened with the sounds of worldly toil. I think maybe it is because the promise is sweeter when this life is so dark and weary, and the soul gets more hungry when the body is ill at ease." "Why, yes, our farm labourers are not easily roused. They take life almost as slowly as the sheep and cows. But we have some intelligent workmen about here. I dare say you know the Bedes. Seth Bede, by the by, is a Methodist." "Yes, I know Seth well, and his brother Adam a little. Seth is a gracious young man, sincere and without offence, and Adam is like the patriarch Joseph, for his great skill and knowledge and the kindness he shows to his brother and his parents. Perhaps you don't know the trouble that has just happened to them. Their father, Matthias Bede, was drowned in the Willow Brook last night, not far from his own door. I'm going now to see Adam." "Ah, their poor aged mother!" said Dinah, dropping her hands and looking before her with pitying eyes, as if she saw the object of her sympathy. "She will mourn heavily, for Seth has told me she is of an anxious, troubled heart. I must go and see if I can give her any help." As she rose and was beginning to fold up her work, Captain Donnithorne, having exhausted all plausible pretexts for remaining among the milk-pans, came out of the dairy, followed by Mrs. Poyser. Mr. Irwine now rose also, and advancing towards Dinah, held out his hand and said, "Good-bye. I hear you are going away soon, but this will not be the last visit you will pay your aunt, so we shall meet again, I hope." His cordiality towards Dinah set all Mrs. Poyser's anxieties at rest, and her face was brighter than usual, as she said, "I've never asked after Mrs. Irwine and the Miss Irwines, sir. I hope they're as well as usual?" "Yes, thank you, Mrs. Poyser, except that Miss Anne has one of her bad headaches to-day. By the by, we all liked that nice cream cheese you sent us, my mother especially." "I'm very glad indeed, sir. It is but seldom I make one, but I remembered Mrs. Irwine was fond of 'em. Please to give my duty to her, and to Miss Kate and Miss Anne. They've never been to look at my poultry this long while, and I've got some beautiful speckled chickens, black and white, as Miss Kate might like to have some amongst hers." "Well, I'll tell her. She must come and see them. Good-bye," said the rector, mounting his horse. "Just ride slowly on, Irwine," said Captain Donnithorne, mounting also. "I'll overtake you in 3 minutes. I'm only going to speak to the shepherd about the whelps. Good-bye, Mrs. Poyser. Tell your husband I shall come and have a long talk with him soon." Mrs. Poyser curtsied duly, and watched the 2 horses until they had disappeared from the yard, amidst great excitement on the part of the pigs and the poultry, and under the furious indignation of the bulldog, who performed a Pyrrhic dance, that every moment seemed to threaten the breaking of his chain. Mrs. Poyser delighted in this noisy exit. It was a fresh assurance to her that the farmyard was well guarded, and that no loiterers could enter unobserved, and it was not until the gate had closed behind the captain that she turned into the kitchen again, where Dinah stood with her bonnet in her hand, waiting to speak to her aunt, before she set out for Lisbeth Bede's cottage. Mrs. Poyser, however, though she noticed the bonnet, deferred remarking on it until she had disburdened herself of her surprise at Mr. Irwine's behaviour. "Why, Mr. Irwine wasn't angry, then? What did he say to you, Dinah? Didn't he scold you for preaching?" "No, he was not at all angry. He was very friendly to me. I was quite drawn out to speak to him. I hardly know how, for I'd always thought of him as a worldly Sadducee. But his countenance is as pleasant as the morning sunshine." "Pleasant? And what else did you expect to find him but pleasant?" said Mrs. Poyser impatiently, resuming her knitting. "I should think his countenance is pleasant indeed, and him a gentleman born, and's got a mother like a picter. You may go the country round and not find such another woman turned 66. It's summat like to see such a man as that at the desk of a Sunday. As I say to Poyser, it's like looking at a crop full o' wheat, or a pasture with a fine dairy o' cows in it. It makes you think the world's comfortable like. But as for such creatures as you Methodises run after, I'd as soon go to look at a lot o' bare-ribbed runts on a common. Fine folks they are to tell you what's right, as look as if they'd never tasted nothing better than bacon-sword and sour cake in their lives. But what did Mr. Irwine say to you about that fool's trick of preaching on the green?" "He only said he'd heard of it. He didn't seem to feel any displeasure about it. But, dear aunt, don't think any more about that. He told me something that I'm sure will cause you sorrow as it does me. Thias Bede was drowned last night in the Willow Brook, and I'm thinking that the aged mother will be greatly in need of comfort. Perhaps I can be of use to her, so I have fetched my bonnet, and am going to set out." "Dear heart, dear heart! But you must have a cup of tea first, child," said Mrs. Poyser, falling at once from the key of B with 5 sharps to the frank and genial C. "The kettle's boiling. We'll have it ready in a minute, and the young uns'll be in and wanting theirs directly. I'm quite willing you should go and see the old woman, for you're one as is allays welcome in trouble, Methodist or no Methodist. But for the matter o' that, it's the flesh and blood folks are made on as makes the difference. Some cheeses are made o' skimmed milk, and some o' new milk, and it's no matter what you call 'em. You may tell which is which by the look and the smell. But as to 'Tias Bede, he's better out o' the way nor in. God forgive me for saying so, for he's done little this 10 year but make trouble for them as belonged to him, and I think it 'ud be well for you to take a little bottle o' rum for the old woman, for I dare say she's got never a drop o' nothin' to comfort her inside. Sit down, child, and be easy, for you shan't stir out till you've had a cup o' tea, and so I tell you." During the latter part of this speech, Mrs. Poyser had been reaching down the tea things from the shelves, and was on her way towards the pantry for the loaf, followed close by Totty, who had made her appearance on the rattling of the teacups, when Hetty came out of the dairy, relieving her tired arms by lifting them up and clasping her hands at the back of her head. "Molly," she said rather languidly, "just run out and get me a bunch of dock leaves. The butter's ready to pack up now." "Do you hear what's happened, Hetty?" said her aunt. "No, how should I hear anything?" was the answer, in a pettish tone. "Not as you'd care much, I dare say, if you did hear, for you're too feather-headed to mind if everybody was dead, so as you could stay upstairs a-dressin' yourself for 2 hours by the clock. But anybody besides yourself 'ud mind about such things happening to them as think a deal more of you than you deserve. But Adam Bede and all his kin might be drownded for what you'd care. You'd be perkin' at the glass the next minute." "Adam Bede drowned?" said Hetty, letting her arms fall and looking rather bewildered, but suspecting that her aunt was as usual exaggerating with a didactic purpose. "No, my dear, no," said Dinah kindly, for Mrs. Poyser had passed on to the pantry without deigning more precise information. "Not Adam. Adam's father, the old man, is drowned. He was drowned last night in the Willowbrook. Mr. Irwine has just told me about it." "Oh, how dreadful!" said Hetty, looking serious but not deeply affected, and as Molly now entered with the dock leaves, she took them silently and returned to the dairy without asking further questions. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of Adam Bede. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Adam Bede by George Eliot. Chapter 9. Hetty's World. While she adjusted the broad leaves that set off the pale fragrant butter as the primrose is set off by its nest of green, I am afraid Hetty was thinking a great deal more of the looks Captain Donnithorne had cast at her than of Adam and his troubles. Bright, admiring glances from a handsome young gentleman with white hands, a gold chain, occasional regimentals, and wealth and grandeur immeasurable. Those were the warm rays that set poor Hetty's heart vibrating and playing its little foolish tunes over and over again. We do not hear that Memnon statue gave forth its melody at all under the rushing of the mightiest wind, or in response to any other influence divine or human than certain short-lived sunbeams of morning, and we must learn to accommodate ourselves to the discovery that some of those cunningly fashioned instruments called human souls have only a very limited range of music, and will not vibrate in the least under a touch that fills others with tremulous rapture or quivering agony. Hetty was quite used to the thought that people liked to look at her. She was not blind to the fact that young Luke Britton of Broxton came to Hayslope Church on a Sunday afternoon on purpose that he might see her, and that he would have made much more decided advances if her uncle Poyser, thinking but lightly of a young man whose father's land was so foul as old Luke Britton's, had not forbidden her aunt to encourage him by any civilities. She was aware, too, that Mr. Craig, the gardener at the Chase, was over head and ears in love with her, and had lately made unmistakable avowals in luscious strawberries and hyperbolical peas. She knew still better that Adam Bede, tall, upright, clever, brave Adam Bede, who carried such authority with all the people round about, and whom her uncle was always delighted to see of an evening, saying that Adam knew a fine sight more the nature of things than those as thought themselves his betters. She knew that this Adam, who was often rather stern to other people and not much given to run after the lasses, could be made to turn pale or red any day by a word or a look from her. Hetty's sphere of comparison was not large, but she couldn't help perceiving that Adam was something like a man, always knew what to say about things, could tell her uncle how to prop the hovel, and had mended the churn in no time, knew with only looking at it the value of the chestnut tree that was blown down, and why the damp came in the walls, and what they must do to stop the rats, and wrote a beautiful hand that you could read off, and could do figures in his head, a degree of accomplishment totally unknown among the richest farmers of that countryside. Not at all like that slouching Luke Britton, who, when she once walked with him all the way from Broxton to Hayslope, had only broken silence to remark that the grey goose had begun to lay. And as for Mr. Craig, the gardener, he was a sensible man enough, to be sure, but he was knock-kneed, and had a queer sort of sing-song in his talk. Moreover, on the most charitable supposition, he must be far on the way to 40. Hetty was quite certain her uncle wanted her to encourage Adam, and would be pleased for her to marry him, for those were times when there was no rigid demarcation of rank between the farmer and the respectable artisan, and on the home hearth, as well as in the public house, they might be seen taking their jug of ale together, the farmer having a latent sense of capital and of weight in parish affairs, which sustained him under his conspicuous inferiority in conversation. Martin Poyser was not a frequenter of public houses, but he liked a friendly chat over his own home-brewed, and though it was pleasant to lay down the law to a stupid neighbour who had no notion how to make the best of his farm, it was also an agreeable variety to learn something from a clever fellow like Adam Bede. Accordingly, for the last 3 years, ever since he had superintended the building of the new barn, Adam had always been made welcome at the Hall Farm, especially of a winter evening, when the whole family, in patriarchal fashion, master and mistress, children and servants, were assembled in that glorious kitchen at well-graduated distances from the blazing fire. And for the last 2 years, at least, Hetty had been in the habit of hearing her uncle say, "Adam Bede may be working for wage now, but he'll be a master-man some day, as sure as I sit in this chair. Mr. Burge is in the right on't to wanting to go partners and marry his daughter, if it's true what they say. The woman as marries him will have a good take, be it Lady Day or Michaelmas," a remark which Mrs. Poyser always followed up with her cordial assent. "Ah," she would say, "it's all very fine having a ready-made rich man, but mayhappen he'll be a ready-made fool, and it's no use filling your pocket full of money if you've got a hole in the corner. It'll do you no good to sit in a spring cart of your own. If you've got a soft to drive you, he'll soon turn you over into the ditch. I always said I'd never marry a man as had got no brains, for where's the use of a woman having brains of her own if she's tackled to a geck as everybody's a-laughing at? She might as well dress herself fine to sit backwards on a donkey." These expressions, though figurative, sufficiently indicated the bent of Mrs. Poyser's mind with regard to Adam, and though she and her husband might have viewed the subject differently if Hetty had been a daughter of their own, it was clear that they would have welcomed the match with Adam for a penniless niece. For what could Hetty have been but a servant elsewhere, if her uncle had not taken her in and brought her up as a domestic help to her aunt, whose health since the birth of Toddy had not been equal to more positive labour than the superintendence of servants and children? But Hetty had never given Adam any steady encouragement. Even in the moments when she was most thoroughly conscious of his superiority to her other admirers, she had never brought herself to think of accepting him. She liked to feel that this strong, skilful, keen-eyed man was in her power, and would have been indignant if he had shown the least sign of slipping from under the yoke of her coquettish tyranny and attaching himself to the gentle Mary Burge, who would have been grateful enough for the most trifling notice of him. Mary Burge, indeed! Such a sallow-faced girl! If she put on a bit of pink ribbon, she looked as yellow as a crow-flower, and her hair was as straight as a hank of cotton. And always when Adam stayed away for several weeks from the Hall Farm, and otherwise made some show of resistance to his passion as a foolish one, Hetty took care to entice him back into the net by little airs of meekness and timidity, as if she were in trouble at his neglect. But as to marrying Adam, that was a very different affair. There was nothing in the world to tempt her to do that. Her cheeks never grew a shade deeper when his name was mentioned. She felt no thrill when she saw him passing along the causeway by the window, or advancing towards her unexpectedly in the footpath across the meadow. She felt nothing when his eyes rested on her but the cold triumph of knowing that he loved her and would not care to look at Mary Burge. He could no more stir in her the emotions that make the sweet intoxication of young love than the mere picture of a sun can stir the spring sap in the subtle fibres of the plant. She saw him as he was, a poor man with old parents to keep who would not be able, for a long while to come, to give her even such luxuries as she shared in her uncle's house. And Hetty's dreams were all of luxuries, to sit in a carpeted parlour and always wear white stockings, to have some large beautiful earrings, such as were all the fashion, to have Nottingham lace round the top of her gown, and something to make her handkerchief smell nice, like Miss Lydia Donnithorne's when she drew it out at church, and not to be obliged to get up early or be scolded by anybody. She thought if Adam had been rich and could have given her these things, she loved him well enough to marry him. But for the last few weeks a new influence had come over Hetty, vague, atmospheric, shaping itself into no self-confessed hopes or prospects, but producing a pleasant narcotic effect, making her tread the ground and go about her work in a sort of dream, unconscious of weight or effort, and showing her all things through a soft, liquid veil, as if she were living not in this solid world of brick and stone, but in a beatified world, such as the sun lights up for us in the waters. Hetty had become aware that Mr. Arthur Donnithorne would take a good deal of trouble for the chance of seeing her, that he always placed himself at church so as to have the fullest view of her both sitting and standing, that he was constantly finding reason for calling at the Hall Farm, and always would contrive to say something for the sake of making her speak to him and look at him. The poor child no more conceived at present the idea that the young squire could ever be her lover than a baker's pretty daughter in the crowd, whom a young emperor distinguishes by an imperial but admiring smile, conceives that she shall be made empress. But the baker's daughter goes home and dreams of the handsome young emperor, and perhaps weighs the flour amiss while she is thinking what a heavenly lot it must be to have him for a husband. And so poor Hetty had got a face and a presence haunting her waking and sleeping dreams. Bright, soft glances had penetrated her, and suffused her life with a strange, happy languor. The eyes that shed those glances were really not half so fine as Adam's, which sometimes looked at her with a sad, beseeching tenderness, but they had found a ready medium in Hetty's little silly imagination, whereas Adam's could get no entrance through that atmosphere. For 3 weeks at least her inward life had consisted of little else than living through in memory the looks and words Arthur had directed towards her, of little else than recalling the sensations with which she heard his voice outside the house, and saw him enter, and became conscious that his eyes were fixed on her, and then became conscious that a tall figure, looking down on her with eyes that seemed to touch her, was coming nearer in clothes of beautiful texture, with an odour like that of a flower garden borne on the evening breeze. Foolish thoughts! But all this happened, you must remember, nearly 60 years ago, and Hetty was quite uneducated, a simple farmer's girl, to whom a gentleman with a white hand was dazzling as an Olympian god. Until today she had never looked farther into the future than to the next time Captain Donnithorne would come to the farm, or the next Sunday when she should see him at church. But now she thought perhaps he would try to meet her when she went to the chase tomorrow, and if he should speak to her and walk a little way when nobody was by. That had never happened yet, and now her imagination, instead of retracing the past, was busy fashioning what would happen tomorrow, whereabout in the chase she should see him coming towards her, how she should put her new rose-coloured ribbon on, which she had never seen, and what he would say to her to make her return his glance, a glance which she would be living through in her memory over and over again all the rest of the day. In this state of mind, how could Hetty give any feeling to Adam's troubles, or think much about poor old Thias being drowned? Young souls in such pleasant delirium as hers are as unsympathetic as butterflies sipping nectar. They are isolated from all appears by a barrier of dreams, by invisible looks and impalpable arms. While Hetty's hands were busy packing up the butter, and her head filled with these pictures of the morrow, Arthur Donnithorne, riding by Mr. Irwin's side towards the valley of the Willow Brook, had also certain indistinct anticipations, running as an undercurrent in his mind while he was listening to Mr. Irwin's account of Dinah. Indistinct, yet strong enough to make him feel rather conscious when Mr. Irwin suddenly said, "What fascinated you so in Mrs. Poyser's dairy, Arthur? Have you become an amateur of damp quarries and skimming dishes?" Arthur knew the rector too well to suppose that a clever invention would be of any use, so he said with his accustomed frankness, "No, I went to look at the pretty butter-maker, Hetty Sorrel. She's a perfect Hebe, and if I were an artist I would paint her. It's amazing what pretty girls one sees among the farmers' daughters, when the men are such clowns. That common round red face one sees sometimes in the men, all cheek and no features like Martin Poyser's, comes out in the women of the family as the most charming phiz imaginable. Well, I have no objection to your contemplating Hetty in an artistic light, But I must not have you feeding her vanity and filling her little noodle with the notion that she's a great beauty, attractive to fine gentlemen, or you will spoil her for a poor man's wife. Honest Craigs, for example, whom I have seen bestowing soft glances on her. The little puss seems already to have airs enough to make a husband as miserable as it's a law of nature for a quiet man to be when he marries a beauty. Apropos of marrying, I hope our friend Adam will get settled, now the poor old man's gone. He will only have his mother to keep him in future, and I've a notion that there's a kindness between him and that nice, modest girl, Mary Burge, from something that fell from old Jonathan one day when I was talking to him. But when I mentioned the subject to Adam, he looked uneasy and turned the conversation. I suppose the love-making doesn't run smooth, or perhaps Adam hangs back till he's in a better position. He has independence of spirit enough for two men, rather an excess of pride, if anything. That would be a capital match for Adam. He would slip into old Burge's shoes and make a fine thing of that building business. I'll answer for him. I should like to see him well settled in this parish. He would be ready then to act as my Grand Vizier when I wanted one. We could plan no end of repairs and improvements together. I've never seen the girl, though, I think. At least I've never looked at her. Look at her next Sunday at church. She sits with her father on the left of the reading desk. You needn't look quite so much at Hetty Sorrel then. When I've made up my mind that I can't afford to buy a tempting dog, I take no notice of him, because if he took a strong fancy to me and looked lovingly at me, the struggle between arithmetic and inclination might become unpleasantly severe. I pique myself on my wisdom there, Arthur, and as an old fellow to whom wisdom has become cheap, I bestow it upon you. Thank you. It may stand me in good stead some day, though I don't know that I have any present use for it. Bless me, how the brook has overflowed. Suppose we have a canter now we're at the bottom of the hill. That is the great advantage of dialogue on horseback. It can be merged any minute into a trot or a canter, and one might have escaped from Socrates himself in the saddle. The two friends were free from the necessity of further conversation till they pulled up in the lane behind Adam's cottage. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Adam Bede. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Adam Bede by George Eliot. Chapter 10. Dinah visits Lisbeth. At 5 o'clock Lisbeth came downstairs with a large key in her hand. It was the key of the chamber where her husband lay dead. Throughout the day, except in her occasional outbursts of wailing grief, she had been in incessant movement, performing the initial duties to her dead with the awe and exactitude that belong to religious rites. She had brought out her little store of bleached linen, which she had for long years kept in reserve for this supreme use. It seemed but yesterday, that time so many midsummers ago, when she had told Thais where this linen lay, that he might be sure and reach it out for her when she died, for she was the elder of the two. Then there had been the work of cleansing to the strictest purity every object in the sacred chamber, and of removing from it every trace of common daily occupation. The small window which had hitherto freely let in the frosty moonlight or the warm summer sunrise on the working man's slumber, must not be darkened with a fair white sheet, for this was the sleep which is as sacred under the bare rafters as in sealed houses. Lisbeth had even mended a long-neglected and unnoticeable rent in checkered bit of bed curtain, for the moments were few and precious now in which she would be able to do the smallest office of respect or love for the still corpse, to which in all her thoughts she attributed some consciousness. Our dead are never dead to us until we have forgotten them. They can be injured by us, they can be wounded. They know all our penitence, all our aching sense that their place is empty, all the kisses we bestow on the smallest relic of their presence. And the aged peasant woman, most of all, believes that her dead are conscious. Decent burial was what Lisbeth had been thinking of for herself, 3 years of thrift, with an indistinct expectation that she should know when she was being carried to the churchyard, followed by her husband and her sons. And now she felt as if the greatest work of her life were to be done in seeing that Thais was buried decently before her under the white thorn, where once, in a dream, she had thought she lay in the coffin, yet all the while saw the sunshine above, and smelt the white blossoms that were so thick upon the thorn the Sunday she went to be churched after Adam was born. But now she had done everything that could be done to-day in the chamber of death, had done it all herself, with some aid from her sons in lifting, for she would let no one be fetched to help her from the village, not being fond of female neighbours generally, and her favourite Dolly, the old housekeeper at Mr. Burge's, who had come to condole with her in the morning as soon as she heard of Thias's death, was too dim-sighted to be of much use. She had locked the door, and now held the key in her hand, as she threw herself wearily into a chair that stood out of its place in the middle of the house floor, where in ordinary times she would never have consented to sit. The kitchen had had none of her attention that day. It was soiled with the tread of muddy shoes, and untidy with clothes and other objects out of place. But what at another time would have been intolerable to Lisbeth's habits of order and cleanliness seemed to her now just what should be. It was right that things should look strange and disordered and wretched, now that the old man had come to his end in that sad way. The kitchen ought not to look as if nothing had happened. Adam, overcome with the agitations and exertions of the day, after his night of hard work, had fallen asleep on a bench in the workshop, and Seth was in the back kitchen making a fire of sticks, that he might get the kettle to boil, and persuade his mother to have a cup of tea, an indulgence which she rarely allowed herself. There was no one in the kitchen when Lisbeth entered and threw herself into the chair. She looked round with blank eyes at the dirt and confusion on which the bright afternoon sun shone dismally. It was all of a piece with the sad confusion of her mind, that confusion which belongs to the first hours of a sudden sorrow, when the poor human soul is like one who has been deposited sleeping among the ruins of a vast city, and wakes up in dreary amazement, not knowing whether it is the growing of the dying day, not knowing why and whence came this illimitable scene of desolation, or why he too finds himself desolate in the midst of it. At another time Lisbeth's first thought would have been, "Where is Adam?" But the sudden death of her husband had restored him in these hours to that first place in her affections which he had held 26 years ago. She had forgotten his faults as we forget the sorrows of our departed childhood, and thought of nothing but the young husband's kindness and the old man's patience. Her eyes continued to wander blankly until Seth came in and began to remove some of the scattered things, and clear the small round deal table that he might set out his mother's tea upon it. "What art going to do?" she said. rather peevishly. "I want thee to have a cup of tea, mother," answered Seth tenderly. "It'll do thee good, and I'll put 2 or 3 of these things away, and make the house look more comfortable." "Comfortable! How canst talk o' main things comfortable? Let it be, let it be. There's no comfort for me no more," she went on, the tears coming when she began to speak. "Now thy poor father's gone, as I'n washed for and mended, and got's victual for him for 30 year, and him always so pleased with everything I done for him, and used to be so handy and do the jobs for me when I were ill and cumbered with the bubby, and made me the posses and brought it upstairs as proud as could be, and carried the lad as wore as heavy as 2 children for 5 miles, and near grumbled, all the way to Warson Wake, 'cause I wanted to go and see my sister, as war dead and gone the very next Christmas, and come, and him to be drowned in the brook as we passed all the day we were married, and come home together. And he'd made me lots o' shelves for me to put my plates and things on, and showed 'em me as proud as could be, 'cause he'd knowed I should be pleased. And he were to die, and me not to know, but to be and sleepin' in my bed, as if I caredna nought about it. Eh, and me to live to see that, and us, as war young folks once, and thought we should do rarely when we were married. Let it be, lad, let it be. I wonna ha no tay. I carena if I ne'er ate nor drink no more. When one end of the bridge tumbles down, where the use o' the other stannin'? I may's well die and follow my old man. There's no knowing but he'll want me." Here Lisbeth broke from words into moans, swaying herself backwards and forwards on her chair. Seth, always timid in his behaviour towards his mother, from the sense that he had no influence over her, felt it was useless to attempt to persuade or soothe her till this passion was past, so he contented himself with tending the back kitchen fire and folding up his father's clothes, which had been hanging out to dry since morning, afraid to move about in the room where his mother was, lest he should irritate her further. But after Lisbeth had been rocking herself and moaning for some minutes, she suddenly paused and said aloud to herself, "I'll go and see arter Adam, for I canna think where he's gotten, and I want him to go upstairs with me afore it's dark, for the minutes to look at the corpse is like the melting snow." Seth overheard this, and coming into the kitchen again, as his mother rose from her chair, he said, "Adam's asleep in the workshop, mother. Thee'dst better not wake him. He was overwrought with work and trouble." "Wake him? Who's a-going to wake him? I shanna wake with looking at him. I hadn't seen the lad this 2 hour. I'd welly forgotten as he'd growed up from a baby, when's father carried him." Adam was seated on a rough bench, his head supported by his arm, which rested from the shoulder to the elbow on the long planing table in the middle of the workshop. It seemed as if he had sat down for a few minutes' rest and had fallen asleep without slipping from his first attitude of sad, fatigued thought. His face, unwashed since yesterday, looked pallid and clammy. His hair was tossed shaggily about his forehead, and his closed eyes had the sunken look which follows upon watching and sorrow. His brow was knit, and his whole face had an expression of weariness and pain. Gyp was evidently uneasy, for he sat on his haunches, resting his nose on his master's stretched-out leg, and dividing the time between licking the hand that hung listlessly down, and glancing with a listening air towards the door. The poor dog was hungry and restless, but would not leave his master, and was waiting impatiently for some change in the scene. It was owing to this feeling on Gyp's part that, when Lisbeth came into the workshop and advanced towards Adam as noiselessly as she could, her intention to awaken him was immediately defeated, for Gyp's excitement was too great to find vent in anything short of a sharp bark, and in a moment Adam opened his eyes and saw his mother standing before him. It was not very unlike his dream, for his sleep had been little more than living through again, in a fevered delirious way, all that had happened since daybreak, and his mother with her fretful grief was present to him through it all. The chief difference between the reality and the vision was that in his dream Hetty was continually coming before him in bodily presence, strangely mingling herself as an actor in scenes with which she had nothing to do. She was even by the willow brook. She made his mother angry by coming into the house, and he met her with her smart clothes quite wet through, as he walked in the rain to Treddleston to tell the coroner. But wherever Hetty came, his mother was sure to follow soon, and when he opened his eyes, it was not at all startling to see her standing near him. "Eh, my lad, my lad!" Lisbeth burst out immediately, her wailing impulse returning, for grief in its freshness feels the need of associating its loss and its lament with every change of scene and incident. "Thee's got nobody now but thy old mother to torment thee and be a burden to thee. Thy poor father, you'll ne'er anger thee no more, and thy mother may's well go arter him. The sooner the better, for I'm no good to nobody now. One cold coat and you'll do to patch another, but it's good for nought else. Thee's like to have a wife to mend thy clothes and get thy victual, better nor thy old mother. And I shall be nought but cumber, a-sitting i' the chimney-corner." Adam winced and moved uneasily. He dreaded, of all things, to hear his mother speak of Hetty. "But if thy father had lived, he'd ne'er ha' wanted me to go to make room for another, for he could no more ha' done without me nor one side o' the scissors can do without the other. Ah, we should ha' been both flung away together, and then I shouldn't ha' seen this day, and one burying, you'd ha' done for us both." Here Lisbeth paused, but Adam sat in pained silence. He could not speak otherwise than tenderly to his mother to-day, but he could not help being irritated by this plaint. It was not possible for poor Lisbeth to know how it affected Adam any more than it is possible for a wounded dog to know how his moans affect the nerves of his master. Like all complaining women, she complained in the expectation of being soothed, and when Adam said nothing, she was only prompted to complain more bitterly. "I know thees couldn't do better wi'out me, for thee couldst go where thee likeliest and marry them as thee lik'st. But I donna want to say thee nay. Let thee bring home who thee wot. I'd ne'er open my lips to find fault, for when folks is old and of no use, they may think their seens well off to get the bit and the sup, though they ne swallow ill words wit. And if thee set thy heart on a lass as bring thee nought and waste all, when thee mightst have them, as you'd make a man of thee, I'll say nought, now thy father's dead and drownded, for I'm no better nor an old haft when the blade's gone." Adam, unable to bear this any longer, rose silently from the bench, and walked out of the workshop into the kitchen. But Lisbeth followed him. "Thee want to go upstairs and see thy father, then? I'n done everything now, and he'd like thee to go and look at him, for he were always so pleased when thee was mild to him." Adam turned round at once and said, "Yes, mother, let us go upstairs. Come, Seth, let us go together." They went upstairs, and for 5 minutes all was silence. Then the key was turned again, and there was a sound of footsteps on the stairs. But Adam did not come down again. He was too weary and worn out to encounter more of his mother's querulous grief, and he went to rest on his bed. Lisbeth no sooner entered the kitchen and sat down than she threw her apron over her head and began to cry and moan and rock herself as before. Seth thought, "She will be quieter by and by, now we have been upstairs," and he went into the back kitchen again to tend his little fire, hoping that he should presently induce her to have some tea. Lisbeth had been rocking herself in this way for more than 5 minutes, giving a low moan with every forward movement of her body, when she suddenly felt a hand placed gently on hers, and a sweet treble voice said to her, "Dear sister, the Lord has sent me to see if I can be a comfort to you." Lisbeth paused, in a listening attitude, without removing her apron from her face. The voice was strange to her. Could it be her sister's spirit come back to her from the dead after all those years? She trembled and dared not look. Dinah, believing that this pause of wonder was in itself a relief for the sorrowing woman, said no more just yet, but quietly took off her bonnet, and then, motioning silence to Seth, who, on hearing her voice, had come in with a beating heart, laid one hand on the back of Lisbeth's chair and leaned over her, that she might be aware of a friendly presence. Slowly Lisbeth drew down her apron, and timidly she opened her dim dark eyes. She saw nothing at first but a face, a pure, pale face, with loving grey eyes, and it was quite unknown to her. Her wonder increased. Perhaps it was an angel. But in the same instant Dinah had laid her hand on Lisbeth's again, and the old woman looked down at it. It was a much smaller hand than her own, but it was not white and delicate. But Dinah had never worn a glove in her life, and her hand bore the traces of labour from her childhood upwards. Lisbeth looked earnestly at the hand for a moment, and then, fixing her eyes again on Dinah's face, said, with something of restored courage, but in a tone of surprise, "Why, you're a working woman." "Yes, I am Dinah Morris, and I work in the cotton mill when I am at home." "Aye," said Lisbeth slowly, still wondering. "Ye come in so light, like the shadow on the wall, and spoke in my ear as I thought ye might be a spirit. Ye've got a'most the face of one as is a-sitting on the grave. I Adam's new Bible. I come from the Hall Farm now. You know Mrs. Poyser, she's my aunt, and she has heard of your great affliction, and is very sorry, and I'm come to see if I can be any help to you in your trouble, for I know your sons, Adam and Seth, and I know you have no daughter, and when the clergyman told me how the hand of God was heavy upon you, my heart went out towards you, and I felt a command to come and be to you in the place of a daughter in this grief, if you will let me." "Ah, I know who you are now. You are a Methody, like Seth. He's told me on you," said Lisbeth fretfully, her overpowering sense of pain returning. Now her wonder was gone. "You'll make it out as trouble's a good thing, like he always does. But where's the use o' talking to me at that'n? Ye can't make the smart less wi' talking. You'll ne'er make me believe as it's better for me not to have my old man die in's bed, if he must die, and have the parson to pray by him, and me to sit by him, and tell him ne'er to mind the ill words I've given him sometimes when I were angered, and to give him a bit and a sup, as long as a bit and a sup he'd swallow. But to die in the cold water, and you's close to him, and near to know, and me a-sleeping as if I ne'er belonged to him no more, nor if he'd been a journeyman tramp from nobody knows where." Here Lisbeth began to cry and rock herself again, and Dinah said, "Yes, dear friend, your affliction is great. It would be hardness of heart to say that your trouble was not heavy to bear. God didn't send me to you to make light of your sorrow, but to mourn with you, if you will let me. If you had a table spread for a feast, and was making merry with your friends, you would think it was kind to let me come and sit down and rejoice with you, because you'd think I should like to share those good things. But I should like better to share in your trouble and your labour, and it would seem harder to me if you denied me that. You won't send me away? You're not angry with me for coming?" "Nay, nay, angered? Who said I were angered? It were good on you to come. And Seth, why donna ye get her some tay? Ye were in a hurry to get some for me, as had no need, but you donna think o' getting to for them as wants it. Sit ye down, sit ye down. I thank you kindly for comin', for it's a little wage ye get by walking through the wet fields to see an old woman like me. Nah, I've got no daughter o' my own ne'er had one. I werena sorry, for they're poor queechy things, gells is. I always wanted to have lads as could fend for theirsens. And the lads 'ull be marrying. I shall have daughters enough, and too many. But now, do you make the tay as you like it, for I've got no taste in my mouth this day. It's all one what a swallow. It's all got the taste o' sorrow wi't." Dinah took care not to betray that she had had her tea, and accepted Lisbeth's invitation very readily, for the sake of persuading the old woman herself to take the food and drink she so much needed after a day of hard work and fasting. Seth was so happy now Dinah was in the house that he could not help thinking her presence was worth purchasing with a life in which grief incessantly followed upon grief. But the next moment he reproached himself. It was almost as if he was rejoicing in his father's sad death. Nevertheless, the joy of being with Dinah would triumph. It was like the influence of climate, which no resistance can overcome, and the feeling even suffused itself over his face so as to attract his mother's notice, while she was drinking her tea. "Thee's may's well talk o' trouble being a good thing, Seth, for thee thrivest on't. Thee look'st as if thee know'st no more o' care and cumber nor when thee was a bubby a-lying awake in the cradle, for thee's always lie still with thy eyes open, and Adam ne'er 'ull lie still a minute when he wakened. Thee was always like a bag o' meal as can ne'er be bruised though, for the matter of that, thy poor father were just such another. But ye've got the same look too." Here Lisbeth turned to Dinah. "I reckon it's with being a Methody, not as I'm a-finding fault with the fort, for we'd no call to be frettin'. And somehow ye looken sorry too. Well, if the Methodies are fond o' trouble, they're like to thrive. It's a pity they canna ha' all, and take it away from me as dunna like it. I could ha' given him plenty, for when I'd gotten my old man I were warranted from morn till night, and now he's gone, I'd be glad for the worst o'er again." "Yes," said Dinah, careful not to oppose any feeling of Lisbeth's, for her reliance, in her smallest words and deeds, on a divine guidance, always issued in that finest woman's tact, which proceeds from acute and ready sympathy. "Yes, I remember too, when my dear aunt died, I longed for the sound of her bad cough in the nights, instead of the silence that came when she was gone. But now, dear friend, drink this other cup of tea and eat a little more." "What?" said Lisbeth, taking the cup and speaking in a less querulous tone. "Had ye got no father and mother, then, as ye were so sorry about your aunt?" "No, I never knew a father or a mother. My aunt brought me up from a baby. She had no children, for she was never married, and she brought me up as tenderly as if I'd been her own child." "Ah, she'd fine work with ye, I'll warrant, bringing ye up from a bubby, and her a lone woman. It's ill bringing up a cad lamb. But I daresay ye warna frenzy, for ye look as if ye need been angered in your life. But what did ye say when your aunt died? And why donna ye come to live in this country, being as Mrs. Poyser's your aunt too?" Dinah, seeing that Lisbeth's attention was attracted, told the story of her early life, how she had been brought up to work hard, and what sort of place Snowfield was, and how many people had a hard life there, all the details that she thought likely to interest Lisbeth. The old woman listened, and forgot to be fretful, unconsciously subject to the soothing influence of Dinah's face and voice. After a while she was persuaded to let the kitchen to be made tidy, for Dinah was bent on this, believing that the sense of order and quietude around her would help in disposing Lisbeth to join in the prayer she longed to pour forth at her side. Seth meanwhile went out to chop wood, for he surmised that Dinah would like to be left alone with his mother. Lisbeth sat watching her as she moved about in her still quick way, and said at last, "You've got a notion o' cleaning up. I wouldn't mind ye for a daughter, for ye wouldn't spend the lad's wage in fine clothes and waste. You're not like the lasses on this countryside. I reckon folks is different at Snowfield from what they are here. They have a different sort of life, many of them," said Dinah. "They work at different things, some in the mill, and many in the mines, in the villages round about. But the heart of man is the same everywhere, and there are the children of this world and the children of light there as well as elsewhere. But we've many more Methodists there than in this country." "Well, I didn't know as a Methody woman were like ye, for there's Will Maskery's wife, as they say a big Methody, isn't pleasant to look at all. I'd as lief look at a toad. And I'm thinking, and I wouldn't mind if ye'd stayed and sleep here, for I should like to see ye thy house in the morning. But mayhappen they'll be looking for ye at Mester Poyser's." "No," said Dinah, "they don't expect me, and I should like to stay if you'll let me." "Well, there's room. I got me bed laid in thy little room o' the back kitchen, and ye can lie beside me. I'd be glad to have ye with me to speak in the night, for you've got a nice way o' talking. It puts me in mind of the swallows was under the thack last year, when they first began to sing low and soft like in the morning. Ah, but my old man were fond o' them birds, and so were Adam, but they're near comed again this year. Happen they're dead too." "There," said Dinah, "now the kitchen looks tidy. And now, dear mother, for I'm your daughter to-night, you know, I should like you to wash your face and have a clean cap on. Do you remember what David did, when God took away his child from him? While the child was yet alive, he fasted and prayed to God to spare it, and he would neither eat nor drink, but lay on the ground all night, beseeching God for the child. But when he knew it was dead, he rose up from the ground, and washed and anointed himself, and changed his clothes, and ate and drank. And when they asked him how it was that he seemed to have left off grieving now the child was dead, he said, "While the child was yet alive, I fasted and wept, for I said, Who can tell whether God will be gracious to me, that the child may live? But now he is dead, wherefore should I fast? Can I bring him back again? I shall go to him, but he shall not return to me." "Ah, that's a true word," said Lisbeth. "Yea, my old man wonna come back to me, but I shall go to him, the sooner the better. Well, ye may do as ye like with me. There's a clean cap in the drawer, and I'll go in the back of the kitchen and wash my face. And Seth, thee mayst reach down Adam's new Bible with the pictures in, and she shall read us a chapter. Ah, I like them words. I shall go to him, but he wonna come back to me." Dinah and Seth were both inwardly offering thanks for the greatest quietness of spirit that had come over Lisbeth. This was what Dinah had been trying to bring about, through all her still sympathy and absence from exhortation. From her girlhood upwards she had had experience among the sick and the mourning, among minds hardened and shrivelled through poverty and ignorance, and had gained the subtlest perception of the mode in which they could best be touched and softened into willingness to receive words of spiritual consultation or warning. As Dinah expressed it, she was never left to herself, but it was always given her when to keep silence and when to speak. And do we not all agree to call rapid thought and noble impulse by the name of inspiration? After our subtlest analysis of the mental process, we must still say, as Dinah did, that our highest thoughts and our best deeds are all given to us. And so there was earnest prayer, there was faith, love, and hope pouring forth that evening in the little kitchen. And poor, aged, fretful Lisbeth, without grasping any distinct idea, without going through any course of religious emotions, felt a vague sense of goodness and love, and of something right lying underneath and beyond all this sorrowing life. She couldn't understand the sorrow, but, for these moments, under the subduing influence of Dinah's spirit, she felt that she must be patient and still. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Adam Bede. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. Adam Bede by George Eliot. Chapter 11. In the Cottage. It was but 4:30 the next morning when Dinah, tired of lying awake listening to the birds and watching the growing light through the little window in the garret roof, rose and began to dress herself very quietly, lest she should disturb Lisbeth. But already someone else was astir in the house, and had gone downstairs, preceded by Gyp. The dog's pattering step was the sure sign that it was Adam who went down. But Dinah was not aware of this, and she thought it was more likely to be Seth, for he had told her how Adam had stayed up working the night before. Seth, however, had only just awakened at the sound of the opening door. The exciting influence of the previous day, heightened at last by Dinah's unexpected presence, had not been counteracted by any bodily weariness, for he had not done his ordinary amount of hard work, and so when he went to bed, it was not till he had tired himself with hours of tossing wakefulness that drowsiness came, and led on a heavier morning sleep than was usual with him. But Adam had been refreshed by his long rest, and with his habitual impatience of mere passivity, he was eager to begin the new day and subdue sadness by his strong will and strong arm. The white mist lay in the valley. It was going to be a bright warm day, and he would start to work again when he had had his breakfast. "There's nothing but what's bearable as long as a man can work," he said to himself. "The nature o' things doesn't change, though it seems as if one's own life was nothing but change. The square of 4 is 16, and you must lengthen your lever in proportion to your weight, is as true when a man's miserable as when he's happy, and the best o' working is, it gives you a grip hold of things outside your own lot." As he dashed the cold water over his head and face, he felt completely himself again, and with his black eyes as keen as ever and his thick black hair all glistening with the fresh moisture, he went into the workshop to look out the wood for his father's coffin, intending that he and Seth should carry it with them to Jonathan Burge's, and have the coffin made by one of the workmen there, so that his mother might not see and hear the sad task going forward at home. He had just gone into the workshop when his quick ear detected a light rapid foot on the stairs, certainly not his mother's. He had been in bed and asleep when Dinah had come in the evening, and now he wondered whose step this could be. A foolish thought came, and moved him strangely, as if it could be Hetty. She was the last person likely to be in the house, and yet he felt reluctant to go and look, and have the clear proof that it was some one else. He stood leaning on a plank he had taken hold of, listening to sounds which his imagination interpreted for him so pleasantly that the keen strong face became suffused with the timid tenderness. The light footstep moved about the kitchen, followed by the sound of the sweeping brush, hardly making so much noise as the lightest breeze that chases the autumn leaves along the dusty path, and Adam's imagination saw a dimpled face, with dark bright eyes and roguish smiles looking backward at this brush, and a rounded figure just leaning a little to clasp the handle. A very foolish thought. It could not be Hetty, but the only way of dismissing such nonsense from his head was to go and see who it was, for his fancy only got nearer and nearer to belief while he stood there listening. He loosened the plank and went to the kitchen door. "How do you do, Adam Bede?" said Dinah, in her calm treble, pausing from her sweeping and fixing her mild grave eyes upon him. "I trust you feel rested and strengthened again to bear the burden and heat of the day." It was like dreaming of the sunshine and awaking in the moonlight. Adam had seen Dinah several times, but always at the Hall Farm, where he was not very vividly conscious of any woman's presence except Hetty's, and he had only in the last day or two begun to suspect that Seth was in love with her, so that his attention had not hitherto been drawn towards her for his brother's sake. But now her slim figure, her plain black gown, and her pale serene face impressed him with all the force that belongs to a reality contrasted with a preoccupying fancy. For the first moment or two he made no answer, but looked at her with the concentrated, examining glance which a man gives to an object in which he has suddenly begun to be interested. Dinah, for the first time in her life, felt a painful self-consciousness. There was something in the dark, penetrating glance of this strong man so different from the mildness and timidity of his brother Seth. A faint blush came, which deepened as she wondered at it. This blush recalled Adam from his forgetfulness. "I was quite taken by surprise. It was very good of you to come and see my mother in her trouble," he said, in a gentle, grateful tone, for his quick mind told him at once how she came to be there. "I hope my mother was thankful to have you," he added, wondering rather anxiously what had been Dinah's reception. "Yes," said Dinah, resuming her work. "She seemed greatly comforted after a while, and she's had a good deal of rest in the night, by times. She was fast asleep when I left her." "Who was it took the news to the Hall Farm?" said Adam, his thoughts reverting to some one there. He wondered whether she had felt anything about it. "It was Mr. Irwine, the clergyman, told me, and my aunt was grieved for your mother when she heard it, and wanted me to come, and so is my uncle. I'm sure, now he's heard it, that he was gone out to Rosseter all yesterday. They'll look for you there as soon as you've got time to go, for there's nobody round that half but what's glad to see you." Dinah, with her sympathetic divination, knew quite well that Adam was longing to hear if Hetty had said anything about their trouble. She was too rigorously truthful for benevolent invention, but she had contrived to say something in which Hetty was tacitly included. Love has a way of cheating itself consciously, like a child who plays at solitary hide and seek. It is pleased with assurances that it all the while disbelieves. Adam liked what Dinah had said so much that his mind was directly full of the next visit he should pay to the Hall Farm, when Hetty would perhaps behave more kindly to him than she had ever done before. "But you won't be there yourself any longer?" he said to Dinah. "No, I go back to Snowfield on Saturday, and I shall have to set out to Treddleston early, to be in time for Oakbourne carrier, so I must go back to the farm to-night, that I may have the last day with my aunt and her children. But I can stay here all to-day, if your mother would like me, and her heart seemed inclined towards me last night." "Ah, then, she's sure to want you to-day. If mother takes to people at the beginning, she's sure to get fond of 'em. But she's a strange way of not liking young women. Though, to be sure," Adam went on, smiling, "her not liking other young women is no reason why she shouldn't like you." Hitherto Gyp had been assisting at this conversation in motionless silence, seated on his haunches, and alternately looking up in his master's face to watch its expression, and observing Dinah's movements about the kitchen. The kind smile with which Adam uttered the last words was apparently decisive with Gyp of the light in which the stranger was to be regarded. and as she turned round after putting aside her sweeping brush, he trotted towards her and put up his muzzle against her hand in a friendly way. "You see Gyp bids you welcome," said Adam, "and he's very slow to welcome strangers." "Poor dog," said Dinah, patting the rough grey coat. "I've a strange feeling about the dumb things as if they wanted to speak, and it was a trouble to 'em because they couldn't. I can't help being sorry for the dogs always, though perhaps there's no need. But they may well have more in them than they know how to make us understand, for we can't say half what we feel, with all our words." Seth came down now, and was pleased to find Adam talking with Dinah. He wanted Adam to know how much better she was than all other women. But after a few words of greeting, Adam drew him into the workshop to consult about the coffin, and Dinah went on with her cleaning. By 6 o'clock they were all at breakfast, with Lisbeth in a kitchen as clean as she could have made it herself. The window and door were open, and the morning air brought with it a mingled scent of southern wood, thyme, and sweet briar from the patch of garden by the side of the cottage. Dinah did not sit down at first, but moved about, serving the others with the warm porridge and the toasted oatcake, which she had got ready in the usual way, for she had asked Seth to tell her just what his mother gave them for breakfast. Lisbeth had been unusually silent since she came downstairs, apparently requiring some time to adjust her ideas to a state of things in which she came down like a lady to find all the work done, and sat still to be waited on. Her new sensation seemed to exclude the remembrance of her grief. At last, after tasting the porridge, she broke silence. "Ye might ha' made the porridge worse," she said to Dinah. "I can ate it without its turning my stomach. It might ha' been a trifle thicker, and no harm, and I always puttin' a sprig o' mint in myself. But how's you to know that? The lads arena like to get folks as 'ull make their porridge, as I've made it for 'em. It's well if they get on body as 'ull make porridge at all. But ye might do with a bit o' showin', for ye're a stirrin' body in a morning, and ye've a light heel, and ye've cleaned the house well enough for a makeshift." "Makeshift, mother," said Adam. "Why, I think the house looks beautiful. I don't know how it could look better." "Thee dostna know. Nay, how's thee to know? The men ne'er know whether the floor's clean or cat-licked. But thee'll know when thee gets thy porridge burnt, as it's like enough to be when I'm gin, or making it. Thee think thy mother war good for something then?" Dinah said, "Seth, do come and sit down now and have your breakfast. We're all served now." "Aye, come and sit ye down, do," said Lisbeth, "and ate a morsel. Ye'd need, arter being up on your legs this hour and a half already. Come then," she added, in a tone of complaining affection, as Dinah sat down by her side, "I'll be loath for you go, but you canna stay much longer, I doubt. I could put up with you in the house better nor with most folks." "I'll stay till to-night if you're willing," said Dinah. "I'd stay longer, only I'm going back to Snowfield on Saturday, and I must be with my aunt to-morrow." "Ah, I'd ne'er go back to that country. My old man come from that Stonyshire side, but he left it when he were a young un, and I the right on too, for he said as there war no wood there, and it ought to have been a bad country for a carpenter." "Aye," said Adam, "I remember father telling me when I was a little lad that he made up his mind if ever he moved it should be south'ard. But I'm not so sure about it. Bartle Massey says, and he knows the south, as the northern men are a finer breed than the southern, harder headed and stronger bodied, and a deal taller. And then he says in some of those counties it's as flat as the back o' your hand, and you can see nothing of the distance without climbing up the highest trees. I couldn't abide that. I like to go to work by a road that'll take me up a bit of a hill, and see the fields for miles round me, and a bridge, or a town, or a bit of steeple here and there. It makes you feel the world's a big place, and there's no other men working in it with their heads and hands besides yourself." "I like the hills best," said Seth, "when the clouds are over your head, and you see the sun shining ever so far off, over the Loamford way, as I've often done o' late, on the stormy days. It seems to me as if that was heaven, where there's always joy and sunshine, though this life's dark and cloudy." "Oh, I love the Stonyshire side," said Dinah. "I shouldn't like to set my face towards the countries where they're rich in corn and cattle, and the ground so level and easy to tread, and to turn my back on the hills where the poor people have to live such a hard life, and the men spend their days in the mines away from the sunlight. It's very blessed on a bleak cold day, when the sky is hanging dark over the hill, to feel the love of God in one's soul, and carry it to the lonely, bare, stone houses where there's nothing else to give comfort." "Eh," said Lisbeth, "that's very well for ye to talk, as looks welly like the snowdrop flowers has ye lived for days and days when I'm givered 'em with nothing but a drop o' water and peep o' daylight. But the hungry folks had better leave the hungry country. It makes less mouths for the scant cake." But she went on, looking at Adam. "Donna thee talk o' goin' southern or northern, and leaving thy father and mother i' the churchyard, and going to a country as they know nothing on? I'll ne'er rest i' my grave if I donna see thee i' the churchyard of a Sunday." "Donna fear, mother," said Adam. "If I hadn't made up my mind not to go, I should ha' been gone before now." He had finished his breakfast now, and rose as he was speaking. "What art going to do?" asked Lisbeth. "Set about thy father's coffin?" "No, mother," said Adam. "We're going to take the wood to the village and have it made there." "Nah, my lad, nay!" Lisbeth burst out in an eager, wailing tone. "Thee won't not let nobody make thy father's coffin but thysen? Who'd make it so well, and him as knowed what good work war, and got a son as it is the head of the village, and all treadles on too for cleverness?" "Very well, mother, if that's thy wish, I'll make the coffin at home. But I thought thee wouldstna like to hear the work going on." "And why shouldn't I like it? It's the right thing to be done. And what's liking got to do wi't? It's choice o' mislikings is all in got i' this world. One morsel's as good as another when your mouth's out o' taste. Thee mun set about it now this morning, first thing. I wonna have nobody to touch the coffin but thee." Adam's eyes met Seth's, which looked from Dinah to him rather wistfully. "No, mother," he said, "I'll not consent but Seth shall have a hand in it too, if it's to be done at home. I'll go to the village this forenoon, because Mr. Burge'll want to see me, and Seth shall stay at home and begin the coffin. I can come back at noon, and then he can go." "Nay, nay," persisted Lisbeth, beginning to cry. "In set my heart on as thee shalt mar thy father's coffin. Thee so stiff and masterful. Thee ne'er do as thy mother wants thee. Thee wast often angered with thy father when he were alive. Thee must be the better to him now he's gone. He'd ha' thought nothing on't for Seth to mar's coffin." "Say no more, Adam, say no more," said Seth, gently, though his voice told that he spoke with some effort. Mother's in the right. I'll go to work, and do thee stay at home." He passed into the workshop immediately, followed by Adam, while Lisbeth, automatically obeying her old habits, began to put away the breakfast things, as if she did not mean Dinah to take her place any longer. Dinah said nothing, but presently used the opportunity of quietly joining the brothers in the workshop. They had already got on their aprons and paper caps, and Adam was standing with his left hand on Seth's shoulder, while he pointed with the hammer in his right to some boards which they were looking at. Their backs were turned towards the door by which Dinah entered, and she came in so gently that they were not aware of her presence till they heard her voice saying, "Seth Bede." Seth started, and they both turned around. Dinah looked as if she did not see Adam, and fixed her eyes on Seth's face, saying with calm kindness, "I won't say farewell. I shall see you again when you come from work, so as I'm at the farm before dark, it will be quite soon enough." "Thank you, Dinah. I should like to walk home with you once more. It'll perhaps be the last time." There was a little tremor in Seth's voice. Dinah put out her hand and said, "You'll have sweet peace in your mind today, Seth, for your tenderness and long-suffering towards your aged mother." She turned round and left the workshop as quickly and quietly as she had entered it. Adam had been observing her closely all the while, but she had not looked at him. As soon as she was gone, he said, "I don't wonder at thee for loving her, Seth. She's got a face like a lily." Seth's soul rushed to his eyes and lips. He had never yet confessed his secret to Adam, but now he felt a delicious sense of disburdenment as he answered, "Ay, Addie, I do love her too much, I doubt. But she doesn't love me, lad, only as one child of God loves another. She'll never love any man as a husband, that's my belief." "Nay, lad, there's no telling. Thee mustn't lose heart. She's made out o' stuff with a finer grain than most o' the women. I can see that clear enough. But if she's better than they are in other things, I canna think she'll fall short of 'em in lovin'." No more was said. Seth set out to the village, and Adam began his work on the coffin. "God help the lad, and me too," he thought, as he lifted the board. "We're like enough to find life a tough job, hard work inside and out. It's a strange thing to think of a man as can lift a chair with his teeth, and walk 50 mile on end, trembling and turning hot and cold, at only a look from one woman out of all the rest o' the world. It's a mystery we can give no account of, but no more we can of the sprouting o' the seed, for that matter." End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of Adam Bede. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Missy, Guangzhou, China. Adam Bede by George Eliot. Chapter 12. In the Wood. That same Thursday morning, as Arthur Donnithorne was moving about in his dressing-room, seeing his well-looking British person reflected in the old-fashioned mirrors, and stared at from a dingy olive-green piece of tapestry by Pharaoh's daughter and her maidens, who ought to have been minding the infant Moses, he was holding a discussion with himself, which, by the time his valet was tying the black silk sling over his shoulder, had issued in a distinct practical resolution. "I mean to go to Eagledale and fish for a week or so," he said aloud. "I shall take you with me, Pym, and set off this morning, so be ready by 11:30. The low whistle, which had assisted him in arriving at this resolution, here broke out into his loudest ringing tenor, and the corridor, as he hurried along it, echoed to his favourite song from the Beggar's Opera, "When the heart of a man is oppressed with care." Not in a heroic strain, nevertheless Arthur felt himself very heroic as he strode towards the stables to give his orders about the horses. His own approbation was necessary to him, and it was not an approbation to be enjoyed quite gratuitously. It must be won by a fair amount of merit. He had never yet forfeited that approbation, and he had considerable reliance on his own virtues. No young man could confess his faults more candidly. Candour was one of his favourite virtues, and how can a man's candour be seen in all its lustre unless he has a few failings to talk of? But he had an agreeable confidence that his faults were all of a generous kind, impetuous, warm-blooded, leonine, never crawling, crafty, reptilian. It was not possible for Arthur Donnithorne to do anything mean, dastardly, or cruel. "No, I'm a devil of a fellow for getting myself into a hobble, but I always take care the load shall fall on my own shoulders." Unhappily, there is no inherent poetical justice in hobbles, and they will sometimes obstinately refuse to inflict their worst consequences on the prime offender, in spite of his loudly expressed wish. It was entirely owing to this deficiency in the scheme of things that Arthur had ever brought any one into trouble besides himself. He was nothing if not good-natured, and all his pictures of the future, when he should come into the estate, were made up of a prosperous, contented tenantry, adoring their landlord, who would be the model of an English gentleman. Mansion in first-rate order, all elegance and high taste, jolly housekeeping, finest stud in Loamshire, purse open to all public objects. In short, everything as different as possible from what was now associated with the name of Donnithorne. And one of the first good actions he would perform in that future should be to increase Irwine's income for the vicarage of Hayslope, so that he might keep a carriage for his mother and sisters. His hearty affection for the rector dated from the age of frocks and trousers. It was an affection partly filial, partly fraternal. Fraternal enough to make him like Irwine's company better than that of most younger men, and filial enough to make him shrink strongly from incurring Irwine's disapprobation. You perceive that Arthur Donnithorne was a good fellow. All his college friends thought him such. He couldn't bear to see anyone uncomfortable. He would have been sorry, even in his angriest moods, for any harm to happen to his grandfather, and his Aunt Lydia herself had the benefit of that soft-heartedness which he bore towards the whole sex. Whether he would have self-mastery enough to be always as harmless and purely beneficent as his good nature led him to desire, was a question that no one had yet decided against him. He was but 21, you remember, and we don't inquire too closely into character in the case of a handsome, generous young fellow, who will have property enough to support numerous peccadilloes, who, if he should unfortunately break a man's legs in his rash driving, will be able to pension him handsomely, or, if he should happen to spoil a woman's existence for her, will make it up to her with expensive bonbons, packed up and directed by his own hand. It would be ridiculous to be prying and analytic in such cases, as if one were inquiring into the character of a confidential clerk. We use round, general, gentlemanly epithets about a young man of birth and fortune. And ladies, with that fine intuition which is the distinguishing attribute of their sex, see at once that he is nice. The chances are that he will go through life without scandalizing anyone, a seaworthy vessel that no one would refuse to insure. Ships, certainly, are liable to casualties, which sometimes make terribly evident some flaw in their construction that would never have been discoverable in smooth water, and many a good fellow, through a disastrous combination of circumstances, has undergone a like betrayal. But we have no fair ground for entertaining unfavourable auguries concerning Arthur Donnithorne, who this morning proves himself capable of a prudent resolution founded on conscience. One thing is clear. Nature has taken care that he shall never go far astray with perfect comfort and satisfaction to himself. He will never get beyond that borderland of sin, where he will be perpetually harassed by assaults from the other side of the boundary. He will never be a courtier of vice, and wear her orders in his buttonhole. It was about 10 o'clock, and the sun was shining brilliantly. Everything was looking lovelier for the yesterday's rain. It is a pleasant thing on such a morning to walk along the well-rolled gravel on one's ways to the stables, meditating an excursion. But the scent of the stables, which in a natural state of things ought to be among the soothing influences of a man's life, always brought with it some irritation to Arthur. There was no having his own way in the stables. Everything was managed in the stingiest fashion. His grandfather persisted in retaining as head groom an old dolt whom no sort of lever could move out of his old habits, and who was allowed to hire a succession of raw Loamshire lads as his subordinates, one of whom had lately tested a new pair of shears by clipping an oblong patch on Arthur's bay mare. This state of things is naturally embittering. One can put up with annoyances in the house, but to have the stable made a scene of vexation and disgust is a point beyond what human flesh and blood can be expected to endure long together, without danger of misanthropy. Old John's wooden, deep-wrinkled face was the first object that met Arthur's eyes as he entered the stable-yard, and it quite poisoned for him the bark of the 2 bloodhounds that kept watch there. He could never speak quite patiently to the old blockhead. "You must have Meg saddled for me and brought to the door at 11:30, and I shall want Rattler saddled for Pym at the same time. Do you hear?" "Yes, I hear, Cap'n," said old John very deliberately, following the young master into the stable. John considered a young master as the natural enemy of an old servant, and young people in general as a poor contrivance for carrying on the world. Arthur went in for the sake of patting Meg, declining as far as possible to see anything in the stables, lest he should lose his temper before breakfast. The pretty creature was in one of the inner stables, and turned her mild head as her master came beside her. Little Trot, a tiny spaniel, her inseparable companion in the stable, was comfortably curled up on her back. "Well, Meg, my pretty girl," said Arthur, patting her neck, "we'll have a glorious canter this morning." "Nay, your honour, I dunna see as that can be," said John. "Not be? Why not?" "Why, she's got lamed." "Lamed, confound you! What do you mean?" "Why, the lad took her too close to Dalton's hosses, and one o' 'em flung out at her, and she's got her shank bruised o' the near foreleg." The judicious historian abstains from narrating precisely what ensued. You understand that there was a great deal of strong language, mingled with soothing hoo-hoos while the leg was examined, that John stood by with quite as much emotion as if he had been a cunningly carved crab-tree walking-stick, and that Arthur Donnithorne presently repassed the iron gates of the pleasure-ground without singing as he went. He considered himself thoroughly disappointed and annoyed. There was not another mount in the stable for himself and his servant besides Meg and Rattler. It was vexatious, just when he wanted to get out of the way for a week or two. It seemed culpable in Providence to allow such a combination of circumstances. To be shut up at the Chase with a broken arm, when every other fellow in his regiment was enjoying himself at Windsor, shut up with his grandfather, who had the same sort of affection for him as for his parchment deeds, and to be disgusted at every turn with the management of the house and the estate. In such circumstances a man necessarily gets in an ill humour, and works off the irritation by some excess or other. "Salkeld would have drunk a bottle of port every day," he muttered to himself, "but I'm not well seasoned enough for that. Well, since I can't go to Eagledale, I'll have a gallop on Rattler to Norburn this morning, and lunch with Gawain." Behind this explicit resolution there lay an implicit one. If he lunched with Gawain and lingered chatting, he should not reach the Chase again till nearly 5, when Hetty would be safe out of his sight in the housekeeper's room, and when she set out to go home it would be his lazy time after dinner, so he should keep out of her way altogether. There really would have been no harm in being kind to the little thing, and it was worth dancing with a dozen ballroom belles only to look at Hetty for half an hour. But perhaps he had better not take any more notice of her. It might put notions into her head, as Irwine had hinted, though Arthur, for his part, thought girls were not by any means so soft and easily bruised. Indeed, he had generally found them twice as cool and cunning as he was himself. As for any real harm in Hetty's case, it was out of the question. Arthur Donnithorne accepted his own bond for himself with perfect confidence. So the 12 o'clock sun saw him galloping towards Norburn, and by good fortune Halsell Common lay in his road and gave him some fine leaps for Rattler. Nothing like taking a few bushes and dishes for exercising a demon, and it is really astonishing that the centaurs, with their immense advantages in this way, have left so bad a reputation in history. After this, you will perhaps be surprised to hear that, although Gawain was at home, the hand of the dial in the courtyard had scarcely cleared the last stroke of 3, when Arthur returned through the entrance gates, got down from the panting Rattler, and went into the house to take a hasty luncheon. But I believe there have been men since his day who have ridden a long way to avoid a rencontre, and then galloped hastily back lest they should miss it. It is the favourite stratagem of our passions to sham a retreat, and to turn sharp round upon us at the moment we have made up our minds that the day is our own. "The cap'n's been riding the devil's own pace," said Dalton, the coachman, whose person stood out in high relief as he smoked his pipe against the stable wall when John brought up Rattler. "And I wish he'd get the devil to do his grooming for un," growled John. "Aye, he'd have a deal hambler groom nor what he has now," observed Dalton. And the joke appeared to him so good that, being left alone upon the scene, he continued at intervals to take his pipe from his mouth in order to wink at an imaginary audience, and shake luxuriously with a silent ventral laughter, mentally rehearsing the dialogue from the beginning, that he might recite it with effect in the servants' hall. When Arthur went up to his dressing-room again after luncheon, it was inevitable that the debate he had had with himself there earlier in the day should flash across his mind, but it was impossible for him now to dwell on the remembrance, impossible to recall the feelings and reflections which had been decisive with him then, any more than to recall the peculiar scent of the air that had freshened him when he first opened his window. The desire to see Hetty had rushed back like an ill-stemmed current. He was amazed himself at the force with which this trivial fancy seemed to grasp him. He was even rather tremulous as he brushed his hair. Pooh, it was riding in that breakneck way. It was because he had made a serious affair of an idle matter by thinking of it as if it were of any consequence. He would amuse himself by seeing Hetty to-day, and get rid of the whole thing from his mind. It was all Irwine's fault. If Irwine had said nothing, I shouldn't have thought half so much of Hetty as of Meg's lameness. However, it was just the sort of day for lolling in the Hermitage, and he would go and finish Dr. Moore's Zaluco there before dinner. The Hermitage stood in Fir Tree Grove, the way Hetty was sure to come in walking from the Hall Farm. So nothing could be simpler and more natural. Meeting Hetty was a mere circumstance of his walk, not its object. Arthur's shadow flitted rather faster among the sturdy oaks of the Chase than might have been expected from the shadow of a tired man on a warm afternoon, and it was still scarcely 4 o'clock when he stood before the tall narrow gate leading into the delicious labyrinthine wood which skirted one side of the Chase, and which was called Fir Tree Grove, not because the firs were many, but because they were few. It was a wood of beeches and limes, with here and there a light silver-stemmed birch, just the sort of wood most haunted by the nymphs. You see their white sunlit limbs gleaming athwart the boughs, or peeping from behind the smooth sweeping outline of a tall lime. You hear their soft liquid laughter. But if you look with a too curious, sacrilegious eye, they vanish behind the silvery beeches. They make you believe that their voice was only a running brooklet. Perhaps they metamorphose themselves into a tawny squirrel that scampers away and mocks you from the topmost bough. It was not a grove with measured grass or rolled gravel for you to tread upon, but with narrow, hollow-shaped earthy paths, edged with faint dashes of delicate moss, paths which look as if they were made by the free will of the trees and underwood, moving reverently aside to look at the tall queen of the white-footed nymphs. It was along the broadest of these paths that Arthur Donnithorne passed, under an avenue of limes and beeches. It was a still afternoon. The golden light was lingering languidly among the upper boughs, only glancing down here and there on the purple pathway and its edge of faintly sprinkled moss. An afternoon in which destiny disguises her cold, awful face behind a hazy, radiant veil, encloses us in warm, downy wings, and poisons us with violet-scented breath. Arthur strolled along carelessly, with a book under his arm, but not looking on the ground, as meditative men are apt to do. His eyes would fix themselves on the distant bend in the road, round which a little figure must surely appear before long. Ah, there she comes. First a bright patch of colour, like a tropic bird among the boughs, then a tripping figure, with a round hat on, and a small basket under her arm, then a deep blushing, almost frightened, but bright smiling girl, making her curtsy with a fluttered yet happy glance, as Arthur came up to her. If Arthur had had time to think at all, he would have thought it strange that he should feel fluttered too, be conscious of blushing too, in fact, look and feel just as foolish as if he had been taken by surprise, instead of meeting just what he expected. Poor things! It was a pity they were not in that golden age of childhood, when they would have stood face to face, eyeing each other with timid liking, then given each other a little butterfly kiss and toddled off to play together. Arthur would have gone home to his silk-curtained cot, and Hetty to her homespun pillow, and both would have slept without dreams, and tomorrow would have been a life hardly conscious of a yesterday. Arthur turned round and walked by Hetty's side without giving a reason. They were alone together for the first time. What an overpowering presence that first privacy is! He actually dared not look at this little butter-maker for the first minute or two. As for Hetty, her feet rested on a cloud, and she was borne along by warm zephyrs. She had forgotten her rose-coloured ribbons. She was no more conscious of her limbs than if her childish soul had passed into a water-lily, resting on a liquid bed and warmed by the midsummer sunbeams. It may seem a contradiction, but Arthur gathered a certain carelessness and confidence from his timidity. It was an entirely different state of mind from what he had expected in such a meeting with Hetty, and full as he was of vague feeling, there was room in those moments of silence for the thought that his previous debates and scruples were needless. "You are quite right to choose this way of coming to the Chase," he said at last, looking down at Hetty. "It is so much prettier, as well as shorter, than coming by either of the lodges." "Yes, sir," Hetty answered, with a tremulous, almost whispering voice. She didn't know one bit how to speak to a gentleman like Mr. Arthur, and her very vanity made her more coy of speech. "Do you come every week to see Mrs. Pomfret?" "Yes, sir, every Thursday, only when she's got to go out with Miss Donnithorne." "And she's teaching you something, is she?" "Yes, sir, the lace mending, as she learnt abroad, and the stocking mending. It looks just like the stocking, you can't tell it's been mended, and she teaches me cutting out, too." "What! Are you going to be a lady's maid?" "I should like to be one very much indeed." Hetty spoke more audibly now, but still rather tremulously. She thought perhaps she seemed as stupid to Captain Donnithorne as Luke Britton did to her. "I suppose Mrs. Pomfret always expects you at this time?" "She expects me at 4 o'clock. I'm rather late to-day because my aunt couldn't spare me, but the regular time is 4, because that gives us time before Miss Donnithorne's bell rings." "Ah, then, I must not keep you now, else I should like to show you the Hermitage. Did you ever see it?" "No, sir." "This is the walk where we turn up to it, but we must not go now. I'll show it to you some other time, if you'd like to see it." "Yes, please, sir." "Do you always come back this way in the evening, or are you afraid to come so lonely a road?" "Oh, no, sir, it's never late. I always set out by 8 o'clock, and it's so light now in the evening. My aunt would be angry with me if I didn't get home before 9. "Perhaps Craig, the gardener, comes to take care of you?" A deep blush overspread Hetty's face and neck. "I'm sure he doesn't. I'm sure he never did. I wouldn't let him. I don't like him," she said hastily, and the tears of vexation had come so fast that before she had done speaking a bright drop rolled down her hot cheek. Then she felt ashamed to death that she was crying, and for one long instant her happiness was all gone. But in the next she felt an arm steal round her, and a gentle voice said, "Why, Hetty, what makes you cry? I didn't mean to vex you. I wouldn't vex you for the world, you little blossom. Come, don't cry. Look at me, else I shall think you won't forgive me." Arthur had laid his hand on the soft arm that was nearest to him, and was stooping towards Hetty with a look of coaxing entreaty. Hetty lifted her long, dewy lashes and met the eyes that were bent towards her with a sweet, timid, beseeching look. What a space of time those 3 moments were while their eyes met and his arms touched her! Love is such a simple thing when we have only 21 summers, and a sweet girl of 17 trembles under our glance, as if she were a bud first opening her heart with wondering rapture to the morning. Such young unfurrowed souls roll to meet each other like 2 velvet peaches that touch softly and are at rest. They mingle as easily as 2 brooklets that ask for nothing but to entwine themselves and ripple with ever-interlacing curves in the leafiest hiding-places. While Arthur gazed into Hetty's dark beseeching eyes, it made no difference to him what sort of English she spoke, and even if hoops and powder had been in fashion, he would very likely not have been sensible just then that Hetty wanted those signs of high breeding. But they started asunder with beating hearts. Something had fallen on the ground with a rattling noise. It was Hetty's basket. All her little workwoman's matters were scattered on the path, some of them showing a capability of rolling to great lengths. There was much to be done in picking up, and not a word was spoken, but when Arthur hung the basket over her arm again, the poor child felt a strange difference in his look and manner. He just pressed her hand and said with a look and tone that were almost chilling to her, "I have been hindering you. I must not keep you any longer now. You will be expected at the house. Good-bye." Without waiting for her to speak, he turned away from her and hurried back towards the road that led to the hermitage, leaving Hetty to pursue her way in a strange dream that seemed to have begun in bewildering delight and was now passing into contrarieties and sadness. Would he meet her again as she came home? Why had he spoken almost as if he were displeased with her, and then run away so suddenly? She cried, hardly knowing why. Arthur, too, was very uneasy, but his feelings were lit up for him by a more distinct consciousness. He hurried to the hermitage, which stood in the heart of the wood, unlocked the door with a hasty wrench, slammed it after him, pitched Zeluco into the most distant corner, and thrusting his right hand into his pocket, first walked 4 or 5 times up and down the scanty length of the little room, and then seated himself on the ottoman in an uncomfortable, stiff way, as we often do when we wish not to abandon ourselves to feeling. He was getting in love with Hetty, that was quite plain. He was ready to pitch everything else, no matter where, for the sake of surrendering himself to this delicious feeling which had just disclosed itself. It was no use blinking the fact now. They would get too fond of each other if he went on taking notice of her, and what would come of it? He should have to go away in a few weeks, and the poor little thing would be miserable. He must not see her alone again. He must keep out of her way. What a fool he was for coming back from Gawaine's. He got up and threw open the windows to let in the soft breath of the afternoon, and the healthy scent of the firs that made a belt round the hermitage. The soft air did not help his resolution, as he leaned out and looked into the leafy distance. But he considered his resolution sufficiently fixed. There was no need to debate with himself any longer. He had made up his mind not to meet Hetty again. And now he might give himself up to thinking how immensely agreeable it would be if circumstances were different. How pleasant it would have been to meet her this evening as she came back, and put his arm round her again, and look into her sweet face. He wondered if the dear little thing were thinking of him too. 20 to 1 she was. How beautiful her eyes were with the tear on their lashes. He would like to satisfy his soul for a day with looking at them, and he must see her again, he must see her, simply to remove any false impression from her mind about his manner to her just now. He would behave in a quiet, kind way to her, just to prevent her from going home with her head full of wrong fancies. Yes, that would be the best thing to do after all. It was a long while, more than an hour, before Arthur had brought his meditations to this point, but once arrived there he could stay no longer at the hermitage. The time must be filled up with movement until he should see Hetty again, and it was already late enough to go and dress for dinner, for his grandfather's dinner hour was 6. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of Adam Bede. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Adam Bede by George Eliot. Chapter 13. Evening in the Wood. It happened that Mrs. Pomfret had had a slight quarrel with Mrs. Best, the housekeeper, on this Thursday morning, a fact which had 2 consequences highly convenient to Hetty. It caused Mrs. Pomfret to have tea sent up to her own room, and it inspired that exemplary lady's maid with so lively a recollection of former passages in Mrs. Best's conduct, and of dialogues in which Mrs. Best had decidedly the inferiority as an interlocutor with Mrs. Pomfret, that Hetty required no more presence of mind than was demanded for using her needle, and throwing in an occasional yes or no. She would have wanted to put on her hat earlier than usual, only she had told Captain Donnithorne that she usually set out about 8 o'clock, and if he should go to the Grove again expecting to see her, and she should be gone, would he come? Her little butterfly soul fluttered incessantly between memory and dubious expectation. At last, the minute hand of the old-fashioned brazen-faced timepiece was on the last 7:45, and there was every reason for its being time to get ready for departure. Even Mrs. Pomfret's preoccupied mind did not prevent her from noticing what looked like a new flush of beauty in the little thing as she tied on her hat before the looking-glass. "That child gets prettier and prettier every day, I do believe," was her inward comment. "The more's the pity. She'll get neither a place nor a husband any the sooner for it. Sober, well-to-do men don't like such pretty wives. When I was a girl, I was more admired than if I had been so very pretty. However, she's reason to be grateful to me for teaching her something to get her bread with, better than farmhouse work. They always told me I was good-natured, and that's the truth, and to my hurt too, else there's none in this house that wouldn't be here now to lord it over me in the housekeeper's room." Hetty walked hastily across the short space of pleasure ground which she had to traverse, dreading to meet Mr. Craig, to whom she could hardly have spoken civilly. How relieved she was when she had got safely under the oaks and among the fern of the chase. Even then she was as ready to be startled as the deer that leaped away at her approach. She thought nothing of the evening light that lay gently in the grassy alleys between the fern, and made the beauty of their living green more visible than it had been in the overpowering flood of noon. She thought of nothing that was present. She only saw something that was possible, Mr. Arthur Donnithorne coming to meet her again along the fir-tree grove. That was the foreground of Hetty's picture. Behind it lay a bright hazy something, days that were not to be as the other days of her life had been. It was as if she had been wooed by a river god who might any time take her to his wondrous halls below a watery heaven. There was no knowing what would come since this strange entrancing delight had come. If a chest full of lace and satin and jewels had been sent her from some unknown source, how could she but have thought that her whole lot was going to change, and that tomorrow some still more bewildering joy would befall her? Hetty had never read a novel. If she had ever seen one, I think the words would have been too hard for her. How then could she find a shape for her expectations? They were as formless as the sweet languid odours of the garden at the Chase, which had floated past her as she walked by the gate. She is at another gate now, that leading into Fir-tree Grove. She enters the wood, where it is already twilight, and at every step she takes, the fear at her heart becomes colder. If he should not come! Oh, how dreary it was, the thought of going out at the other end of the wood into the unsheltered road without having seen him. She reaches the first turning towards the Hermitage, walking slowly. He is not there. She hates the leveret that runs across the path. She hates everything that is not what she longs for. She walks on, happy, whenever she is coming to a bend in the road, for perhaps he is behind it. No, she is beginning to cry. Her heart has swelled so, the tears stand in her eyes. She gives one great sob while the corners of her mouth quiver and the tears roll down. She doesn't know that there is another turning to the Hermitage, that she is close against it, and that Arthur Donnithorne is only a few yards from her, full of one thought, and a thought of which she only is the object. He is going to see Hetty again. That is the longing which has been growing through the last 3 hours to a feverish thirst. Not, of course, to speak in the caressing way into which he had unguardedly fallen before dinner, but to set things right with her by a kindness which would have the air of friendly civility, and prevent her from running away with wrong notions about their mutual relation. If Hetty had known he was there, she would not have cried, and it would have been better, for then Arthur would perhaps have behaved as wisely as he had intended. As it was, she started when he appeared at the end of the side alley, and looked up at him with 2 great drops rolling down her cheeks. What else could he do but speak to her in a soft, soothing tone, as if she were a bright-eyed spaniel with a thorn in her foot? "Has something frightened you, Hetty? Have you seen anything in the wood? Don't be frightened, I'll take care of you now." Hetty was blushing so, she didn't know whether she was happy or miserable. To be crying again. What did gentlemen think of girls who cried in that way? She felt unable even to say no, but could only look away from him and wipe the tears from her cheek. Not before a great drop had fallen on her rose-coloured strings. She knew that quite well. "Come, be cheerful again. Smile at me and tell me what's the matter. Come, tell me." Hetty turned her head towards him, whispered, "I thought you wouldn't come," and slowly got courage to lift her eyes to him. That look was too much. He must have had eyes of Egyptian granite not to look too lovingly in return. "You little frightened bird, little tearful rose, silly pet, you won't cry again now I'm with you, will you?" Ah, he doesn't know in the least what he is saying. This is not what he meant to say. His arm is stealing round the waist again. It is tightening its clasp. He is bending his face nearer and nearer to the round cheek. His lips are meeting those pouting child lips, and for a long moment time has vanished. He may be a shepherd in Arcadia for aught he knows. He may be the first youth kissing the first maiden. He may be Eros himself, sipping the lips of Psyche. It is all one. There was no speaking for minutes after. They walked along with beating hearts till they came within sight of the gate at the end of the wood. Then they looked at each other, not quite as they had looked before, for in their eyes there was the memory of a kiss. But already something bitter had begun to mingle itself with the fountain of sweets. Already Arthur was uncomfortable. He took his arm from Hetty's waist and said, "Here we are, almost at the end of the grove. I wonder how late it is," he added, pulling out his watch. 20 minutes past 8. But my watch is too fast. However, I'd better not go any further now. Trot along quickly with your little feet and get home safely. Goodbye." He took her hand and looked at her half sadly, half with a constrained smile. Hetty's eyes seemed to beseech him not to go away yet, but he patted her cheek and said goodbye again. She was obliged to turn away from him and go on. As for Arthur, he rushed back through the wood, as if he wanted to put a wide space between himself and Hetty. He would not go to the Hermitage again. He remembered how he had debated with himself there before dinner, and it had all come to nothing, worse than nothing. He walked right on into the Chase, glad to get out of the grove, which surely was haunted by his evil genius. Those beeches and smooth limes, there was something enervating in the very sight of them, but the strong, knotted old oaks had no bending languor in them. The sight of them would give a man some energy. Arthur lost himself among the narrow openings in the fern, winding about without seeking any issue, till the twilight deepened almost to night under the great boughs, and the hair looked black as it darted across his path. He was feeling much more strongly than he had done in the morning. It was as if his horse had wheeled round from a leap and dared to dispute his mastery. He was dissatisfied with himself, irritated, mortified. He no sooner fixed his mind on the probable consequences of giving way to the emotions which had stolen over him today, of continuing to notice Hetty, of allowing himself any opportunity for such slight caresses as he had been betrayed into already, than he refused to believe such a future possible for himself. To flirt with Hetty was a very different affair from flirting with a pretty girl of his own station. That was understood to be an amusement on both sides, or, if it became serious, there was no obstacle to marriage. But this little thing would be spoken ill of directly, if she happened to be seen walking with him. And then those excellent people, the Poysers, to whom a good name was as precious as if they had the best blood in the land in their veins. He should hate himself if he made a scandal of that sort on the estate that was to be his own some day, and among tenants by whom he liked, above all, to be respected. He could no more believe that he should so fall in his own esteem than that he should break both his legs and go on crutches all the rest of his life. He couldn't imagine himself in that position. It was too odious, too unlike him. And even if no one knew anything about it, they might get too fond of each other, and then there could be nothing but the misery of parting after all. No gentleman out of a ballad could marry a farmer's niece. There must be an end to the whole thing at once. It was too foolish. And yet he had been so determined this morning, before he went to Gowans, and while he was there something had taken hold of him and made him gallop back. It seemed he couldn't quite depend on his own resolution, as he had thought he could. He almost wished his arm would get painful again, and then he should think of nothing but the comfort it would be to get rid of the pain. There was no knowing what impulse might seize him tomorrow in this confounded place, where there was nothing to occupy him imperiously through the livelong day. What could he do to secure himself from any more of this folly? There was but one resource. He would go and tell Irwin, tell him everything. The mere act of telling it would make it seem trivial. The temptation would vanish, as the charm of fond words vanishes when one repeats them to the indifferent. In every way it would help him to tell Irwin. He would write to Broxton Rectory the first thing after breakfast tomorrow. Arthur had no sooner come to this determination than he began to think which of the paths would lead him home, and made as short a walk thither as he could. He felt sure he should sleep now. He had had enough to tire him, and there was no more need for him to think. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of Adam Bede. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Missy, Guangzhou, China. Adam Bede by George Eliot. Chapter 14. The Return Home. While that parting in the wood was happening, there was a parting in the cottage too, and Lisbeth had stood with Adam at the door, straining her aged eyes to get the last glimpse of Seth and Dinah as they mounted the opposite slope. I'm loath to see the last on her," she said to Adam, as they turned into the house again. "I'd ha' been willing to ha' her about me till I died and went to lie by my old man. She'd make it easier dying. She spikes so gentle and moves about so still. I could be fast sure that picture was drawed for her i' thy new Bible, the angel a-sitting on the big stone by the grave. I wouldn't mind having a daughter like that. But nobody ne'er marries them as is good for aught." "Well, mother, I hope thee wilt have her for a daughter, for Seth's got a liking for her, and I hope she'll get a liking for Seth in time." "Where's the use o' talking o' that'n? She caresna for Seth. She's going away 20 mile aff. How's she to get a liking for him, I'd like to know? No more nor the cake 'll come without the leaven. Thy figuring books might ha' told thee better nor that, I should think, else thee might as well read the common print as Seth allays does." "Nay, mother," said Adam, laughing, "the figures tell us a fine deal, and we couldn't go far without 'em, but they don't tell us about folks's feelings. It's a nicer job to calculate them. But Seth's as good-hearted a lad as ever handled a tool, and plenty o' sense, and good-looking too, and he's got the same way o' thinking as Dinah. He deserves to win her, though there's no denying she's a rare bit o' workmanship. You don't see such women turned off the wheel every day. Thee'lt allays stick up for thy brother. Thee'st been just the same e'er sin you were little uns together. Thee wert always for halving everything with him. But what's Seth got to do with marrying, as is only 23? He'd more need to learn and lay by 6 pence. And as for his desarving her, she's 2 year older nor Seth. She's pretty near as old as thee. But that's the way. Folks mun always choose by contraries, as if they must be sorted like the pork, a bit o' good meat with a bit o' offal. To the feminine mind, in some of its moods, all things that might be receive a temporary charm from comparison with what is, and since Adam did not want to marry Dinah himself, Lisbeth felt rather peevish on that score, as peevish as she would have been if he had wanted to marry her, and so shut himself out from Mary Burge and the partnership as effectually as by marrying Hetty. It was more than 8:30 when Adam and his mother were talking in this way, so that when about 10 minutes later Hetty reached the turning of the lane that led to the farmyard gate, she saw Dinah and Seth approaching it from the opposite direction, and waited for them to come up to her. They too, like Hetty, had lingered a little in their walk, for Dinah was trying to speak words of comfort and strength to Seth in these parting moments. But when they saw Hetty, they paused and shook hands. Seth turned homewards, and Dinah came on alone. "Seth Bede would have come and spoken to you, my dear," she said, as she reached Hetty, "but he's very full of trouble tonight." Hetty answered with a dimpled smile, as if she did not quite know what had been said, and it made a strange contrast to see that sparkling, self-engrossed loveliness looked at by Dinah's calm, pitying face, with its open glance which told that her heart lived in no cherished secrets of its own, but in feelings which it longed to share with all the world. Hetty liked Dinah as well as she had ever liked any woman. How was it possible to feel otherwise towards one who always put in a kind word for her when her aunt was finding fault, and who was always ready to take Totty off her hands, little tiresome Totty that was always made such a pet of by everyone, and that Hetty could see no interest in at all? Dinah had never said anything disapproving or reproachful to Hetty during her whole visit to the Hall Farm. She had talked to her a great deal in a serious way, but Hetty didn't mind that much, for she never listened. Whatever Dinah might say, she almost always stroked Hetty's cheek after it, and wanted to do some mending for her. Dinah was a riddle to her. Hetty looked at her much in the same way as one might imagine a little perching bird that could only flutter from bough to bough to look at the swoop of the swallow or the mounting of the lark. But she did not care to solve such riddles, any more than she cared to know what was meant by the pictures in the Pilgrim's Progress, or in the old folio Bible that Marty and Tommy always plagued her about on a Sunday. Dinah took her hand now and drew it under her own arm. "You look very happy tonight, dear child," she said. "I shall think of you often when I'm at Snowfield, and see your face before me as it is now. It's a strange thing. Sometimes when I'm quite alone, sitting in my room with my eyes closed, or walking over the hills, the people I've seen and known, if it's only been for a few days, are brought before me, and I hear their voices and see them look and move, almost plainer than I ever did when they were really with me, so as I could touch them. And then my heart is drawn out towards them, and I feel their lot as if it was my own, and I take comfort in spreading it before the Lord, and resting in his love on their behalf as well as my own. And so I feel sure you will come before me." She paused a moment, but Hetty said nothing. "It has been a very precious time to me," Dinah went on, "last night and today, seeing two such good sons as Adam and Seth Bede. They are so tender and thoughtful for their aged mother, and she has been telling me what Adam has done for these many years, to help his father and his brother. It's wonderful what a spirit of wisdom and knowledge he has, and how he's ready to use it all in behalf of them that are feeble. And I'm sure he has a loving spirit too. I've noticed it often among my own people round Snowfield, that the strong, skilful men are often the gentlest to the women and children, and it's pretty to see him carrying the little babies as if they were no heavier than little birds. And the babies always seem to like the strong arm best. I feel sure it would be so with Adam Bede. Don't you think so, Hetty?" "Yes," said Hetty abstractedly, for her mind had been all the while in the wood, and she would have found it difficult to say what she was assenting to. Dinah saw she was not inclined to talk, but there would not have been time to say much more, for they were now at the yard gate. The still twilight, with its dying western red and its few faint struggling stars, rested on the farmyard, where there was not a sound to be heard but the stamping of the cart horses in the stable. It was about 20 minutes after sunset. The fowls were all gone to roost, and the bulldog lay stretched on the straw outside his kennel, with the black and tan terrier by his side, when the falling to of the gate disturbed them and set them barking, like good officials, before they had any distinct knowledge of the reason. The barking had its effect in the house, for as Dinah and Hetty approached, the doorway was filled by a portly figure with a ruddy black-eyed face, which bore in it the possibility of looking extremely acute, and occasionally contemptuous, on market days, but had now a predominant after-supper expression of hearty good nature. It is well known that great scholars who have shown the most pitiless acerbity in their criticism of other men's scholarship have yet been of a relenting and indulgent temper in their private life. And I have heard of a learned man meekly rocking the twins in the cradle with his left hand, while with his right he inflicted the most lacerating sarcasms on an opponent who had betrayed a brutal ignorance of Hebrew. Weaknesses and errors must be forgiven. Alas, they are not alien to us. But the man who takes the wrong side on the momentous subject of the Hebrew points must be treated as the enemy of his race. There was the same sort of antithetic mixture in Martin Poyser. He was of so excellent a disposition that he had been kinder and more respectful than ever to his old father, since he had made a deed of gift of all his property, and no man judged his neighbours more charitably on all personal matters. But for a farmer, like Luke Britton, for example, whose fallows were not well cleaned, who didn't know the rudiments of hedging and ditching, and showed but a small share of judgment in the purchase of winter stock, Martin Poyser was as hard and implacable as the north-east wind. Luke Britton could not make a remark even on the weather, but Martin Poyser detected in it a taint of that unsoundness and general ignorance which was palpable in all his farming operations. He hated to see the fellow lift the pewter pint to his mouth in the bar of the Royal George on market day, and the mere sight of him on the other side of the road brought a severe and critical expression into his black eyes, as different as possible from the fatherly glance he bent on his two nieces as they approached the door. Mr. Poyser had smoked his evening pipe, and now held his hands in his pockets, as the only resource of a man who continues to sit up after the day's business is done. "Why, lasses, you're rather late to-night," he said, when they reached the little gate leading into the causeway. "The mother's begun to fidget about you, and she's got the little un ill. And how did you leave the old woman Bede, Dinah? Is she much down about the old man? He'd been but a poor bargain to her this 5 year." "She's been greatly distressed for the loss of him," said Dinah, "but she seemed more comforted to-day. Her son Adam's been at home all day, working at his father's coffin, and she loves to have him at home. She's been talking about him to me almost all the day. She has a loving heart, though she's sorely given to fret and be fearful. I wish she had a surer trust to comfort her in her old age." "Adam's sure enough," said Mr. Poyser, misunderstanding Dinah's wish. "There's no fear but he'll yield well in the threshing. He's not one o' them as is all straw and no grain. I'll be bond for him any day, as he'll be a good son to the last. Did he say he'd be coming to see us soon? But come in," he added, making way for them. "I hadn't need keep ye out any longer." The tall buildings round the yard shut out a good deal of the sky, but the large window let in abundant light to show every corner of the house-place. Mrs. Poyser, seated in the rocking-chair, which had been brought out of the right-hand parlour, was trying to soothe Totty to sleep, but Totty was not disposed to sleep, and when her cousins entered she raised herself up and showed a pair of flushed cheeks, which looked fatter than ever now they were defined by the edge of her linen nightcap. In the large wicker-bottomed armchair in the left-hand chimney-nook sat old Martin Poyser, a hale but shrunken and bleached image of his portly black-haired son, his head hanging forward a little and his elbows pushed backwards, so as to allow the whole of his forearm to rest on the arm of the chair. His blue handkerchief was spread over his knees, as was usual indoors, when it was not hanging over his head, and he sat watching what went forward with the quiet outward glance of healthy old age, which, disengaged from any interest in an inward drama, spies out pins upon the floor, follows one's minutest motions with an unexpectant purposeless tenacity, watches the flickering of the flame or the sun-gleams on the wall, counts the quarries on the floor, watches even the hand of the clock, and pleases itself with detecting a rhythm in the tick. "What a time o' night this is to come home, Hetty," said Mrs. Poyser. "Look at the clock, do. Why, it's going on for 9:30, and I've sent the girls to bed this half-hour, and late enough too, when they've got to get up at 4:30, and the mowers' bottles to fill, and the baking, and here's this blessed child with the fever for what I know, and as wakeful as if it was dinner-time, and nobody to help me to give her the physic but your uncle, and fine work there's been, and half of it spilt on her nightgown. It's well if she's swallowed more nor all to make her worse instead o' better. But folks as have no mind to be o' use have allus the luck to be out o' the road when there's anything to be done." "I did set out before 8, Aunt," said Hetty, in a pettish tone, with a slight toss of her head. "But this clock's so much before the clock at the Chase, there's no telling what time it'll be when I get here." "What, you'd be wanting the clock set by gentlefolks' time, would you? And sit up burning candle and lie abed with the sun a-baking you like a cowcumber i' the frame. The clock hasn't been put for'ard for the first time to-day, I reckon." The fact was, Hetty had really forgotten the difference of the clocks when she told Captain Donnithorne that she set out at 8, and this, with her lingering pace, had made her nearly half an hour later than usual. But here her aunt's attention was diverted from this tender subject by Totty, who, perceiving at length that the arrival of her cousins was not likely to bring anything satisfactory to her in particular, began to cry, "Money, money!" in an explosive manner. "Well, then, my pet, mother's got her. Mother won't leave her. Totty, be a good dilling, and go to sleep now," said Mrs. Poyser, leaning back and rocking the chair, while she tried to make Totty nestle against her. But Totty only cried louder and said, "Don't yock!" So the mother, with that wondrous patience which love gives to the quickest temperament, sat up again and pressed her cheek against the linen nightcap and kissed it, and forgot to scold Hetty any longer. "Come, Hetty," said Martin Poyser, in a conciliatory tone, "go and get your supper i' the pantry, as the things are all put away, and then you can come and take the little un while your aunt undresses herself, for she won't lie down in bed without her mother. And I reckon you could eat a bit, Dinah, for they don't keep much of a house down there." "No, thank you, uncle," said Dinah. "I ate a good meal before I came away, for Mrs. Bede would make a kettle cake for me." "I don't want any supper," said Hetty, taking off her hat. "I can hold Totty now, if aunt wants me." "Why, what nonsense that is to talk," said Mrs. Poyser. "Do you think you can live without eatin', and nourish your inside with stickin' red ribbons on your head? Go and get your supper this minute, child. There's a nice bit of cold pudding in the safe, just what you're fond of." Hetty complied silently by going towards the pantry, and Mrs. Poyser went on speaking to Dinah. "Sit down, my dear, and look as if you knowed what it was to make yourself a bit comfortable i' the world. I warrant the old woman was glad to see you, since you stayed so long." "She seemed to like having me there at last, but her sons say she doesn't like young women about her commonly, and I thought just at first she was almost angry with me for going." It's a poor look-out when the old folks doesna like the young ones," said old Martin, bending his head down lower, and seeming to trace the pattern of the quarries with his eye. "Aye, it's ill living in a hen-roost for them as doesn't like fleas," said Mrs. Poyser. "We've all had our turn at being young, I reckon, be it good luck or ill." "But she must learn to accommodate herself to young women," said Mr. Poyser, "for it isn't to be counted on as Adam and Seth 'll keep bachelors for the next 10 year to please their mother. That'd be unreasonable. It isn't right for old nor young nayther to make a bargain all o' their own side. What's good for one's good all round i' the long run. I'm no friend to young fellows a marrying afore they know the difference between a crab and an apple, but they may wait o'er long." "To be sure," said Mrs. Poyser, "if you go past your dinner time there'll be a little relish o' your meat. You turn it o'er and o'er with your fork, and don't eat it after all. You find fault with your meat, and the fault's all in your own stomach." Hetty now came back from the pantry and said, "I can take Totty now, aunt, if you like." "Come, Rachel," said Mr. Poyser, as his wife seemed to hesitate, seeing that Totty was at last nestling quietly. "Thee'dst better let Hetty carry her upstairs while thee takes thy things off. Thee't tired. It's time thee wast in bed. Thee't bring on the pain in thy side again." "Well, she may hold her if the child 'll go to her," said Mrs. Poyser. Hetty went close to the rocking-chair and stood without her usual smile, and without any attempt to entice Totty, simply waiting for her aunt to give the child into her hands. "Wilt go to Cousin Hetty, my dilling, while mother gets ready to go to bed? Then Totty shall go into mother's bed and sleep there all night." Before her mother had done speaking, Totty had given her answer in an unmistakable manner, by knitting her brow, setting her tiny teeth against her underlip, and leaning forward to slap Hetty on the arm with her utmost force. Then, without speaking, she nestled to her mother again. "Hey, hey," said Mr. Poyser, while Hetty stood without moving. "Not go to Cousin Hetty? That's like a baby. Totty's a little woman and not a baby." "It's no use trying to persuade her," said Mrs. Poyser. "She always takes against Hetty when she isn't well. Happen she'll go to Dinah." Dinah, having taken off her bonnet and shawl, had hitherto kept quietly seated in the background, not liking to thrust herself between Hetty and what was considered Hetty's proper work. But now she came forward, and putting out her arms, said, "Come, Totty, come and let Dinah carry her upstairs along with mother. Poor, poor mother, she's so tired, she wants to go to bed." Totty turned her face towards Dinah and looked at her an instant, then lifted herself up, put out her little arms, and let Dinah lift her from her mother's lap. Hetty turned away without any sign of ill humour, and taking her hat from the table, stood waiting with an air of indifference, to see if she should be told to do anything else. "You may make the door fast now, Poyser. Alec's been come in this long while," said Mrs. Poyser, rising with an appearance of relief from her low chair. "Get me the matches down, Hetty, for I must have the rushlight burning in my room. Come, father." The heavy wooden bolts began to roll in the house doors, and old Martin prepared to move, by gathering up his blue handkerchief and reaching his bright-knobbed walnut-tree stick from the corner. Mrs. Poyser then led the way out of the kitchen, followed by the grandfather, and Dinah with Totty in her arms, all going to bed by twilight like the birds. Mrs. Poyser, on her way, peeped into the room where her two boys lay, just to see their ruddy round cheeks on the pillow, and to hear for a moment their light regular breathing. "Come, Hetty, get to bed," said Mr. Poyser, in a soothing tone, as he himself turned to go upstairs. "You didna mean to be late, I'll be bound, but your aunt's been worrited to-day. Good night, my wench, good night." End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of Adam Bede. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Adam Bede by George Eliot. Chapter 15. The Two Bedchambers. Hetty and Dinah both slept in the second story, in rooms adjoining each other, meagrely furnished rooms, with no blinds to shut out the light, which was now beginning to gather new strength from the rising of the moon, more than enough strength to enable Hetty to move about and undress with perfect comfort. She could see quite well the pegs in the old painted linen press on which she hung her hat and gown. She could see the head of every pin on her red cloth pin-cushion. She could see a reflection of herself in the old-fashioned looking-glass, quite as distinct as was needful, considering that she had only to brush her hair and put on her nightcap. A queer old looking-glass. Hetty got into an ill temper with it almost every time she dressed. It had been considered a handsome glass in its day, and had probably been bought into the Poyser family a quarter of a century before, at a sale of genteel household furniture. Even now an auctioneer could say something for it. It had a great deal of tarnished gilding about it. It had a firm mahogany base, well supplied with drawers, which opened with a decided jerk and sent the contents leaping out from the farthest corners, without giving you the trouble of reaching them. Above all, it had a brass candle-socket on each side, which would give it an aristocratic air to the very last. But Hetty objected to it, because it had numerous dim blotches sprinkled over the mirror, which no rubbing would remove, and because, instead of swinging backwards and forwards, it was fixed in an upright position, so that she could only get one good view of her head and neck, and that was to be had only by sitting down on a low chair before her dressing-table. And the dressing-table was no dressing-table at all, but a small old chest of drawers, the most awkward thing in the world to sit down before, for the big brass handles quite hurt her knees, and she couldn't get near the glass at all comfortably. But devout worshippers never allow inconveniences to prevent them from performing their religious rites, and Hetty this evening was more bent on her peculiar form of worship than usual. Having taken off her gown and white kerchief, she drew a key from the large pocket that hung outside her petticoat, and unlocking one of the lower drawers in the chest, reached from it 2 short bits of wax candle, secretly bought at Treddleston, and stuck them in the 2 brass sockets. Then she drew forth a bundle of matches and lighted the candles, and last of all, a small red-framed shilling looking-glass, without blotches. It was into this small glass that she chose to look first after seating herself. She looked into it, smiling and turning her head on one side, for a minute, then laid it down and took out her brush and comb from an upper drawer. She was going to let down her hair and make herself look like that picture of a lady in Miss Lydia Donnithorne's dressing-room. It was soon done, and the dark hyacinthine curves fell on her neck. It was not heavy, massive, merely rippling hair, but soft and silken, running at every opportunity into delicate rings. But she pushed it all backward to look like the picture, and form a dark curtain, throwing into relief her round white neck. Then she put down her brush and comb and looked at herself, folding her arms before her, still like the picture. Even the old mottled glass couldn't help sending back a lovely image, none the less lovely because Hetty's stays were not of white satin, such as I feel sure heroines must generally wear, but of dark greenish cotton texture. Oh yes, she was very pretty. Captain Donnithorne thought so. Prettier than anybody about Hayslope, prettier than any of the ladies she had ever seen visiting at the Chase. Indeed, it seemed fine ladies were rather old and ugly, and prettier than Miss Bacon, the miller's daughter, who was called the beauty of Treddleston. And Hetty looked at herself tonight with quite a different sensation from what she had ever felt before. There was an invisible spectator whose eye rested on her like morning on the flowers. His soft voice was saying over and over again those pretty things she had heard in the wood. His arm was round her, and the delicate rose scent of his hair was with her still. The vainest woman is never thoroughly conscious of her own beauty till she is loved by the man who sets her own passion vibrating in return. But Hetty seemed to have made up her mind that something was wanting, for she got up and reached an old black lace scarf out of the linen press, and a pair of large earrings out of the sacred drawer from which she had taken her candles. It was an old scarf, full of rents, but it would make a becoming border round her shoulders, and set off the whiteness of her upper arm. And she would take out the little earrings she had in her ears. Oh, how her aunt had scolded her for having her ears bored, and put in those large ones. They were but coloured glass and gilding, but if you didn't know what they were made of, they looked just as well as what the ladies were. And so she sat down again, with the large earrings in her ears, and the black lace scarf adjusted round her shoulders. She looked down at her arms. No arms could be prettier down to a little way below the elbow. They were white and plump, and dimpled to match her cheeks, but towards the wrist she thought with vexation that they were coarsened by butter-making and other work that ladies never did. Captain Donnithorne couldn't like her to go on doing work. He would like to see her in nice clothes, and thin shoes, and white stockings, perhaps with silk clocks to them, for he must love her very much. No one else had ever put his arm round her and kissed her in that way. He would want to marry her and make a lady of her. She could hardly dare to shape the thought. Yet how else could it be? Marry her quite secretly, as Mr. James, the doctor's assistant, married the doctor's niece, and nobody ever found it out for a long while after, and then it was of no use to be angry. The doctor had told her aunt all about it in Hetty's hearing. She didn't know how it would be, but it was quite plain the old squire could never be told anything about it, for Hetty was ready to faint with awe and fright if she came across him at the Chase. He might have been earth-born, for what she knew. It had never entered her mind that he had been young like other men. He had always been the old squire at whom everybody was frightened. Oh, it was impossible to think how it would be. But Captain Donnithorne would know. He was a great gentleman, and could have his way in everything, and could buy everything he liked. And nothing could be as it had been again. Perhaps some day she should be a grand lady, and ride in her coach, and dress for dinner in a brocaded silk, with feathers in her hair, and her dress sweeping the ground, like Miss Lydia and Lady Dacey, when she saw them going into the dining-room one evening as she peeped through the little round window in the lobby. Only she should not be old and ugly like Miss Lydia, or all the same thickness like Lady Dacey, but very pretty, with her hair done in a great many different ways, and sometimes in a pink dress, and sometimes in a white one. She didn't know which she liked best. And Mary Burge and everybody would perhaps see her going out in her carriage, or rather they would hear of it. It was impossible to imagine these things happening at Hayslope in sight of her aunt. At the thought of all this splendour, Hetty got up from her chair, and in doing so caught the little red-framed glass with the edge of her scarf, so that it fell with a bang on the floor. But she was too eagerly occupied with her vision to care about picking it up, and after a momentary start, began to pace with a pigeon-like stateliness backwards and forwards along her room, in her coloured stays and coloured skirt, and the old black lace scarf round her shoulders, and the great glass earrings in her ears. How pretty the little puss looks in that odd dress! It would be the easiest folly in the world to fall in love with her. There is such a sweet baby-like roundness about her face and figure. The delicate dark rings of hair lie so charmingly about her ears and neck. Her great dark eyes with their long eyelashes touch one so strangely, as if an imprisoned frisky sprite looked out from them. Ah, what a price the man gets who wins a sweet bride like Hetty! How the men envy him who come to the wedding breakfast and see her hanging on his arm in her white lace and orange blossoms. The dear, young, round, soft, flexible thing. Her heart must be just as soft, her temper just as free from angles, her character just as pliant. If anything ever goes wrong, it must be the husband's fault there. He can make her what he likes, that is plain. And the lover himself thinks so too. The little darling is so fond of him, her little vanities are so bewitching, he wouldn't consent to her being a bit wiser. Those kitten-like glances and movements are just what one wants to make one's hearth a paradise. Every man under such circumstances is conscious of being a great physiognomist. Nature, he knows, has a language of her own, which she uses with strict veracity, and he considers himself an adept in the language. Nature has written out his bride's character for him in those exquisite lines of cheek and lip and chin, in those eyelids delicate as petals, in those long lashes curled like the stamen of a flower, in the dark liquid depths of those wonderful eyes. How she will dote on her children! She is almost a child herself, and the little pink round things will hang about her like florets round the central flower, and the husband will look on, smiling benignly, able, whenever he chooses, to withdraw into the sanctuary of his wisdom, towards which his sweet wife will look reverently, and never lift the curtain. It is a marriage such as they made in the Golden Age, when the men were all wise and majestic, and the women all lovely and loving. It was very much in this way that our friend Adam Bede thought about Hetty, only he put his thoughts into different words. If ever she behaved with cold vanity towards him, he said to himself, it is only because she doesn't love me well enough. And he was sure that her love, whenever she gave it, would be the most precious thing a man could possess on earth. Before you despise Adam as deficient in penetration, pray ask yourself if you were ever predisposed to believe evil of any pretty woman, if you ever could, without hard head-breaking demonstration, believe evil of the one supremely pretty woman who has bewitched you. No, people who love downy peaches are apt not to think of the stone, and sometimes jar their teeth terribly against it. Arthur Donnithorne, too, had the same sort of notion about Hetty, so far as he had thought of her nature of all. He felt sure she was a dear, affectionate, good little thing. The man who awakes the wondering, tremulous passion of a young girl always thinks her affectionate, and if he chances to look forward to future years, probably imagines himself being virtuously tender to her, because the poor thing is so clingingly fond of him. God made these dear women so, and it is a convenient arrangement in case of sickness. After all, I believe the wisest of us must be beguiled in this way sometimes, and must think both better and worse of people than they deserve. Nature has her language, and she is not unveracious, but we don't know all the intricacies of her syntax just yet, and in a hasty reading we may happen to extract the very opposite of her real meaning. Long dark eyelashes. Now, what can be more exquisite? I find it impossible not to expect some depth of soul behind a deep grey eye with a long dark eyelash, in spite of an experience which has shown me that they may go along with deceit, peculation, and stupidity. But if, in the reaction of disgust, I have betaken myself to a fishy eye, there has been a surprising similarity of result. One begins to suspect at length that there is no direct correlation between eyelashes and morals, or else that the eyelashes express the disposition of the fair one's grandmother, which is on the whole less important to us. No eyelashes could be more beautiful than Hetty's, and now, while she walks with her pigeon-like stateliness along the room and looks down on her shoulders bordered by the old black lace, the dark fringe shows to perfection on her pink cheek. They are but dim, ill-defined pictures that her narrow bit of an imagination can make of the future, but of every picture she is the central figure in fine clothes. Captain Donnithorne is very close to her, putting his arm round her, perhaps kissing her, and everybody else is admiring and envying her, especially Mary Burge, whose new print dress looks very contemptible by the side of Hetty's resplendent toilette. Does any sweet or sad memory mingle with this dream of the future, any loving thought of her second parents, of the children she had helped to tend, of any youthful companion, any pet animal, any relic of her own childhood even? Not one. There are some plants that have hardly any roots. You may tear them from their native nook of rock or wall, and just lay them over your ornamental flower-pot, and they blossom none the worse. Hetty could have cast all her past life behind her, and never cared to be reminded of it again. I think she had no feeling at all towards the old house, and did not like the Jacob's ladder and the long row of hollyhocks in the garden better than other flowers, perhaps not so well. It was wonderful how little she seemed to care about waiting on her uncle, who had been a good father to her. She hardly ever remembered to reach him his pipe at the right time without being told, unless a visitor happened to be there, who would have a better opportunity of seeing her as she walked across the hearth. Hetty did not understand how anybody could be very fond of middle-aged people. And as for those tiresome children, Marty and Tommy and Toddy, they had been the very nuisance of her life, as bad as buzzing insects that will come teasing you on a hot day when you want to be quiet. Marty, the eldest, was a baby when she first came to the farm, for the children born before him had died, and so Hetty had had them all three, one after the other, toddling by her side in the meadow, or playing about her on wet days in the half-empty rooms of the large old house. The boys were out of hand now, but Toddy was still a day-long plague, worse than either of the others had been, because there was more fuss made about her, and there was no end to the making and mending of clothes. Hetty would have been glad to hear that she should never see a child again. They were worse than the nasty little lambs that the shepherd was always bringing in to be taken special care of in lambing time, for the lambs were got rid of sooner or later. As for the young chickens and turkeys, Hetty would have hated the very word hatching, if her aunt had not bribed her to attend to the young poultry by promising her the proceeds of one out of every brood. The round downy chicks peeping out from under their mother's wing never touched Hetty with any pleasure. That was not the sort of prettiness she cared about, but she did care about the prettiness of the new things she would buy for herself at Treddleston Fair with the money they fetched. And yet she looked so dimpled, so charming, as she stooped down to put the soaked bread under the hen-coop, that you must have been a very acute personage indeed to suspect her of that hardness. Molly, the housemaid, with a turn-up nose and a protuberant jaw, was really a tender-hearted girl, and, as Mrs. Poyser said, a jewel to look after the poultry. But her stolid face showed nothing of this maternal delight, any more than a brown earthenware pitcher will show the light of the lamp within it. It is generally a feminine eye that first detects the moral deficiencies hidden under the dear deceit of beauty, so it is not surprising that Mrs. Poyser, with her keenness and abundant opportunity for observation, should have formed a tolerably fair estimate of what might be expected from Hetty in the way of feeling, and in moments of indignation she had sometimes spoken with great openness on the subject to her husband. "She's no better than a peacock as 'ud strut about on the wall and spread its tail when the sun shone if all the folks in the parish was dying. There's nothing seems to give her a turn in the inside, not even when we thought Toddy had tumbled into the pit. To think of that dear cherub, and we found her with her little shoes stuck in the mud and crying fit to break her heart by the far horse pit. But Hetty never minded it, I could see, though she's been at the nursing of the child ever since it was a babby. It's my belief her heart's as hard as pebble." "Nay, nay," said Mr. Poyser, "thee mustn't judge Hetty too hard. Them young girls are like the unripe grain. They'll make good meal by and by, but they're squashy as yet. Thee'd see Hetty'll be all right when she's got a good husband and children of her own." "I don't want to be hard upon the gal. She's got clever fingers of her own, and can be useful enough when she likes, and I should miss her with the butter, for she's got a cool hand. And let be what may, I'd strive to do my part by a niece of yours, and that I've done, for I've taught her everything as belongs to a house, and I've told her duty often enough, though, God knows, I've no breath to spare, and that catching pain comes on dreadful by times. With them 3 girls in the house, I'd need have twice the strength to keep 'em up to their work. It's like having roast meat at 3 fires. As soon as you've blasted one, another's burning." Hetty stood sufficiently in awe of her aunt to be anxious to conceal from her so much of her vanity as could be hidden without too great a sacrifice. She could not resist spending her money in bits of finery which Mrs. Poyser disapproved, but she would have been ready to die with shame, vexation, and fright if her aunt had this moment opened the door and seen her with her bits of candle lighted and strutting about decked in her scarf and earrings. To prevent such a surprise, she always bolted her door, and she had not forgotten to do so tonight. It was well, for there now came a light tap, and Hetty, with a leaping heart, rushed to blow out the candles and throw them into the drawer. She dared not stay to take out her earrings, but she threw off her scarf and let it fall on the floor before the light tap came again. We shall know how it was that the light tap came if we leave Hetty for a short time and return to Dinah at the moment when she had delivered Toddy to her mother's arms and was come upstairs to her bedroom adjoining Hetty's. Dinah delighted in her bedroom window. Being on the 2nd story of that tall house, it gave her a wide view over the fields. The thickness of the wall formed a broad step about a yard below the window, where she could place her chair, and now the first thing she did on entering her room was to seat herself in this chair and look out on the peaceful fields beyond which the large moon was rising, just above the hedgerow elms. She liked the pasture best where the milch cows were lying, and next to that the meadow where the grass was half mown and lay in silvered sweeping lines. Her heart was very full, for there was to be only one more night on which she would look out on those fields for a long time to come, but she thought little of leaving the mere scene, for to her bleak snowfield had just as many charms. She thought of all the dear people whom she had learned to care for among these peaceful fields, and who would now have a place in her loving remembrance forever. She thought of the struggles and the weariness that might lie before them in the rest of their life's journey when she would be away from them and know nothing of what was befalling them, and the pressure of this thought soon became too strong for her to enjoy the unresponding stillness of the moonlit fields. She closed her eyes that she might feel more intensely the presence of a love and sympathy deeper and more tender than was breathed from the earth and sky. That was often Dinah's mode of praying in solitude, simply to close her eyes and to feel herself enclosed by the divine presence. Then gradually her fears, her yearning anxieties for others, melted away like ice crystals in a warm ocean. She had sat in this way perfectly still, with her hands crossed on her lap and the pale light resting on her calm face, for at least 10 minutes, when she was startled by a loud sound, apparently of something falling in Hetty's room. But like all sounds that fall on our ears in a state of abstraction, it had no distinct character, but was simply loud and startling, so that she felt uncertain whether she had interpreted it rightly. She rose and listened, but all was quiet afterwards, and she reflected that Hetty might merely have knocked something down in getting into bed. She began slowly to undress, but now, owing to the suggestion of this sound, her thoughts became concentrated on Hetty, that sweet young thing, with life and all its trails before her, the solemn daily duties of the wife and mother, and her mind so unprepared for them all, bent merely on little foolish, selfish pleasures, like a child hugging its toys in the beginning of a long toilsome journey, in which it will have to bear hunger and cold and unsheltered darkness. Dinah felt a double care for Hetty, because she shared Seth's anxious interest in his brother's lot, and she had not come to the conclusion that Hetty did not love Adam well enough to marry him. She saw too clearly the absence of any warm, self-devoting love in Hetty's nature to regard the coldness of her behaviour towards Adam as any indication that he was not the man she would like to have for a husband. And this blank in Hetty's nature, instead of exciting Dinah's dislike, only touched her with a deeper pity. The lovely face and form affected her as beauty always affects a pure and tender mind, free from selfish jealousies. It was an excellent divine gift that gave a deeper pathos to the need, the sin, the sorrow with which it was mingled, as the canker in a lily-white bud is more grievous to behold than in a common pot-herb. By the time Dinah had undressed and put on her nightgown, this feeling about Hetty had gathered a painful intensity. Her imagination had created a thorny thicket of sin and sorrow, in which she saw the poor thing struggling, torn and bleeding, looking with tears for rescue and finding none. It was in this way that Dinah's imagination and sympathy acted and reacted habitually, each heightening the other. She felt a deep longing to go now and pour into Hetty's ear all the words of tender warning and appeal that rushed into her mind. But perhaps Hetty was already asleep. Dinah put her ear to the partition and heard still some slight noises, which convinced her that Hetty was not yet in bed. Still she hesitated. She was not quite certain of a divine direction. The voice that told her to go to Hetty seemed no stronger than the other voice which said that Hetty was weary, and that going to her now, in an unseasonable moment, would only tend to close her heart more obstinately. Dinah was not satisfied with a more unmistakable guidance than those inward voices. There was light enough for her, if she opened her Bible, to discern the text sufficiently to know what it would say to her. She knew the physiognomy of every page, and could tell on what book she opened, sometimes on what chapter, without seeing title or number. It was a small, thick Bible, worn quite round at the edges. Dinah laid it sideways on the window ledge, where the light was strongest, and then opened it with her forefinger. The first words she looked at were those at the top of the left-hand page. "And they all wept sore, and fell on Paul's neck and kissed him." That was enough for Dinah. She had opened on that memorable parting at Ephesus, when Paul had felt bound to open his heart in a last exhortation and warning. She hesitated no longer, but opening her own door gently, went and tapped on Hetty's. We know she had to tap twice, because Hetty had to put out her candles and throw off her black lace scarf. But after the second tap, the door was opened immediately. Dinah said, "Will you let me come in, Hetty?" And Hetty, without speaking, for she was confused and vexed, opened the door wider and let her in. What a strange contrast the two figures made, visible enough in that mingled twilight and moonlight. Hetty, her cheeks flushed and her eyes glistening from her imaginary drama, her beautiful neck and arms bare, her hair hanging in a curly tangle down her back, and the baubles in her ears. Dinah, covered with her long white dress, her pale face full of subdued emotion, almost like a lovely corpse into which the soul has returned charged with sublimer secrets and a sublimer love. They were nearly of the same height, Dinah evidently a little taller as she put her arm round Hetty's waist and kissed her forehead. "I knew you were not in bed, my dear," she said in her sweet, clear voice, which was irritating to Hetty, mingling with her own peevish vexation like music with jangling chains. "For I heard you moving, and I long to speak to you again tonight, for it is the last but one that I shall be here, and we don't know what may happen tomorrow to keep us apart. Shall I sit down with you while you do up your hair?" "Oh, yes." "Oh, yes," said Hetty, hastily turning round and reaching the second chair in the room, glad that Dinah looked as if she did not notice her earrings. Dinah sat down, and Hetty began to brush together her hair before twisting it up, doing it with an air of excessive indifference which belongs to confused self-consciousness. But the expression of Dinah's eyes gradually relieved her. They seemed unobservant of all details. "Dear Hetty," she said, "it has been borne in upon my mind tonight that you may some day be in trouble. Trouble is appointed for us all here below, and there comes a time when we need more comfort and help than the things of this life can give. I want to tell you that if ever you are in trouble and need a friend that will always feel for you and love you, you have got that friend in Dinah Morris at Snowfield, and if you come to her or send for her, she will never forget this night and the words she is speaking to you now. Will you remember it, Hetty?" "Yes," said Hetty, rather frightened. "But why should you think I shall be in trouble? Do you know of anything?" Hetty had seated herself as she tied on her cap, and now Dinah leaned forwards and took her hands as she answered, "Because, dear, trouble comes to us all in this life. We set our hearts on things which isn't God's will for us to have, and then we go sorrowing. The people we love are taken from us, and we can joy in nothing because they are not with us. Sickness comes, and we faint under the burden of our feeble bodies. We go astray and do wrong, and bring ourselves into trouble with our fellow men. There is no man or woman born into this world to whom some of these trials do not fall, and so I feel that some of them must happen to you, and I desire for you that while you are young you should seek for strength from your Heavenly Father, that you may have a support which will not fail you in the evil day." Dinah paused and released Hetty's hands, that she might not hinder her. Hetty sat quite still. She felt no response within herself to Dinah's anxious affectation, but Dinah's words, uttered with solemn pathetic distinctness, affected her with a chill fear. Her flush had died away almost to paleness. She had the timidity of a luxurious, pleasure-seeking nature, which shrinks from the hint of pain. Dinah saw the effect, and her tender, anxious pleading became the more earnest, till Hetty, full of a vague fear that something evil was some time to befall her, began to cry. It is our habit to say that while the lower nature can never understand the higher nature commands a complete view of the lower. But I think the higher nature has to learn this comprehension, as we learn the art of vision, by a good deal of hard experience, often with bruises and gashes incurred in taking things up by the wrong end, and fancying our space wider than it is. Dinah had never seen Hetty affected in this way before, and with her usual benignant hopefulness she trusted it was the stirring of a divine impulse. She kissed the sobbing thing, and began to cry with her for grateful joy. But Hetty was simply in that excitable state of mind in which there is no calculating what turn the feelings may take from one moment to another, and for the first time she became irritated under Dinah's caress. She pushed her away impatiently and said, with a childish sobbing voice, "Don't talk to me so, Dinah. Why do you come to frighten me? I've never done anything to you. Why can't you let me be?" Poor Dinah felt a pang. She was too wise to persist, and only said mildly, "Yes, my dear, you're tired. I won't hinder you any longer. Make haste and get into bed. Good night." She went out of the room almost as quietly and quickly as if she had been a ghost, but once by the side of her own bed she threw herself on her knees and poured out in deep silence all the passionate pity that filled her heart. As for Hetty, she was soon in the wood again, her waking dreams being merged in a sleeping life scarcely more fragmentary and confused. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Adam Bede. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Adam Bede by George Eliot. Chapter 16. Links. Arthur Donnithorne, you remember, is under an engagement with himself to go and see Mr. Irwin this Friday morning, and he is awake and dressing so early that he determines to go before breakfast instead of after. The rector, he knows, breakfasts alone at 9:30, the ladies of the family having a different breakfast hour. Arthur will have an early ride over the hill and breakfast with him. One can say everything best over a meal. The progress of civilization has made a breakfast or a dinner an easy and cheerful substitute for more troublesome and disagreeable ceremonies. We take a less gloomy view of our errors now our father confessor listens to us over his egg and coffee. We are more distinctly conscious that rude penances are out of the question for gentlemen in an enlightened age, and that mortal sin is not incompatible with an appetite for muffins. An assault on our pockets, which in more barbarous times would have been made in the brusque form of a pistol shot, is quite a well-bred and smiling procedure now it has become a request for a loan thrown in as an easy parenthesis between the second and third glasses of claret. Still, there was this advantage in the old rigid forms, that they committed you to the fulfilment of a resolution by some outward deed. When you have put your mouth to one end of a hole in a stone wall, and are aware that there is an expectant ear at the other end, You are more likely to say what you came out with the intention of saying than if you were seated with your legs in an easy attitude under the mahogany, with a companion who will have no reason to be surprised if you have nothing particular to say. However, Arthur Donnithorne, as he winds among the pleasant lanes on horseback in the morning sunshine, has a sincere determination to open his heart to the rector, and the swirling sound of the scythe as he passes by the meadow is all the pleasanter to him because of this honest purpose. He is glad to see the promise of settled weather now, for getting in the hay, about which the farmers have been fearful, and there is something so healthful in the sharing of a joy that is general and not merely personal, that this thought about the hay harvest reacts on his state of mind and makes his resolution seem an easier matter. A man about town might perhaps consider that these influences were not to be felt out of a child's story-book, but when you are among the fields and hedgerows, it is impossible to maintain a consistent superiority to simple natural pleasures. Arthur had passed the village of Hayslip and was approaching the Broxton side of the hill, when, at a turning in the road, he saw a figure about 100 yards before him, which it was impossible to mistake for any one else than Adam Bede, even if there had been no grey, tailless shepherd dog at his heels. He was striding along at his usual rapid pace, and Arthur pushed on his horse to overtake him, for he retained too much of his boyish feeling for Adam to miss an opportunity of chatting with him. I will not say that his love for that good fellow did not owe some of its force to the love of patronage. Our friend Arthur liked to do everything that was handsome, and to have his handsome deeds recognized. Adam looked round as he heard the quickening clatter of the horse's heels, and waited for the horseman, lifting his paper cap from his head with a bright smile of recognition. Next to his own brother Seth, Adam would have done more for Arthur Donnithorne than for any other young man in the world. There was hardly anything he would not rather have lost than the 2-feet ruler which he always carried in his pocket. It was Arthur's present, bought with his pocket money when he was a fair-haired lad of 11, and when he had profited so well by Adam's lessons in carpentering and turning as to embarrass every female in the house with gifts of superfluous thread-reels and round boxes. Adam had quite a pride in the little squire in those early days, and the feeling had only become slightly modified as the fair-haired lad had grown into the whiskered young man. Adam, I confess, was very susceptible to the influence of rank, and quite ready to give an extra amount of respect to everyone who had more advantages than himself, not being a philosopher or a proletaire with democratic ideas, but simply a stout-limbed, clever carpenter with a large fund of reverence in his nature, which inclined him to admit all established claims unless he saw very clear grounds for questioning them. He had no theories about setting the world to rights, but he saw there was a great deal of damage done by building with ill-seasoned timber, by ignorant men in fine clothes making plans for outhouses and workshops and the like without knowing the bearings of things, by slovenly joiners' work, and by hasty contracts that could never be fulfilled without ruining somebody, and he resolved, for his part, to set his face against such doings. On these points he would have maintained his opinion against the largest landed proprietor in Loamshire, or Stonyshire either, but he felt that beyond these it would be better for him to defer to people who were more knowing than himself. He saw as plainly as possible how ill the woods on the estate were managed, and the shameful state of the farm buildings, and if old Squire Donnithorne had asked him the effect of this mismanagement, he would have spoken his opinion without flinching, but the impulse to a respectful demeanour towards a gentleman would have been strong within him all the while. The word gentleman had a spell for Adam, and, as he often said, he couldn't abide a fellow who thought he made himself fine by being coxy to his betters. I must remind you again that Adam had the blood of the peasant in his veins, and that since he was in his prime half a century ago, you must expect some of his characteristics to be obsolete. Towards the young squire, this instinctive reverence of Adam's was assisted by boyish memories and personal regard, so you may imagine that he thought far more of Arthur's good qualities and attached far more value to very slight actions of his than if they had been the qualities and actions of a common workman like himself. He felt sure it would be a fine day for everybody about Hayslope when the young squire came into the estate. Such a generous, open-hearted disposition as he had, and an uncommon notion about improvements and repairs, considering he was only just coming of age. Thus there was both respect and affection in the smile with which he raised his paper cap as Arthur Donnithorne rode up. "Well, Adam, how are you?" said Arthur, holding out his hand. He never shook hands with any of the farmers, and Adam felt the honour keenly. I could swear to your back a long way off. It's just the same back, only broader, as when you used to carry me on it. Do you remember?" "Aye, sir, I remember. It'd be a poor look-out if folks didn't remember what they did and said when they were lads. We should think no more about old friends than we do about new ones then." "You're going to Broxton, I suppose?" said Arthur, putting his horse on at a slow pace while Adam walked by his side. "Are you going to the rectory?" "No, sir. I'm going to see about Bradwell's barn. They're afraid of the roof pushing the walls out, and I'm going to see what can be done with it before we send the stuff and the workmen." "Why, Burge trusts almost everything to you now, Adam, doesn't he? I should think he will make you his partner soon. He will, if he's wise." "Nay, sir, I don't see as he'd be much the better off for that. A foreman, if he's got a conscience and delights in his work, will do this business as well as if he was a partner. I wouldn't give a penny for a man as'd drive a nail in slack because he didn't get extra pay for it." "I know that, Adam. I know you work for him as well as if you were working for yourself. But you would have more power than you have now, and could turn the business to better account, perhaps. The old man must give up his business some time, and he has no son. I suppose he'll want a son-in-law who can take to it. But he has rather grasping fingers of his own, I fancy. I dare say he wants a man who can put some money into the business. If I were not as poor as a rat, I would gladly invest some money in that way, for the sake of having you settled on the estate. I'm sure I should profit by it in the end, and perhaps I shall be better off in a year or two. I shall have a larger allowance now I'm of age, and when I've paid off a debt or two, I shall be able to look about me." "You're very good to say so, sir, and I'm not unthankful. But," Adam continued in a decided tone, "I shouldn't like to make any offers to Mr. Burge, or to have any made for me. I see no clear road to a partnership. If he should ever want to dispose of the business, that'd be a different matter. I should be glad of some money at a fair interest then, for I feel sure I could pay it off in time." "Very well, Adam," said Arthur, remembering what Mr. Irwine had said about a probable hitch in the love-making between Adam and Mary Burge. "We'll say no more about it at present. When is your father to be buried?" "On Sunday, sir. Mr. Irwine's coming earlier on purpose. I shall be glad when it's over, for I think my mother will perhaps get easier then. It cuts one sadly to see the grief of old people. They've no way of working it off, and the new spring brings no new shoots out on the withered tree. Ah, you've had a good deal of trouble and vexation in your life, Adam. I don't think you've ever been hare-brained and light-hearted, like other youngsters. You've always had some care on your mind." "Why, yes, sir, but that's nothing to make a fuss about. If we're men and have men's feelings, I reckon we must have men's troubles. We can't be like the birds, as fly from their nest as soon as they've got their wings, and never know their kin when they see 'em, and get a fresh lot every year. I've had enough to be thankful for. I always had health and strength and brains to give me a delight in my work, and I count it a great thing as I've had Bartle Massey's night school to go to. He's helped me to knowledge I could never ha' got by myself." "What a rare fellow you are, Adam," said Arthur, after a pause, in which he had looked musingly at the big fellow walking by his side. "I could hit out better than most men at Oxford, and yet I believe you would knock me into next week if I were to have a battle with you." "God forbid I should ever do that, sir," said Adam, looking round at Arthur and smiling. "I used to fight for fun, but I've never done that since I was the cause of poor Gil Tranter being laid up for a fortnight. I'll never fight any man again, only when he behaves like a scoundrel. If you get hold of a chap that's got no shame nor conscience to stop him, you must try what you can do by bunging his eyes up." Arthur did not laugh, for he was preoccupied with some thought that made him say presently, "I should think now, Adam, you'd never have any struggles within yourself. I fancy you would master a wish that you had made up your mind it was not quite right to indulge, as easily as you would knock down a drunken fellow who is quarrelsome with you. I mean, you are never shilly-shally, first making up your mind that you won't do a thing and then doing it after all?" "Well," said Adam slowly, after a moment's hesitation, "no, I don't remember ever being seesaw in that way, when I'd made my mind up, as you say, that a thing was wrong. It takes the taste out of my mouth for things when I know I should have a heavy conscience after 'em. I've seen pretty clear, ever since I could cast up a sum, as you can never do what's wrong without breeding sin and trouble more than you can ever see. It's like a bit of bad workmanship. You never see the end of the mischief it'll do, and it's a poor look-out to come into the world to make your fellow creatures worse off instead of better. But there's a difference between the things folks call wrong. I'm not for making a sin of every little fool's trick, or bit o' nonsense anybody may be let into, like some of them dissenters. And a man may have two minds whether it isn't worth while to get a bruise or two for the sake of a bit of fun. But it isn't my way to be seesaw about anything. I think my fault lies the other way. When I've said a thing, if it's only to myself, it's hard for me to go back." "Yes, that's just what I expected of you," said Arthur. "You've got an iron will as well as an iron arm, but however strong a man's resolution may be, it costs him something to carry it out now and then. We may determine not to gather any cherries and keep our hands sturdily in our pockets, but we can't prevent our mouths from watering." "That's true, sir, but there's nothing like settling with ourselves, as there's a deal we must do without o' this life. It's no use looking on life as if it was a Treddleston fair, where folks only go to see shows and get fairings. If we do, we shall find it different. But where's the use of me talking to you, sir? You know better than I do." "I'm not sure of that, Adam. You've had 4 or 5 years of experience more than I've had, and I think your life has been a better school to you than college has been to me." "Why, sir, you seem to think of college something like what Bartle Massey does. He says college mostly makes people like bladders, just good for nothing but to hold the stuff as is poured into 'em. But he's got a tongue like a sharp blade, Bartle has. It never touches anything, but it cuts. Here's the turning, sir. I must bid you good morning, as you're going to the rectory." "Good-bye, Adam, good-bye." Arthur gave his horse to the groom at the rectory gate, and walked along the gravel towards the door which opened on the garden. He knew that the rector always breakfasted in his study, and the study lay on the left hand of this door, opposite the dining-room. It was a small low room, belonging to the old part of the house, dark with the sombre covers of the books that lined the walls. Yet it looked very cheery this morning as Arthur reached the open window, for the morning sun fell aslant on the great glass globe with gold fish in it, which stood on a scagliola pillar in front of the ready-spread bachelor breakfast-table, and by the side of this breakfast-table was a group which would have made any room enticing. In the crimson damask easy-chair sat Mr. Irwine, with that radiant freshness which he always had when he came from his morning toilet. His finely formed plump white hand was playing along Juno's brown curly back, and close to Juno's tail, which was wagging with calm matronly pleasure. The 2 brown pups were rolling over each other in an ecstatic duet of worrying noises. On a cushion a little removed sat Pug, with the air of a maiden lady, who looked on these familiarities as animal weaknesses, which she made as little show as possible of observing. On the table, at Mr. Irwine's elbow, lay the first volume of the Fulis Aeschylus, which Arthur knew well by sight, and the silver coffee-pot, which Carol was bringing in, sent forth a fragrant steam which completed the delights of a bachelor breakfast. "Hallo, Arthur, that's a good fellow. You're just in time," said Mr. Irwine, as Arthur paused and stepped in over the low window-sill. "Carol, we shall want more coffee and eggs, and haven't you got some cold fowl for us to eat with that ham? Why, this is like old days, Arthur. You haven't been to breakfast with me these 5 years." "It was a tempting morning for a ride before breakfast," said Arthur, "and I used to like breakfasting with you so when I was reading with you. My grandfather is always a few degrees colder at breakfast than any other hour in the day. I think his morning bath doesn't agree with him." Arthur was anxious not to imply that he came with any special purpose. He had no sooner found himself in Mr. Irwine's presence than the confidence which he had thought quite easy before suddenly appeared the most difficult thing in the world to him, and at the very moment of shaking hands he saw his purpose in quite a new light. How could he make Irwine understand his position unless he told him those little scenes in the wood, and how could he tell them without looking like a fool? And then his weakness in coming back from Gowans, and doing the very opposite of what he intended. Irwine would think him a shilly-shally fellow ever after. However, it must come out in an unpremeditated way. The conversation might lead up to it. "I like breakfast-time better than any other moment in the day," said Mr. Irwine. "No dust is settled on one's mind then, and it presents a clear mirror to the rays of things. I always have a favourite book by me at breakfast, and I enjoy the bits I pick up then so much that regularly every morning it seems to me as if I should certainly become studious again. But presently Dent brings up a poor fellow who has killed a hare, and when I've got through my justicing, as Carol calls it, I'm inclined for a ride round the glebe, and on my way back I meet with the master of the workhouse, who has got a long story of a mutinous pauper to tell me. And so the day goes on, and I'm always the same lazy fellow before evening sets in. Besides, one wants the stimulus of sympathy, and I have never had that since poor D'Oyley left Treddleston. If you had stuck to your books well, you rascal, I should have had a pleasanter prospect before me. But scholarship doesn't run in your family blood. No, indeed. It is well if I can remember a little inapplicable Latin to adorn my maiden speech in Parliament 6 or 7 years hence. Cras ingens iterabimus equor, and a few shreds of that sort will perhaps stick to me, and I shall arrange my opinions so as to introduce them. But I don't think a knowledge of the classics is a pressing want to a country gentleman, as far as I can see. He'd much better have a knowledge of manners. I've been reading your friend Arthur Young's books lately, and there's nothing I should like better than to carry out some of his ideas in putting the farmers on a better management of their land, and, as he says, making what was a wild country, all of the same dark hue, bright and variegated with corn and cattle. My grandfather will never let me have any power while he lives, but there's nothing I should like better than to undertake the Stonyshire side of the estate. It's in a dismal condition, and set improvements on foot, and gallop about from one place to another and overlook them. I should like to know all the labourers, and see them touching their hats to me with a look of goodwill. Bravo, Arthur! A man who has no feeling for the classics couldn't make a better apology for coming into the world than by increasing the quantity of food to maintain scholars, and rectors who appreciate scholars. And whenever you enter on your career of model landlord, may I be there to see. You want a portly rector to complete the picture, and take his tithe of all the respect and honour you get by your hard work. Only don't set your heart too strongly on the goodwill you are to get in consequence. I am not sure that men are the fondest of those who try to be useful to them. You know, Gawain has got the curses of the whole neighbourhood upon him about that enclosure. You must make it quite clear to your mind which you are most bent upon, old boy, popularity or usefulness, else you may happen to miss both. Oh, Gawain is harsh in his manners. He doesn't make himself personally agreeable to his tenants. I don't believe there's anything you can't prevail on people to do with kindness. For my part, I couldn't live in a neighbourhood where I was not respected and beloved, and it's very pleasant to go among the tenants here. They seem all so well inclined to me. I suppose it seems only the other day to them since I was a little lad, riding on a pony about as big as a sheep. And if fair allowances were made to them, and their buildings attended to, one could persuade them to farm on a better plan, stupid as they are. Then mind you fall in love in the right place, and don't get a wife who will drain your purse and make you niggardly in spite of yourself. My mother and I have a little discussion about you sometimes. She says, I'll never risk a single prophecy on Arthur until I see the woman he falls in love with. She thinks your lady-love will rule you as the moon rules the tides. But I feel bound to stand up for you, as my pupil, you know, and I maintain that you're not of that watery quality, so mind you don't disgrace my judgment. Arthur winced under this speech, for keen old Mrs. Irwin's opinion about him had the disagreeable effect of a sinister omen. This, to be sure, was only another reason for persevering in his intention and getting an additional security against himself. Nevertheless, at this point in the conversation, he was conscious of increased disinclination to tell his story about Hetty. He was of an impressible nature, and lived a great deal in other people's opinions and feelings concerning himself, and the mere fact that he was in the presence of an intimate friend, who had not the slightest notion that he had had any such serious internal struggle as he came to confide, rather shook his own belief in the seriousness of the struggle. It was not, after all, a thing to make a fuss about, and what could Irwin do for him that he could not do for himself? He would go to Eagledale in spite of Meg's lameness, go on Rattler, and let Pym follow as well as he could on the old hack. That was his thought as he sugared his coffee, but the next minute, as he was lifting the cup to his lips, he remembered how thoroughly he had made up his mind last night to tell Irwin. No, he would not be vacillating again. He would do what he had meant to do this time. So it would be well not to let the personal tone of the conversation altogether drop. If they went to quite indifferent topics, his difficulty would be heightened. It had required no noticeable pause for this rush and rebound of feeling before he answered, "But I think it is hardly an argument against a man's general strength of character that he should be apt to be mastered by love. A fine constitution doesn't insure one against smallpox or any other of those inevitable diseases. A man may be very firm in other matters, and yet be under a sort of witchery from a woman." "Yes, but there's a difference between love and smallpox, or bewitchment either, that if you detect the disease at an early stage and try change of air, there is every chance of complete escape without any further development of symptoms, and there are certain alternative doses which a man may administer to himself by keeping unpleasant consequences before his mind. This gives you a sort of smoked glass through which you may look at the resplendent fair one and discern her true outline, though I'm afraid, by and by, the smoked glass is apt to be missing just at the moment it is most wanted. I dare say, now, even a man fortified with the knowledge of the classics might be lured into an imprudent marriage, in spite of the warning given him by the chorus in the Prometheus." The smile that flitted across Arthur's face was a faint one, and instead of following Mr. Irwin's playful lead, he said, quite seriously, "Yes, that's the worst of it. It's a desperately vexatious thing, that after all one's reflection and quiet determinations, we should be ruled by moods that one can't calculate on beforehand. I don't think a man ought to be blamed so much if he is betrayed into doing things in that way, in spite of his resolutions." "Ah, but the moods lie in his nature, my boy, just as much as his reflections did, and more. A man can never do anything at variance with his own nature. He carries within him the germ of his most exceptional action, and if we wise people make eminent fools of ourselves on any particular occasion, we must endure the legitimate conclusion that we carry a few grains of folly to our ounce of wisdom." "Well, but one may be betrayed into doing things by a combination of circumstances which one might never have done otherwise." "Why, yes, a man can't very well steal a banknote unless the banknote lies within convenient reach. But he won't make us think him an honest man because he begins to howl at the banknote for falling in his way." "But surely you don't think a man who struggles against the temptation into which he falls at last as bad as the man who never struggles at all?" "No, certainly. I pity him in proportion to his struggles, for they foreshadow the inward suffering which is the worst form of nemesis. Consequences are unpitying. Our deeds carry their terrible consequences, quite apart from any fluctuations that went before. Consequences that are hardly ever confined to ourselves. And it is best to fix our minds on that certainty, instead of considering what may be the elements of excuse for us. But I never knew you so inclined for moral discussion, Arthur. Is it some danger of your own that you are considering in this philosophical, general way?" In asking this question, Mr. Irwin pushed his plate away, threw himself back in his chair, and looked straight at Arthur. He really suspected that Arthur wanted to tell him something, and thought of smoothing the way for him by this direct question. But he was mistaken. Brought suddenly and involuntarily to the brink of confession, Arthur shrank back and felt less disposed towards it than ever. The conversation had taken a more serious tone than he had intended. It would quite mislead Irwin. He would imagine there was a deep passion for Hetty, while there was no such thing. He was conscious of colouring, and was annoyed at his boyishness. "Oh, no danger," he said, as indifferently as he could. "I don't know that I am more liable to your resolution than other people. Only there are little incidents, now and then, that set one speculating on what might happen in the future." Was there a motive at work under this strange reluctance of Arthur's, which had a sort of backstairs influence not admitted to himself? Our mental business is carried on much in the same way as the business of the state. A great deal of hard work is done by agents who are not acknowledged. In a piece of machinery, too, I believe there is often a small and noticeable wheel, which has a great deal to do with the motion of the large obvious ones. Possibly there was some such unrecognized agent secretly busy in Arthur's mind at this moment. Possibly it was the fear lest he might hereafter find the fact of having made a confession to the rector a serious annoyance, in case he should not be able quite to carry out his good resolutions. I dare not assert that it was not so. The human soul is a very complex thing. The idea of Hetty had just crossed Mr. Irwin's mind as he looked inquiringly at Arthur, but his disclaiming indifferent answer confirmed the thought which had quickly followed, that there could be nothing serious in that direction. There was no probability that Arthur ever saw her except at church, and at her own home under the eye of Mrs. Poyser, and the hint he had given Arthur about her the other day had no more serious meaning than to prevent him from noticing her, so as to rouse the little chit's vanity, and in this way perturb the rustic drama of her life. Arthur would soon join his regiment, and be far away. No, there could be no danger in that quarter, even if Arthur's character had not been a strong security against it. His honest, patronizing pride in the good-will and respect of everybody about him was a safeguard even against foolish romance, still more against a lower kind of folly. If there had been anything special on Arthur's mind in the previous conversation, it was clear he was not inclined to enter into details, and Mr. Irwin was too delicate to imply even a friendly curiosity. He perceived a change of subject would be welcome, and said, By the way, Arthur, at your colonel's birthday fete there were some transparencies that made a great effect in honour of Britannia and Pitt and the Loamshire militia, and above all, the generous youth, the hero of the day. Don't you think you should get up something of the same sort to astonish our weak minds?" The opportunity was gone. While Arthur was hesitating, the rope to which he might have clung had drifted away. He must trust now to his own swimming. In 10 minutes from that time, Mr. Irwine was called for on business, and Arthur, bidding him good-bye, mounted his horse again with a sense of dissatisfaction, which he tried to quell by determining to set off for Eagledale without an hour's delay. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Adam Bede. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Adam Bede by George Eliot. Chapter 17, in which the story pauses a little. "This rector of Broxton is little better than a pagan," I hear one of my readers exclaim. How much more edifying it would have been if you had made him give Arthur some truly spiritual advice. You might have put into his mouth the most beautiful things, quite as good as reading a sermon. Certainly I could, if I held it the highest vocation of the novelist to represent things as they never have been and never will be. Then, of course, I might refashion life and character entirely after my own liking. I might select the most unexceptionable type of clergyman, and put my own admirable opinions into his mouth on all occasions. But it happens, on the contrary, that my strongest effort is to avoid any such arbitrary picture, and to give a faithful account of men and things as they have mirrored themselves in my mind. The mirror is doubtless defective, the outlines will sometimes be disturbed, the reflection faint or confused, but I feel as much bound to tell you as precisely as I can what that reflection is, as if I were in the witness-box, narrating my experience on oath. 60 years ago, it is a long time, so no wonder things have changed, all clergymen were not zealous. Indeed, there is reason to believe that the number of zealous clergymen was small, and it is probable that if one among the small minority had owned the livings of Broxton and Hayslop in the year 1799, you would have liked him no better than you like Mr. Irwine. 10 to 1 you would have thought him a tasteless, indiscreet, methodistical man. It is so very rarely that facts hit that nice medium required by our own enlightened opinions and refined taste. Perhaps you will say, do improve the facts a little, then. Make them more accordant with those correct views which it is our privilege to possess. The world is not just what we like. Do touch it up with a tasteful pencil, and make believe it is not quite such a mixed and tangled affair. Let all people who hold unexceptionable opinions act unexceptionably. Let your most faulty characters always be on the wrong side, and your virtuous ones on the right. Then we shall see at a glance whom we are to condemn and whom we are to approve. Then we shall be able to admire, without the slightest disturbance of our prepossessions. We shall hate and despise with that true ruminant relish which belongs to undoubting confidence. But, my good friend, what will you do then with your fellow parishioner who opposes your husband in the vestry? With your newly appointed vicar, whose style of preaching you find painfully below that of his regretted predecessor? With the honest servant who worries your soul with her one failing? With your neighbour, Mrs. Green, who was really kind to you in your last illness, but has said several ill-natured things about you since your convalescence? Nay, with your excellent husband himself, who has other irritating habits beside that of not wiping his shoes. These fellow mortals, every one, must be accepted as they are. You can neither straighten their noses, nor brighten their wit, nor rectify their dispositions, and it is these people, amongst whom your life is passed, that it is needful you should tolerate, pity, and love. It is these more or less ugly, stupid, inconsistent people whose movements of goodness you should be able to admire, for whom you should cherish all possible hopes, all possible patience. And I would not, even if I had the choice, be the clever novelist who could create a world so much better than this, in which we get up in the morning to do our daily work, that you would be likely to turn a harder, colder eye on the dusty streets and the common green fields, on the real breathing men and women, who can be chilled by your indifference or injured by your prejudice, who can be cheered and helped onward by your fellow feeling, your forbearance, your outspoken, brave justice. So I am content to tell my simple story, without trying to make things seem better than they were, dreading nothing, indeed, but falsity, which, in spite of one's best efforts, there is reason to dread. Falsehood is so easy, truth so difficult. The pencil is conscious of a delightful facility in drawing a griffin. The longer the claws, and the larger the wings, the better. But that marvellous facility which we mistook for genius is apt to forsake us when we want to draw a real unexaggerated lion. Examine your words well, and you will find that even when you have no motive to be false, it is a hard thing to say the exact truth, even about your own immediate feelings, much harder than to say something fine about them which is not the exact truth. It is for this rare, precious quality of truthfulness that I delight in many Dutch paintings, which lofty-minded people despise. I find a source of delicious sympathy in these faithful pictures of a monotonous, homely existence, which has been the fate of so many more among my fellow mortals than the life of pomp or of absolute indigence, of tragic suffering or of world-stirring actions. I turn without shrinking from cloud-born angels, from prophets, sibyls, and heroic warriors, to an old woman bending over her flower-pot, or eating her solitary dinner, while the noonday light, softened perhaps by a screen of leaves, falls on her mob-cap, and just touches the rim of her spinning-wheel, and her stone-jug, and all those cheap common things which are the precious necessaries of life to her. Or I turn to that village wedding, kept between 4 brown walls, where an awkward bridegroom opens the dance with a high-shouldered, broad-faced bride, while elderly and middle-aged friends look on, with very irregular noses and lips, and probably with quart-pots in their hands, but with an expression of unmistakable contentment and good-will. "Pho!" says my idealistic friend. "What vulgar details! What good is there in taking all these pains to give an exact likeness of old women and clowns? What a low phase of life! What clumsy, ugly people!" But, bless us, things may be lovable that are not altogether handsome, I hope. I am not at all sure that the majority of the human race have not been ugly, and even among those lords of their kind, the British, squat figures, ill-shapen nostrils, and dingy complexions are not startling exceptions. Yet there is a great deal of family love amongst us. I have a friend or two whose class of features is such that the Apollo curl on the summit of their brows would be decidedly trying, yet to my certain knowledge tender hearts have beaten for them, and their miniatures, flattering, but still not lovely, are kissed in secret by motherly lips. I have seen many an excellent matron, who could have never in her best days have been handsome, and yet she had a packet of yellow love-letters in a private drawer, and sweet children showered kisses on her sallow cheeks. And I believe there have been plenty of young heroes, of middle stature and feeble beards, who have felt quite sure they could never love anything more insignificant than a Diana, and yet have found themselves in middle life happily settled with a wife who waddles. Yes, thank God, human feeling is like the mighty rivers that bless the earth. It does not wait for beauty. It flows with resistless force and brings beauty with it. All honor and reverence to the divine beauty of form. Let us cultivate it to the utmost in men, women, and children, in our gardens and in our houses. But let us love that other beauty, too, which lies in no secret of proportion, but in the secret of deep human sympathy. Paint us an angel, if you can, with a floating violet robe, and a face paled by the celestial light. Paint us yet oftener a Madonna, turning her mild face upward and opening her arms to welcome the divine glory. But do not impose on us any aesthetic rules which shall banish from the region of art those old women scraping carrots with their work-worn hands, those heavy clowns taking holiday in a dingy pothouse, those rounded backs and stupid weather-beaten faces that have bent over the spade and done the rough work of the world, those homes with their tin pans, their brown pitchers, their rough curs, and their clusters of onions. In this world there are so many of these common coarse people who have no picturesque sentimental wretchedness. It is so needful we should remember their existence, else we may happen to leave them quite out of our religion and philosophy, and frame lofty theories which only fit a world of extremes. Therefore, let art always remind us of them. Therefore let us always have men ready to give the loving pains of a life to the faithful representing of commonplace things, men who see beauty in these commonplace things, and delight in showing how kindly the light of heaven falls on them. There are few prophets in the world, few sublimely beautiful women, few heroes. I can't afford to give all my love and reverence to such rarities. I want a great deal of those feelings for my everyday fellow-men, especially for the few in the foreground of the great multitude, whose faces I know, whose hands I touch, for whom I have to make way with kindly courtesy. Neither are picturesque lazzaroni or romantic criminals half so frequent as your common labourer, who gets his own bread and eats it vulgarly but creditably with his own pocket-knife. It is more needful that I should have a fibre of sympathy connecting me with that vulgar citizen who weighs out my sugar in a vilely assorted cravat and waistcoat, than with the handsomest rascal in red scarf and green feathers. More needful that my heart should swell with loving admiration at some trait of gentle goodness in the faulty people who sit at the same hearth with me, or in the clergyman of my own parish, who is perhaps rather too corpulent, and in other respects is not an Oberlin or a Tillotson, than at the deeds of heroes, whom I shall never know except by hearsay, or at the sublimest abstract of all clerical graces that was ever conceived by an able novelist. And so I come back to Mr. Irwin, with whom I desire you to be in perfect charity, far as he may be from satisfying your demands on the clerical character. Perhaps you think he was not, as he ought to have been, a living demonstration of the benefits attached to a national church. But I am not sure of that. At least I know that the people in Broxton and Hayslip would have been very sorry to part with their clergyman, and that most faces brightened at his approach. And until it can be proved that hatred is a better thing for the soul than love, I must believe that Mr. Irwin's influence in his parish was a more wholesome one than that of the zealous Mr. Ryde, who came here 20 years afterwards, when Mr. Irwin had been gathered to his fathers. It is true Mr. Ryde insisted strongly on the doctrines of the Reformation, visited his flock a great deal in their own homes, and was severe in rebuking the aberrations of the flesh, put a stop, indeed, to the Christmas rounds of the church singers, as promoting drunkenness and too light a handling of sacred things. But I gathered from Adam Bede, to whom I talked of these matters in his old age, that few clergymen could be less successful in winning the hearts of their parishioners than Mr. Ryde. They learned a great many notions about doctrine from him, so that almost every church-goer under 50 began to distinguish as well between the genuine gospel and what did not come precisely up to that standard, as if he had been born and bred a dissenter, and for some time after his arrival there seemed to be quite a religious movement in that quiet rural district. "But," said Adam, "I've seen pretty clear ever since I was a young-un, as religion's something else besides notions. It isn't notions sets people doing the right thing, it's feelings. It's the same with the notions in religion as it is with mathematics. A man may be able to work problems straight off in his head, as he sits by the fire and smokes his pipe, but if he has to make a machine or a building, he must have a will and a resolution, and love something else better than his own ease." Somehow the congregation began to fall off, and people began to speak light of Mr. Ryde. I believe he meant right at bottom, but you see he was sourish-tempered, and was for beating down prices with the people as worked for him, and his preaching wouldn't go down well with that sauce. And he wanted to be like my Lord Judge of the parish, punishing folks for doing wrong, and he scolded 'em for the pulpit as if he'd been a ranter, and yet he couldn't abide the dissenters, and was a deal more set against 'em than Mr. Irwin was. And then he didn't keep within his income, for he seemed to think at first go-off that 600 a year was to make him as big a man as Mr. Donnithorne. That's a sore mischief I've often seen with the poor curates jumping into a bit of living all of a sudden. Mr. Ryde was a deal thought on at a distance, I believe, and he wrote books, but as for mathematics and the nature of things, he was as ignorant as a woman. He was very knowing about doctrines, and used to call 'em the bulwarks of the Reformation, but I've always mistrusted that sort of learning as leaves folks foolish and unreasonable about business. Now Mr. Irwin was as different as could be, as quick. He understood what you meant in a minute, and he knew all about building, and could see when you'd made a good job. And he behaved as much like a gentleman to the farmers and the old women and the labourers as he did to the gentry. You never saw him interfering and scolding and trying to play the emperor. Ah, he was a fine man as ever you set eyes on, and so kind to his mother and sisters. That poor sickly Miss Anne, he seemed to think more of her than of anybody else in the world. There wasn't a soul in the parish had a word to say against him, and his servants stayed with him till they were so old and pottering he had to hire other folks to do their work. Well, I said, that was an excellent way of preaching in the weekdays, but I dare say, if your old friend Mr. Irwin were to come to life again and get into the pulpit next Sunday, you wouldn't be rather ashamed that he didn't preach better after all your praise of him. "Nay, nay," said Adam, broadening his chest and throwing himself back in his chair, as if he were ready to meet all inferences. "Nobody has ever heard me say Mr. Irwin was much of a preacher. He didn't go into deep spiritual experience. and I know there's a deal in a man's inward life as you can't measure by the square, and say, do this and that'll follow, and do that and this'll follow. There's things go on in the soul, and times when feelings come into you like a rushing mighty wind, as the Scripture says, and part your life in two almost, so you look back on yourself as if you were somebody else. Those are things as you can't bottle up in a do this and do that, and I'll go so far with the strongest Methodist ever you'll find. That shows me there's deep spiritual things in religion. You can't make much out with talking about it, but you feel it. Mr. Irwin didn't go into those things. He preached short moral sermons, and that was all. But then he acted pretty much up to what he said. He didn't set up for being so different from other folks one day, and then be as like 'em as 2 peas the next. And he made folks love him and respect him, and that was better nor stirring up their gall with being over busy. Mrs. Poyser used to say, you know, she would have her word about everything. She said, Mr. Irwin was like a good meal of victual. You were the better for him without thinking on it. And Mr. Ryde was like a dose of physic. He gripped you and warded you, and after all he left you much the same. But didn't Mr. Ryde preach a great deal more about the spiritual part of religion that you talk of, Adam? Couldn't you get more out of his sermons than out of Mr. Irwin's? I know no. He preached a deal about doctrines, but I've seen pretty clear ever since I was a young'un as religion's something else besides doctrines and notions. I look at it as if the doctrines was like finding names for your feelings, so as you can talk of 'em when you've never known 'em, just as a man may talk of tools when he knows their names, though he's never so much as seen 'em, still less handled 'em. I've heard a deal of doctrine in my time, for I used to go after the dissenting preachers along with Seth, when I was a lad of 17, and got puzzling myself a deal about the Arminians and the Calvinists. The Wesleyans, you know, are strong Arminians, and Seth, who could never abide anything harsh and was always for hope in the best, held fast by the Wesleyans from the very first. But I thought I could pick a hole or two in their notions, and I got disputing with one of the class leaders down at Treddleston, and harassed him so. First o' this side, then o' that, till at last he said, "Young man, it's the devil making use o' your pride and conceit as a weapon to war against the simplicity o' truth." I couldn't help laughing then, but as I was going home, I thought the man wasn't far wrong. I began to see as all this weighing and sifting, what this text means and that text means, and whether folks are saved all by God's grace, or whether there goes an ounce of their own will to it, was no part of real religion at all. You may talk of these things for hours on end, and you'll only be all the more coxy and conceited for it. So I took to going nowhere but to church, and hearing nobody but Mr. Irwin, for he said nothing but what was good and what you'd be the wiser for remembering, and I found it better for my soul to be humble before the mysteries of God's dealings, and not be making a clatter about what I could never understand. And they're poor foolish questions after all, for what have we got either inside or outside of us but what comes from God? If we got a resolution to do right, he gave it us, I reckon, first or last, but I see plain enough we shall never do it without a resolution, and that's enough for me. Adam, you perceive, was a warm admirer, perhaps a partial judge, of Mr. Irwin, as happily some of us still are of the people we have known familiarly. Doubtless it will be despised as a weakness by that lofty order of minds who pant after the ideal, and are oppressed by a general sense that their emotions are of too exquisite a character to find fit objects among their everyday fellowmen. I have often been favoured with the confidence of these select natures, and find them to concur in the experience that great men are overestimated and small men are insupportable, that if you would love a woman without ever looking back on your love as a folly, she must die when you are courting her, and if you would maintain the slightest belief in human heroism, you must never make a pilgrimage to see the hero. I confess I have often meanly shrunk from confessing to these accomplished and acute gentlemen what my own experience has been. I am afraid I have often smiled with hypocritical assent, and gratified them with an epigram on the fleeting nature of our illusions, which any one moderately acquainted with French literature can command at a moment's notice. Human converse, I think some wise man has remarked, is not rigidly sincere. But I herewith discharge my conscience, and declare that I have had quite enthusiastic movements of admiration towards old gentlemen who spoke the worst English, who were occasionally fretful in their temper, and who had never moved in a higher sphere of influence than that of parish overseer, and that the way in which I have come to the conclusion that human nature is lovable, the way I have learned something of its deep pathos, its sublime mysteries, has been by living a great deal among people more or less commonplace and vulgar, of whom you would perhaps hear nothing very surprising if you were to inquire about them in the neighbourhoods where they dwelt. 10 to 1 most of the small shopkeepers in their vicinity saw nothing at all in them, for I have observed this remarkable coincidence, that the select natures who pant after the ideal, and find nothing in pantaloons or petticoats great enough to command their reverence and love, are curiously in unison with the narrowest and pettiest. For example, I have often heard Mr. Gedge, the landlord of the Royal Oak, who used to turn a bloodshot eye on his neighbours in the village of Shepperton, sum up his opinion of the people in his own parish, and they were all the people he knew, in these emphatic words: "Ay, sir, I've said it often, and I'll say it again. They're a poor lot in this parish, a poor lot, sir, big and little." I think he had a dim idea that if he could migrate to a distant parish he might find neighbours worthy of him, and indeed he did subsequently transfer himself to the Saracen's Head, which was doing a thriving business in the back street of a neighbouring market town. But oddly enough, he has found the people up that back street of precisely the same stamp as the inhabitants of Shepperton. A poor lot, sir, big and little, and them as comes for a go o' gin are no better than them as comes for a pint o' twopenny. A poor lot. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of Adam Bede. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Missy, Guangzhou, China. Adam Bede by George Eliot. Chapter 18. Church. Hetty! Hetty! Don't you know church begins at 2, and it's gone half after 1 already? Have you got nothing better to think on this good Sunday, as poor old Thias bees to be put into the ground, and him drownded i' the dead of the night, as it's enough to make one's back run cold, but you must be dizening yourself as if there was a wedding instead of a funeral? Well, aunt, said Hetty, I can't be ready so soon as everybody else when I've got Totty's things to put on, and I'd ever such work to make her stand still. Hetty was coming downstairs, and Mrs. Poyser, in her plain bonnet and shawl, was standing below. If ever a girl looked as if she had been made of roses, that girl was Hetty, in her Sunday hat and frock. For her hat was trimmed with pink, and her frock had pink spots sprinkled on a white ground. There was nothing but pink and white about her, except in her dark hair and eyes, and her little buckled shoes. Mrs. Poyser was provoked at herself, for she could hardly keep from smiling, as any mortal is inclined to do at the sight of pretty round things. So she turned without speaking and joined the group outside the house door, followed by Hetty, whose heart was fluttering so at the thought of someone she expected to see at church that she hardly felt the ground she trod on. And now the little procession set off. Mr. Poyser was in his Sunday suit of drab, with a red and green waistcoat and a green watch ribbon having a large cornelian seal attached, pendant like a plumb line from that promontory where his watch-pocket was situated, a silk handkerchief of a yellow tone round his neck, and excellent grey-ribbed stockings, knitted by Mrs. Poyser's own hand, setting off the proportions of his leg. Mr. Poyser had no reason to be ashamed of his leg, and suspected that the growing abuse of top-boots and other fashions tending to disguise the nether limbs had their origin in a pitiable degeneracy of the human calf. Still less had he reason to be ashamed of his round, jolly face, which was good humour itself, as he said, "Come, Hetty, come, little uns," and giving his arm to his wife, led the way through the causeway gate into the yard. The little uns addressed were Marty and Tommy, boys of 9 and 7, in little fustian-tailed coats and knee-breeches, relieved by rosy cheeks and black eyes, looking as much like their father as a very small elephant is like a very large one. Hetty walked between them, and behind came patient Molly, whose task it was to carry Totty through the yard and over all the wet places on the road, for Totty, having speedily recovered from her threatened fever, had insisted on going to church to-day, and especially on wearing her red and black necklace outside her tippet. And there were many wet places for her to be carried over this afternoon, for there had been heavy showers in the morning, though now the clouds had rolled off and lay in towering silvery masses on the horizon. You might have known it was Sunday if you had only waked up in the farmyard. The cocks and hens seemed to know it, and made only crooning, subdued noises. The very bulldog looked less savage, as if he would have been satisfied with a smaller bite than usual. The sunshine seemed to call all things to rest and not to labour. It was asleep itself, on the moss-grown cowshed, on the group of white ducks nestling together with their bills tucked under their wings, on the old black sow, stretched languidly on the straw, while her largest young one found an excellent spring-bed on his mother's fat ribs, on Alick the shepherd, in his new smock-frock, taking an uneasy siesta, half sitting, half standing, on the granary steps. Alick was of the opinion that church, like other luxuries, was not to be indulged in often by a foreman who had the weather and the ewes on his mind. "Church? Nay, I'm gotten summat else to think on," was an answer which he often uttered in a tone of bitter significance that silenced further question. I feel sure Alick meant no irreverence. Indeed, I know that his mind was not of a speculative, negative cast, and he would on no account have missed going to church on Christmas Day, Easter Day, and Whitsuntide, but he had a general impression that public worship and religious ceremonies, like other non-productive employments, were intended for people who had leisure. "There's father a-standing at the yard gate," said Martin Poyser. "I reckon he wants to watch us down the field. It's wonderful what sight he has, and him turned 75. "Ah, I often think it's with the old folks as it is with the babies," said Mrs. Poyser. "They're satisfied with looking, no matter what they're looking at. It's God A'mighty's way of quietening 'em, I reckon, afore they go to sleep." Old Martin opened the gate as he saw the family procession approaching, and held it wide open, leaning on his stick, pleased to do this bit of work, for like all old men whose life has been spent in labour, he liked to feel that he was still useful, that there was a better crop of onions in the garden because he was by at the sowing, and that the cows would be milked the better if he stayed at home on a Sunday afternoon to look on. He always went to church on Sacrament Sundays, but not very regularly at other times. On wet Sundays, or whenever he had a touch of rheumatism, he used to read the 3 first chapters of Genesis instead. "They'll ha' putten Thias Bede i' the ground afore ye get to the churchyard," he said, as his son came up. "It 'ud ha' been better luck if they'd had buried him in the forenoon when the rain was falling. There's no likelihoods of a drop now, and the moon lies like a boat there, dost see? That's a sure sign o' fair weather. There's a many as is false, but that's sure." "Aye, aye," said the son. "I'm in hopes it'll hold up now." "Mind what the parson says, mind what the parson says, my lads," said grandfather to the black-eyed youngsters in knee breeches, conscious of a marble or two in their pockets which they looked forward to handling a little secretly during the sermon. "Don't bide, Dan, Dad," said Totty. "Me doin' to church. Me dot my necklace on. Div me a peppermint." Grandad, shaking with laughter at this deep little wench, slowly transferred his stick to his left hand, which held the gate open, and slowly thrust his finger into the waistcoat pocket, on which Totty had fixed her eyes with a confident look of expectation. And when they were all gone, the old man leaned on the gate again, watching them across the lane along the home close, and through the far gate, till they disappeared behind a bend in the hedge. For the hedgerows in those days shut out one's view, even on the better managed farms, and this afternoon the dog roses were tossing out their pink wreaths, the nightshade was in its yellow and purple glory, the pale honeysuckle grew out of reach, peeping high up out of a holly bush, and over all an ash or a sycamore every now and then threw its shadow across the path. There were acquaintances at other gates who had to move aside and let them pass. At the gate of the home close there was half the dairy of cows standing one behind the other, extremely slow to understand that their large bodies might be in the way. At the far gate there was the mare holding her head over the bars, and beside her the liver-coloured foal with its head towards its mother's flank, apparently still much embarrassed by its own straddling existence. The way lay entirely through Mr. Poyser's own fields, till they reached the main road leading to the village, and he turned a keen eye on the stock and the crops as they went along, while Mrs. Poyser was ready to supply a running commentary on them all. The woman who manages a dairy has a large share in making the rent, so she may well be allowed to have her opinion on stock and their keep, an exercise which strengthens her understanding so much that she finds herself able to give her husband advice on most other subjects. "There's that short-horn Sally," she said, as they entered the home close, and she caught sight of the meek beast that lay chewing the cud and looking at her with a sleepy eye. I begin to hate the sight of the cow. And I say now what I said 3 weeks ago, the sooner we get rid of her the better, for there's that little yellow cow as doesn't give half the milk, and yet I've twice as much butter from her." "Why, thee't not like the women in general," said Mr. Poyser. "They like the shorthorns as give such a lot o' milk. There's Chowne's wife wants him to buy no other sort." "What's it sinnify what Chowne's wife likes? A poor soft thing, with no more headpiece nor a sparrow. She'd take a big cullender to strain her lard wi', and then wonder as the scratchins run through. I've seen enough of her to know as I'll niver take a servant from her house again. All hugger-mugger, and you'd niver know, when you went in, whether it was Monday or Friday, the wash dragging on to the end o' the week. And as for her cheese, I know well enough it rose like a loaf in the tin last year. And then she talks o' the weather being i' the fault, as there's folks that stand on their heads and then say the fault was o' their boots." "Well, Chowne's been wanting to buy Sally, so we can get rid of her if thee likest," said Mr. Poyser, secretly proud of his wife's superior power of putting 2 and 2 together. Indeed, on recent market days he had more than once boasted of her discernment in this very matter of shorthorns. "Aye, them as chooses soft for a wife may's well buy up the shorthorns, for if you get your head stuck in a bog, your legs may's well go after it." Talk o' legs, there's legs for you," Mrs. Poyser continued, as Totty, who had been set down now the road was dry, toddled on in front of her father and mother. "There's shapes, and she's got such a long foot she'll be her father's own child." "Aye, she'll be welly such a one as Hetty i' 10 years' time. Only she's got thy-coloured eyes. I never remember a blue eye i' my family. My mother had eyes as black as sloes, just like Hetty's." "The child 'ud be none the worse for having summat as isn't like Hetty. And I'm none for having her so over pretty. Though for the matter o' that, there's people with light hair and blue eyes as pretty as them with black. If Dinah had got a bit o' colour in her cheeks, and didn't stick that Methodist cap on her head, enough to frighten the cows, folks 'ud think her as pretty as Hetty." "Nay, nay," said Mr. Poyser, with rather a contemptuous emphasis. "Thee dostna know the pints of a woman. The men 'ud never run after Dinah as they would after Hetty." "What care I what the men 'ud run after? It's well seen what choice the most of 'em know how to make, by the poor draggle-tails o' wives you see, like bits o' gauze ribbon, good for nothing when the colour's gone." "Well, well, thee canstna say but what I knowed how to make a choice when I married thee," said Mr. Poyser, who usually settled little conjugal disputes by a compliment of this sort. "And thee was twice as buxom as Dinah 10 year ago." "I never said as a woman had need to be ugly to make a good missus of a house. There's Chowne's wife ugly enough to turn the milk and save the rennet, but she'll niver save nothing any other way. But as for Dinah, poor child, she's niver likely to be buxom as long as she'll make her dinner a cake and water, for the sake of giving to them as want. She provoked me past bearing sometimes, and as I told her, she went clean again the Scripture, for that says, 'Love your neighbour as yourself.' But, I said, if you loved your neighbour no better nor you do yourself, Dinah, it's little enough you'd do for him. You'd be thinking he might do well enough on a half-empty stomach. I wonder where she is this blessed Sunday. Sitting by that sick woman, I dare say, as she'd set her heart on going to all of a sudden." "Ah, it was a pity she should take such megrims into her head, when she might ha' stayed with us all summer, and eaten twice as much as she wanted, and it 'ud never ha' been missed. She made no odds in the house at all, for she sat as still at her sewing as a bird on the nest, and was uncommon nimble at running to fetch anything. If Hetty gets married, thee'dst like to ha' Dinah with thee constant." "It's no use thinking o' that," said Mrs. Poyser. "You might as well beckon to the Flying Swallow as ask Dinah to come and live here comfortable, like other folks. If anything could turn her, I should ha' turned her, for I've talked to her for an hour on end, and scolded her too, for she's my own sister's child, and it behoves me to do what I can for her. But, poor thing, as soon as she'd said us good-bye and got into the cart, and looked back at me with her pale face, as is welly like her Aunt Judith come back from heaven, I begun to be frightened to think o' the set-downs I'd given her, for it comes over you sometimes as if she'd a way o' knowing the rights o' things more nor other folks have. But I'll niver give in as that's 'cause she's a Methodist, no more nor a white calf's white 'cause it eats out o' the same bucket with a black un." "Nay," said Mr. Poyser, with as near an approach to a snarl as his good nature would allow, "I'm no opinion o' the Methodists. It's only tradesfolks as turn Methodists. You never knew a farmer bitten with them maggots. There's maybe a workman now and then, as isn't over clever at's work, takes to preaching and that, like Seth Bede. But you see Adam, as has got one of the best headpieces hereabout, knows better. He's a good churchman, else I'd never encourage him for a sweetheart for Hetty." "Why, "Goodness me," said Mrs. Poyser, who had looked back while her husband was speaking, "look where Molly is with them lads. They're the field's length behind us. How could you let 'em do so, Hetty? Anybody might as well set a pictur to watch the children as you. Run back and tell 'em to come on." Mr. and Mrs. Poyser were now at the end of the second field, so they set Totty on top of one of the large stones forming the true Loamshire style, and awaited the loiterers, Totty observing with complacency, "Dey naughty, naughty boys. Me do it." The fact was that this Sunday walk through the fields was fraught with great excitement to Marty and Tommy, who saw a perpetual drama going on in the hedgerows, and could no more refrain from stopping and peeping than if they had been a couple of spaniels or terriers. Marty was quite sure he saw a yellowhammer on the boughs of that great ash, and while he was peeping he missed the sight of a white-throated stoat, which had run across the path and was described with much fervour by the junior Tommy. Then there was a little greenfinch, just fledged, fluttering along the ground, and it seemed quite possible to catch it, till it managed to flutter under the blackberry bush. Hetty could not be got to give any heed to these things, so Molly was called on for her ready sympathy, and peeped with open mouth wherever she was told, and said "Lawks!" whenever she was expected to wonder. Molly hastened on with some alarm when Hetty had come back and called to them that her aunt was angry, but Marty ran on first, shouting, "We found the speckled turkey's nest, mother," with the instinctive confidence that people who bring good news are never in fault. "Ah," said Mrs. Poyser, really forgetting all discipline in this pleasant surprise, "that's a good lad. Why, where is it?" "Down in ever such a hole under the hedge. I saw it first, looking after the greenfinch, and she sat on the nest." "You didn't frighten her, I hope," said the mother, "else she'll forsake it." "No, I went away as still, and whispered to Molly. Didn't I, Molly?" "Well, well, now come on," said Mrs. Poyser, "and walk before father and mother, and take your little sister by the hand. We must go straight on now. Good boys don't look after the birds of a Sunday." "But, mother," said Marty, "you said you'd give 50 to find the speckled turkey's nest. Mayn't I have the 50 put into my money-box?" "We'll see about that, my lad, if you walk along now like a good boy." The father and mother exchanged a significant glance of amusement at their eldest born's acuteness, but on Tommy's round face there was a cloud. "Mother," he said, half crying, "Marty's got ever so much more money in his box nor I've got in mine." "Money, me want a 50 in my box," said Totty. "Hush, hush, hush," said Mrs. Poyser. "Did ever anybody hear such naughty children? Nobody shall ever see their money-boxes any more if they don't make haste and go on to church." This dreadful threat had the desired effect, and through the 2 remaining fields the 3 pair of small legs trotted on without any serious interruption, notwithstanding a small pond full of tadpoles, alias bullheads, which the lads looked at wistfully. The damp hay that must be scattered and turned afresh to-morrow was not a cheering sight to Mr. Poyser, who during hay and corn harvest had often some mental struggles as to the benefits of a day of rest, but no temptation would have induced him to carry on any field work, however early in the morning, on a Sunday. For had not Michael Holdsworth had a pair of oxen sweltered while he was ploughing on Good Friday? That was a demonstration that work on sacred days was a wicked thing, and with wickedness of any sort Martin Poyser was quite clear that he would have nothing to do, since money got by such means would never prosper. "It almost makes your fingers itch to be at the hay now the sun shines so," he observed, as they passed through the big meadow. "But it's poor foolishness to think o' saving by going against your conscience. There's that Jim Wakefield, as they used to call Gentleman Wakefield, used to do the same of a Sunday as weekdays, and took no heed to right or wrong, as if there was neither God nor devil. And what's he come to? Why, I saw him myself last market day a-carrying a basket with oranges in it." "Ah, to be sure," said Mrs. Poyser emphatically. "You make but a poor trap to catch luck if you go and bait it wi' wickedness. The money as is got so's like to burn holes i' your pocket. I'd niver wish us to leave our lads a 6 but what was got i' the rightful way. And as for the weather, there's one above makes it, and we must put up with it. It's nothing of a plague to what the wenches are." Notwithstanding the interruption in their walk, the excellent habit which Mrs. Poyser's clock had of taking time by the forelock had secured their arrival at the village while it was still 1:45, though almost every one who meant to go to church was already within the churchyard gates. Those who stayed at home were chiefly mothers, like Timothy's Bess, who stood at her own door nursing her baby and feeling as women feel in that position, that nothing else can be expected of them. It was not entirely to see Thias Bede's funeral that the people were standing about the churchyard so long before service began. That was their common practice. The women, indeed, usually entered the church at once, and the farmers' wives talked in an undertone to each other, over the tall pews, about their illnesses and the total failure of doctors' stuff, recommending dandelion tea and other homemade specifics as far preferable, about the servants, growing exorbitance as to wages, whereas the quality of their services declined from year to year, and there was no girl nowadays to be trusted any further than you could see her, about the bad price Mr. Dingall, the Treddleston grocer, was giving for butter, and the reasonable doubts that might be held as to his solvency, notwithstanding that Mrs. Dingall was a sensible woman, and they were all sorry for her, for she had very good kin. Meantime the men lingered outside, and hardly any of them except the singers, who had a humming and fragmentary rehearsal to go through, entered the church until Mr. Irwine was in the desk. They saw no reason for that premature entrance. What could they do in church if they were there before service began? And they did not conceive that any power in the universe could take it ill of them if they stayed out and talked a little about business. Chad Cranage looks like quite a new acquaintance to-day, for he has got his clean Sunday face, which always makes his little granddaughter cry at him as a stranger. But an experienced eye would have fixed on him at once as the village blacksmith, after seeing the humble deference with which the big saucy fellow took off his hat and stroked his hair to the farmers. For Chad was accustomed to say that a working man must hold a candle to a personage understood to be as black as he was himself on weekdays, by which evil-sounding rule of conduct he meant what was, after all, rather virtuous than otherwise, namely, that men who had horses to be shod must be treated with respect. Chad and the rougher sort of workmen kept aloof from the grave under the white thorn, where the burial was going forward, but Sandy Jim and several of the farm labourers made a group round it, and stood with their hats off, as fellow mourners with the mother and sons. Others held a midway position, sometimes watching the group at the grave, sometimes listening to the conversation of the farmers, who stood in a knot near the church door, and were now joined by Martin Poyser, while his family passed into the church. On the outside of this knot stood Mr. Casson, the landlord of the Donnithorne Arms, in his most striking attitude, that is to say, with the forefinger of his right hand thrust between the buttons of his waistcoat, his left hand in his breeches pocket, and his head very much on one side, looking, on the whole, like an actor who has only a monosyllabic part entrusted to him, but feels sure that the audience discern his fitness for the leading business. Curiously in contrast with old Jonathan Burge, who held his hands behind him and leaned forward, coughing asthmatically, with an inward scorn of all knowingness that could not be turned into cash. The talk was in rather a lower tone than usual to-day, hushed a little by the sound of Mr. Irwine's voice reading the final prayers of the burial service. They had all had their word of pity for poor Thias, but now they had got upon the nearer subject of their own grievances against Satchell, the squire's bailiff, who played the part of steward so far as it was not performed by old Mr. Donnithorne himself. For that gentleman had the meanness to receive his own rents and make bargains about his own timber. This subject of conversation was an additional reason for not being loud, since Satchell himself might presently be walking up the paved road to the church door. And soon they became suddenly silent, for Mr. Irwine's voice had ceased, and the group round the white thorn was dispersing itself towards the church. They all moved aside and stood with their hats off, while Mr. Irwine passed. Adam and Seth were coming next, with their mother between them, for Joshua Rann officiated as head sexton as well as clerk, and was not yet ready to follow the rector into the vestry. But there was a pause before the three mourners came on. Lisbeth had turned round to look again towards the grave. Ah, there was nothing now but the brown earth under the white thorn. She cried less to-day than she had done any day since her husband's death. Along with all her grief there was mixed an unusual sense of her own importance, in having a burial, and in Mr. Irwine's reading a special service for her husband. And besides, she knew the funeral psalm was going to be sung for him. She felt this counter-excitement to her sorrow still more strongly as she walked with her sons towards the parish door, and saw the friendly sympathetic nods of their fellow parishioners. The mother and sons passed into the church, and one by one the loiterers followed, though some still lingered without. The sight of Mr. Donnithorne's carriage, which was winding slowly up the hill, perhaps helping to make them feel that there was no need for haste. But presently the sound of the bassoon and the key bugles burst forth. The evening hymn, which always opened the service, had begun, and every one must now enter and take his place. I cannot say that the interior of Hayslope Church was remarkable for anything, except for the grey age of its oaken pews. Great square pews mostly, ranged on each side of a narrow aisle. It was free indeed from the modern blemish of galleries. The choir had 2 narrow pews to themselves in the middle of the right-hand row, so that it was a short process for Joshua Rann to take his place among them as principal bass, and return to his desk after the singing was over. The pulpit and desk, grey and old as the pews, stood on one side of the arch leading into the chancel, which also had its grey square pews for Mr. Donnithorne's family and servants. Yet I assure you these grey pews, with the buff-washed walls, gave a very pleasing tone to this shabby interior, and agreed extremely well with the ruddy faces and bright waistcoats. And there were liberal touches of crimson toward the chancel, for the pulpit and Mr. Donnithorne's own pew had handsome crimson cloth cushions, and to close the vista there was a crimson altar cloth embroidered with golden rays by Miss Lydia's own hand. But even without the crimson cloth, the effect must have been warm and cheering when Mr. Irwine was in the desk, looking benignly round on that simple congregation, on the hardy old men, with bent knees and shoulders perhaps, but with vigour left for much hedge-clipping and thatching, on the tall, stalwart frames and roughly cut bronzed faces of the stone-cutters and carpenters, on the half-dozen well-to-do farmers with their apple-cheeked families, and on the clean old women, mostly farm labourers' wives, with their bit of snow-white cap-border under their black bonnets, and with their withered arms, bare from the elbow, folded passively over their chests. For none of the old people held books. Why should they? Not one of them could read. But they knew a few good words by heart, and their withered lips now and then moved silently, following the service without any very clear comprehension indeed, but with a simple faith in its efficacy to ward off harm and bring blessing. And now all faces were visible, for all were standing up, the little children on the seats, peeping over the edge of the grey pews, while good Bishop Ken's evening hymn was being sung to one of those lively psalm tunes which died out with the last generation of rectors and choral parish clerks. Melodies die out, like the pipe of Pan, with the ears that love them and listen for them. Adam was not in his usual place among the singers to-day, for he sat with his mother and Seth, and he noticed with surprise that Bartle Massey was absent too, all the more agreeable for Mr. Joshua Rann, who gave out his bass notes with unusual complacency, and threw an extra ray of severity into the glances he sent over his spectacles at the recusant Will Maskery. I beseech you to imagine Mr. Irwine looking round on this scene, in his ample white surplice that became him so well, with his powdered hair thrown back, his rich brown complexion, and his finely cut nostril and upper lip. For there was a certain virtue in that benignant yet keen countenance, as there is in all human faces from which a generous soul beams out. And over all streamed the delicious June sunshine through the old windows, with their desultory patches of yellow, red, and blue, that threw pleasant touches of colour on the opposite wall. I think, as Mr. Irwine looked round to-day, his eyes rested an instant longer than usual on the square pew occupied by Martin Poyser and his family. And there was another pair of dark eyes that found it impossible not to wander thither, and rest on that round pink and white figure. But Hetty was at that moment quite careless of any glances. She was absorbed in the thought that Arthur Donnithorne would soon be coming into church, for the carriage must surely be at the church gate by this time. She had never seen him since she parted with him in the wood on Thursday evening, and oh, how long the time had seemed! Things had gone on just the same as ever since that evening. The wonders that had happened then had brought no changes after them. They were already like a dream. When she heard the church door swinging, her heart beat so she dared not look up. She felt that her aunt was curtsying. She curtsied herself. That must be old Mr. Donnithorne. He always came first. The wrinkled, small old man, peering round with short-sighted glances at the bowing and curtsying congregation. Then she knew Miss Lydia was passing, and though Hetty liked so much to look at her fashionable little coal-scuttle bonnet with the wreath of small roses round it, she didn't mind it to-day. But there were no more curtsies. No, he was not come. She felt sure there was nothing else passing the pew door but the housekeeper's black bonnet and the lady's maid's beautiful straw hat that had once been Miss Lydia's, and then the powdered heads of the butler and footman. No, he was not there. Yet she would look now. She might be mistaken, for after all she had not looked. So she lifted up her eyelids and glanced timidly at the cushioned pew in the chancel. There was no one but old Mr. Donnithorne rubbing his spectacles with his white handkerchief, and Miss Lydia opening the large gilt-edged prayer-book. The chill disappointment was too hard to bear. She felt herself turning pale, her lips trembling. She was ready to cry. Oh, what should she do? Everybody would know the reason. They would know she was crying because Arthur was not there. And Mr. Craig, with the wonderful hot-house plant in his buttonhole, was staring at her, she knew. It was dreadfully long before the general confession began, so that she could kneel down. 2 great drops would fall then, but no one saw them except good-natured Molly, for her aunt and uncle knelt with their backs towards her. Molly, unable to imagine any cause for tears in church except faintness, of which she had a vague traditional knowledge, drew out of her pocket a queer little flat blue smelling bottle, and after much labour in pulling the cork out, thrust the narrow neck under Hetty's nostrils. "It donna smell," she whispered, thinking this was a great advantage which old salts had over fresh ones. They did you good without biting your nose. Hetty pushed it away peevishly. But this little flash of temper did what the salts could not have done. It roused her to wipe away the traces of her tears, and try with all her might not to shed any more. Hetty had a certain strength in her vain little nature. She would have borne anything rather than be laughed at, or pointed at with any other feeling than admiration. She would have pressed her own nails into her tender flesh rather than people should know a secret she did not want them to know. What fluctuations there were in her busy thoughts and feelings while Mr. Irwine was pronouncing the solemn absolution in her deaf ears, and through all the tones of petition that followed. Anger lay very close to disappointment, and soon won the victory over the conjectures her small ingenuity could devise to account for Arthur's absence on the supposition that he really wanted to come, really wanted to see her again. And by the time she rose from her knees mechanically, because all the rest were rising, the colour had returned to her cheeks even with a heightened glow, for she was framing little indignant speeches to herself, saying she hated Arthur for giving her this pain, she would like him to suffer too. Yet while this selfish tumult was going on in her soul, her eyes were bent down on her prayer-book, and the eyelids with their dark fringe looked as lovely as ever. Adam Bede thought so, as he glanced at her for a moment on rising from his knees. But Adam's thoughts of Hetty did not deafen him to the service. They rather blended with all the other deep feelings for which the church service was a channel to him this afternoon, as a certain consciousness of our entire past and our imagined future blends itself with all our moments of keen sensibility. And to Adam the church service was the best channel he could have found for his mingled regret, yearning, and resignation. Its interchange of beseeching cries for help with outbursts of faith and praise, its recurrent responses and the familiar rhythm of its collects, seemed to speak for him as no other form of worship could have done. As to those early Christians who had worshipped from their childhood upwards in catacombs, the torchlight and shadows must have seemed nearer the divine presence than the heathenish daylight of the streets. The secret of our emotions never lies in the bare object, but in its subtle relations to our own past. No wonder the secret escapes the unsympathizing observer, who might as well put on his spectacles to discern odours. But there was one reason why even a chance comer would have found the service in Hayslope Church more impressive than in most other village nooks in the kingdom, a reason of which I am sure you have not the slightest suspicion. It was the reading of our friend Joshua Rann. Where that good shoemaker got his notion of reading from remained a mystery even to his most intimate acquaintances. I believe, after all, he got it chiefly from Nature, who had poured some of her music into this honest, conceited soul, as she had been known to do into other narrow souls before his. She had given him, at least, a fine bass voice and a musical ear, but I cannot positively say whether these alone with the rich chant in which he delivered the responses. The way he rolled from a rich, deep forte into a melancholy cadence, subsiding at the end of the last word into a sort of faint resonance, like the lingering vibrations of a fine violoncello, I can compare to nothing for its strong, calm melancholy but the rush and cadence of the wind among the autumn boughs. This may seem a strange mode of speaking about the reading of a parish clerk, a man in rusty spectacles, with stubbly hair, a large occiput, and a prominent crown. But that is Nature's way. she will allow a gentleman of splendid physiognomy and poetic aspirations to sing woefully out of tune, and not give him the slightest hint of it, and takes care that some narrow-browed fellow, trolling a ballad in the corner of a pot-house, shall be as true to his intervals as a bird. Joshua himself was less proud of his reading than of his singing, and it was always with a sense of heightened importance that he passed from the desk to the choir. Still more to-day. It was a special occasion, for an old man familiar to all the parish had died a sad death, not in his bed, a circumstantial to the mind of the peasant, and now the funeral psalm was to be sung in memory of his sudden departure. Moreover, Bartley was not at church, and Joshua's importance in the choir suffered no eclipse. It was a solemn minor strain they sang. The old psalm tunes have many a wail among them, and the words, "Thou sweep'st us off as with a flood, we vanish hence like dreams," seem to have a closer application than usual in the death of poor Thias. The mother and sons listened, each with peculiar feelings. Lisbeth had a vague belief that the psalm was doing her husband good. It was part of that decent burial which she would have thought it a greater wrong to withhold from him than to have caused him many unhappy days while he was living. The more there was said about her husband, the more there was done for him, surely the safer he would be. It was poor Lisbeth's blind way of feeling that human love and pity are a ground of faith in some other love. Seth, who was easily touched, shed tears, and tried to recall, as he had done continually since his father's death, all that he had heard of the possibility that a single moment of consciousness at the last might be a moment of pardon and reconcilement. For was it not written in the very psalm they were singing that the divine dealings were not measured and circumscribed by time? Adam had never been unable to join in a psalm before. He had known plenty of trouble and vexation since he had been a lad, but this was the first sorrow that had hemmed in his voice. And strangely enough, it was sorrow because the chief source of his past trouble and vexation was forever gone out of his reach. He had not been able to press his father's hand before their parting and say, "Father, you know it was all right between us. I never forgot what I owed you when I was a lad. You forgive me if I have been too hot and hasty now and then." Adam thought but little to-day of the hard work and the earnings he had spent on his father. His thoughts ran constantly on what the old man's feelings had been in moments of humiliation, when he had held down his head before the rebukes of his son. When our indignation is borne in submissive silence, we are apt to feel twinges of doubt afterwards as to our own generosity, if not justice. How much more when the object of our anger has gone into everlasting silence, and we have seen his face for the last time in the meekness of death. "Ah, I was always too hard," Adam said to himself. "It's a sore fault in me, as I'm so hot and out of patience with people when they do wrong, and my heart gets shut up against 'em, so as I can't bring myself to forgive 'em. I see clear enough there's more pride nor love in my soul, for I could sooner make 1,000 strokes with the hammer for my father than bring myself to say a kind word to him. And there went plenty of pride and temper to the strokes, as the devil will be having his finger in what we call our duties as well as our sins. Mayhap the best thing I ever did in my life was only doing what was easiest for myself. It's always been easier for me to work nor to sit still, but the real tough job for me 'ud be to master my own will and temper, and go right against my own pride. It seems to me now if I was to find father at home to-night I should behave different, but there's no knowing. Perhaps nothing 'ud be a lesson to us if it didn't come too late. It's well we should feel as life's a reckoning we can't make twice over. There's no real making amends in this world, any more nor you can mend a wrong subtraction by doing your addition right." This was the keynote to which Adam's thoughts had perpetually returned since his father's death, and the solemn wail of the funeral psalm was only an influence that brought back the old thoughts with stronger emphasis. So was the sermon, which Mr. Irwine had chosen with reference to Thias's funeral. It spoke briefly and simply of the words, "In the midst of life we are in death," how the present moment is all we can call our own for works of mercy, of righteous dealing, and of family tenderness. All very old truths, but what we thought the oldest truth becomes the most startling to us in the week when we have looked on the dead face of one who has made a part of our own lives. For when men want to impress us with the effect of a new and wonderfully vivid light, do they not let it fall on the most familiar objects, that we may measure its intensity by remembering the former dimness? Then came the moment of the final blessing, when the forever sublime words, "The peace of God, which passeth all understanding," seemed to blend with the calm afternoon sunshine that fell on the bowed heads of the congregation. And then the quiet rising, the mothers tying on the bonnets of the little maidens who had slept through the sermon, the fathers collecting the prayer books, until all streamed out through the old archway into the green churchyard, and began their neighbourly talk, their simple civilities, and their invitations to tea. For on a Sunday every one was ready to receive a guest. It was the day when all must be in their best clothes and their best humour. Mr. and Mrs. Poyser paused a minute at the church gate. They were waiting for Adam to come up, not being contented to go away without saying a kind word to the widow and her sons. "Well, Mrs. Bede," said Mrs. Poyser, as they walked on together, "you must keep up your heart. Husbands and wives must be content when they've lived to rear their children and see one another's hair grey." "Aye, aye," said Mr. Poyser, "they wonna have long to wait for one another then, anyhow. And you've got two o' the strappin'est sons i' the country, and well you may, for I remember poor Thias as fine a broad-shouldered fellow as need to be. And as for you, Mrs. Bede, why, you're straighter o' the back nor half the young women now." Said Lisbeth, "it's poor luck for the platter to wear well when it's broke a-two. The sooner I'm laid under the thorn the better. I'm no good to nobody now." Adam never took notice of his mother's little unjust plaints, but Seth said, "Nay, mother, thee mustna say so. Thy sons'll never get another mother." "That's true, lad, that's true," said Mr. Poyser, "and it's wrong on us to give way to grief, Mrs. Bede, for it's like the children crying when the fathers and mothers take things from 'em. There's one above knows better nor us." "Ah," said Mrs. Poyser, "and it's poor work allays setting the dead above the living. It 'ud be better if folks 'ud make much on us beforehand, i'stid o' beginning when we're gone. It's but little good you'll do a watering the last year's crop." "Well, Adam," said Mr. Poyser, feeling that his wife's words were, as usual, rather incisive than soothing, and that it would be well to change the subject, "you'll come and see us again now, I hope. I hanna had a talk with you this long while, and the missus here wants you to see what can be done with her best spinning wheel, for it's got broke, and it'll be a nice job to mend it. They'll want a bit o' turning. You'll come as soon as you can now, will you?" Mr. Poyser paused and looked around while he was speaking, as if to see where Hetty was, for the children were running on before. Hetty was not without a companion, and she had besides more pink and white about her than ever, for she held in her hand the wonderful pink and white hothouse plant, with a very long name, a Scotch name, she supposed, since people said Mr. Craig the gardener was Scotch. Adam took the opportunity of looking round too, and I am sure you will not require of him that he should feel any vexation in observing a pouting expression on Hetty's face as she listened to the gardener's small talk. Yet in her secret heart she was glad to have him by her side, for she would perhaps learn from him how it was Arthur had not come to church. Not that she cared to ask him the question, but she hoped the information would be given spontaneously, for Mr. Craig, like a superior man, was very fond of giving information. Mr. Craig was never aware that his conversation and advances were received coldly, for to shift one's point of view beyond certain limits is impossible to the most liberal and expansive mind. We are none of us aware of the impression we produce on Brazilian monkeys of feeble understanding. It is possible they see hardly anything in us. Moreover, Mr. Craig was a man of sober passions, and was already in his 10th year of hesitation as to the relative advantages of matrimony and bachelorhood. It is true that now and then, when he had been a little heated by an extra glass of grog, he had been heard to say of Hetty that the lass was well enough, and that a man might do worse, but on convivial occasions men are apt to express themselves strongly. Martin Poyser held Mr. Craig in honour as a man who knew his business, and who had great lights concerning soils and compost, but he was less of a favourite with Mrs. Poyser, who had more than once said in confidence to her husband, "You're mighty fond o' Craig, but for my part I think he's welly like a cock as thinks the sun's rose a purpose to hear him crow." For the rest, Mr. Craig was an estimable gardener, and was not without reasons for having a high opinion of himself. He had also high shoulders and high cheekbones, and hung his head forward a little, as he walked along with his hands in his breeches pockets. I think it was his pedigree only that had the advantage of being Scotch, and not his bringing up, for except that he had a stronger burr in his accent, his speech differed little from that of the Loamshire people about him. But a gardener is Scotch, as a French teacher is Parisian. "Well, Mr. Poyser," he said, before the good slow farmer had time to speak, "you'll not be carrying your hay to-morrow, I'm thinking. The glass sticks at change, and ye may rely upon my word as we'll ha' more a downfall afore 24 hours is past. Ye see that darkish blue cloud there upo' the horizon? You know what I mean by the horizon, where the land and sky seems to meet." "Aye, aye, I see the cloud," said Mr. Poyser, "risin' or no risin'. It's right o'er Mike Holdsworth's fallow, and a foul fallow it is. Well, you mark my words, as that cloud 'll spread o'er the sky pretty nigh as quick as you'd spread a tarpaulin over one o' your hay-ricks. It's a great thing to ha' studied the look o' the clouds. Lord bless you, the meteorological almanacs can learn me nothing, but there's a pretty sight o' things I could let them up to if they'd just come to me. And how are you, Mrs. Poyser? Thinking o' getherin' the red currants soon, I reckon? You'd a deal better gether 'em afore they're o'erripe, with such weather as we've got to look forward to. How do you do, Mistress Bede?" Mr. Craig continued, without a pause, nodding by the way to Adam and Seth. "I hope ye enjoyed them spinach and gooseberries as I sent Chester with the other day. If ye want vegetables while you're in trouble, ye know where to come to. It's well known I'm not giving other folks' things away, for when I've supplied the house, the garden is my own speculation, and it isn't every man the old squire could get as 'ud be equal to the undertaking, let alone asking whether he'd be willing. I've got to run my calculation fine, I can tell you, to make sure o' getting back the money as I pay the squire. I should like to see some o' them fellows as make the almanacs looking as far before their noses as I've got to do every year as comes." "They look pretty fur, though," said Mr. Poyser, turning his head on one side and speaking in rather a subdued, reverential tone. "Why, what could come truer nor that picture o' the cock with the big spurs, as has got its head knocked down with the anchor, and the firing, and the ships behind? Why, that picture was made afore Christmas, and yet it's come as true as the Bible. Why, the cock's France and the anchor's Nelson, and they told us that beforehand." "Phew!" said Mr. Craig. "A man doesna want to see fur as to know the English'll beat the French. Why, I know upo' good authority as it's a big Frenchman as reaches 5 foot high, and they live upo' spoon meat mostly. I knew a man as his father had a particular knowledge o' the French. I should like to know what them grasshoppers are to do against such fine fellows as our young Captain Arthur. Why, it'd astonish a Frenchman only to look at him. His arm's thicker nor a Frenchman's body, I'll be bound, for they pinch theirselves in with stays, and it's easy enough, for they got nothing on their insides." "Where is the captain, as he wasn't at church to-day?" said Adam. "I was talking to him a Friday, and he said nothing about his going away." "Oh, he's only gone to Eagledale for a bit of fishing. I reckon he'll be back again afore many days are o'er, for he's to be at all the arranging and preparing o' things for the comin' age o' the 30th o' July. But he's fond o' getting away for a bit now and then. Him and the old squire fit one another like frost and flowers." Mr. Craig smiled and winked slowly as he made this last observation, but the subject was not developed farther, for now they had reached the turning in the road where Adam and his companions must say good-bye. The gardener, too, would have had to turn off in the same direction if he had not accepted Mr. Poyser's invitation to tea. Mrs. Poyser duly seconded the invitation, for she would have held it a deep disgrace not to make her neighbours welcome to her house. Personal likes and dislikes must not interfere with that sacred custom. Moreover, Mr. Craig had always been full of civilities to the family at the Hall Farm, and Mrs. Poyser was scrupulous in declaring that she had "nothing to say again him, only it was a pity he couldna be hatched o'er again and hatched different." So Adam and Seth, with their mother between them, wound their way down to the valley and up again to the old house, where a saddened memory had taken the place of a long, long anxiety, where Adam would never have to ask again as he entered, "Where's father?" And the other family party, with Mr. Craig for company, went back to the pleasant bright house-place at the Hall Farm, all with quiet minds except Hetty, who knew now where Arthur was gone, but was only the more puzzled and uneasy. For it appeared that his absence was quite voluntary. He need not have gone. He would not have gone if he had wanted to see her. She had a sickening sense that no lot could ever be pleasant to her again if her Thursday night's vision was not to be fulfilled. And in this moment of chill, bare, wintry disappointment and doubt, she looked towards the possibility of being with Arthur again, of meeting his loving glance, and hearing his soft words with that eager yearning which one may call the growing pain of passion. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Adam Bede. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Missy, Guangzhou, China. Adam Bede by George Eliot. Chapter 19. Adam on a Working Day. Notwithstanding Mr. Craig's prophecy, the dark blue cloud dispersed itself without having produced the threatened consequences. "The weather," as he observed the next morning, "the weather, you see, 's a ticklish thing, and a fool'll hit on it sometimes when a wise man misses. That's why the almanacs get so much credit. It's one of them chancy things as fools thrive on." This unreasonable behaviour of the weather, however, could displease no one else in Hayslope besides Mr. Craig. All hands were to be out in the meadows this morning as soon as the dew had risen. The wives and daughters did double work in every farmhouse, that the maids might give their help in tossing the hay, and when Adam was marching along the lanes with his basket of tools over his shoulder, he caught the sound of jocose talk and ringing laughter from behind the hedges. The jocose talk of haymakers is best at a distance. Like those clumsy bells round the cows' necks, it has a rather coarse sound when it comes close, and may even grate on your ears painfully, but heard from far off it mingles very prettily with the other joyous sounds of nature. Men's muscles move better when their souls are making merry music, though their merriment is of a poor blundering sort, not at all like the merriment of birds. And perhaps there is no time in a summer's day more cheering than when the warmth of the sun is just beginning to triumph over the freshness of the morning, when there is just a lingering hint of early coolness to keep off languor under the delicious influence of warmth. The reason Adam was walking along the lanes at this time was because his work for the rest of the day lay at a country house about 3 miles off, which was being put in repair for the son of a neighbouring squire, and he had been busy since early morning with the packing of panels, doors, and chimney-pieces in a waggon, which was now gone on before him, while Jonathan Burge himself had ridden to the spot on horseback to await its arrival and direct the workmen. This little walk was a rest to Adam, and he was unconsciously under the charm of the moment. It was a summer morning in his heart, and he saw Hetty in the sunshine, a sunshine without glare, with slanting rays that tremble between the delicate shadows of the leaves. He thought, yesterday, when he put out his hand to her as they came out of church, that there was a touch of melancholy kindness in her face, such as he had not seen before, and he took it as a sign that she had some sympathy with his family trouble. Poor fellow! That touch of melancholy came from quite another source, but how was he to know? We look at the one little woman's face we love as we look at the face of our Mother Earth, and see all sorts of answers to our own yearnings. It was impossible for Adam not to feel that what had happened in the last week had brought the prospect of marriage nearer to him. Hitherto he had felt keenly the danger that some other man might step in and get possession of Hetty's heart and hand, while he himself was still in a position that made him shrink from asking her to accept him. Even if he had had a strong hope that she was fond of him, and his hope was far from being strong, he had been too heavily burdened with other claims to provide a home for himself and Hetty, a home such as he could expect her to be content with, after the comfort and plenty of the farm. Like all strong natures, Adam had confidence in his ability to achieve something in the future. He felt sure he should some day, if he lived, be able to maintain a family and make a good broad path for himself. But he had too cool a head not to estimate to the full the obstacles that were to be overcome. And the time would be so long. And there was Hetty, like a bright-cheeked apple hanging over the orchard wall, within sight of everybody, and everybody must long for her. To be sure, if she loved him very much, she would be content to wait for him. But did she love him? His hopes had never risen so high that he had dared to ask her. He was clear-sighted enough to be aware that her uncle and aunt would have looked kindly on his suit, and indeed without this encouragement he would never have persevered in going to the farm. But it was impossible to come to any but fluctuating conclusions about Hetty's feelings. She was like a kitten, and had the same distractingly pretty looks that meant nothing for everybody that came near her. But now he could not help saying to himself that the heaviest part of his burden was removed, and that even before the end of another year his circumstances might be brought into a shape that would allow him to think of marrying. It would always be a hard struggle with his mother, he knew. She would be jealous of any wife he might choose, and she had set her mind especially against Hetty, perhaps for no other reason than that she suspected Hetty to be the woman he had chosen. It would never do, he feared, for his mother to live in the same house with him when he was married, and yet how hard she would think it if he asked her to leave him. Yes, there was a great deal of pain to be gone through with his mother, but it was a case in which he must make her feel that his will was strong. It would be better for her in the end. For himself, he would have liked that they should all live together till Seth was married, and they might have built a bit themselves to the old house, and made more room. He did not like to part with the lad. They had hardly ever been separated for more than a day since they were born. But Adam had no sooner caught his imagination leaping forward in this way, making arrangements for an uncertain future, than he checked himself. "A pretty building I'm making, without either bricks or timber. I'm up at the garret already, and I haven't so much as dug the foundation." Whenever Adam was strongly convinced of any proposition, it took the form of a principle in his mind. It was knowledge to be acted on, as much as the knowledge that damp will cause rust. Perhaps here lay the secret of the hardness he had accused himself of. He had too little fellow-feeling with the weakness that errs in spite of foreseen consequences. Without this fellow-feeling, how are we to get enough patience and charity towards our stumbling, falling companions in the long and changeful journey? And there is but one way in which a strong, determined soul can learn it: by getting his heartstrings bound round the weak and erring, so that he must share not only the outward consequence of their error, but their inward suffering. That is a long and hard lesson, and Adam had at present only learned the alphabet of it in his father's sudden death, which, by annihilating in an instant all that had stimulated his indignation, had sent a sudden rush of thought and memory over what had claimed his pity and tenderness. But it was Adam's strength, not its correlative hardness, that influenced his meditations this morning. He had long made up his mind that it would be wrong as well as foolish for him to marry a blooming young girl, so long as he had no other prospect than that of growing poverty with a growing family. And his savings had been so constantly drawn upon, besides the terrible sweep of paying for Seth's substitute in the militia, that he had not enough money beforehand to furnish even a small cottage, and keep something in reserve against a rainy day. He had good hope that he should be firmer on his legs by and by, but he could not be satisfied with a vague confidence in his arm and brain. He must have definite plans, and set about them at once. The partnership with Jonathan Burge was not to be thought of at present. There were things implicitly tacked to it that he could not accept, but Adam thought that he and Seth might carry on a little business for themselves in addition to their journeyman's work, by buying a small stock of superior wood, and making articles of household furniture, for which Adam had no end of contrivances. Seth might gain more by working at separate jobs under Adam's direction than by his journeyman's work, and Adam in his over-hours could do all the nice work that required peculiar skill. The money gained in this way, with the good wages he received as foreman, would soon enable them to get beforehand with the world, so sparingly as they would all live now. No sooner had this little plan shaped itself in his mind than he began to be busy with exact calculations about the wood to be bought, and the particular article of furniture that should be undertaken first, a kitchen cupboard of his own contrivance, with such an ingenious arrangement of sliding doors and bolts, such convenient nooks for stowing household provender, and such a symmetrical result to the eye, that every good housewife would be in raptures with it, and fall through all the gradations of melancholy longing till her husband promised to buy it for her. Adam pictured to himself Mrs. Poyser examining it with her keen eye, and trying in vain to find out a deficiency. And of course, close to Mrs. Poyser stood Hetty, and Adam was again beguiled from calculations and contrivances into dreams and hopes. Yes, he would go and see her this evening. It was so long since he had been at the Hall Farm. He would have liked to go to the night school, to see why Bartle Massey had not been at church yesterday, for he feared his old friend was ill. But unless he could manage both visits, this last must be put off till tomorrow. The desire to be near Hetty and to speak to her again was too strong. As he made up his mind to this, he was coming very near to the end of his walk, within the sound of the hammers at work on the refitting of the old house. The sound of tools to a clever workman who loves his work is like the tentative sounds of the orchestra to the violinist who has to bear his part in the overture. The strong fibres begin their accustomed thrill, and what was a moment before joy, vexation, or ambition begins its change into energy. All passion becomes strength when it has an outlet from the narrow limits of our personal lot, in the labour of our right arm, the cunning of our right hand, or the still, creative activity of our thought. Look at Adam through the rest of the day as he stands on the scaffolding with the 2-feet ruler in his hand, whistling low while he considers how a difficulty about a floor joist or a window frame is to be overcome, or as he pushes one of the younger workmen aside and takes his place in upheaving a weight of timber, saying, "Let alone, lad, thee'st got too much gristle o' thy bones yet," or as he fixes his keen black eyes on the motions of a workman on the other side of the room and warns him that his distances are not right. Look at this broad-shouldered man, with the bare muscular arms and the thick, firm black hair, tossed about like trodden meadow grass whenever he takes off his paper cap, and with the strong baritone voice bursting every now and then into loud and solemn psalm tunes, as if seeking an outlet for superfluous strength, yet presently checking himself, apparently crossed by some thought which jars with the singing. Perhaps, if you had not been already in the secret, you might not have guessed what sad memories, what warm affection, what tender, fluttering hopes had their home in this athletic body with the broken fingernails, in this rough man who knew no better lyrics than he could find in the Old and New Version and an occasional hymn, who knew the smallest possible amount of profane history, and for whom the motion and shape of the earth, the course of the sun, and the changes of the seasons lay in the region of mystery just made visible by fragmentary knowledge. It had cost Adam a great deal of trouble and his work in overhours to know what he knew over and above the secrets of his handicraft, and that acquaintance with mechanics and figures and the nature of the materials he worked with, which was made easy to him by inborn inherited faculty, to get the mastery of his pen and write a plain hand, to spell without any other mistakes than must in fairness be attributed to the unreasonable character of orthography rather than to any deficiency in the speller, and moreover to learn his musical notes and part singing. Besides all this, he had read his Bible, including the apocryphal books, Poor Richard's Almanac, Taylor's Holy Living and Dying, the Pilgrim's Progress with Bunyan's Life and Holy War, a great deal of Bailey's Dictionary, Valentine and Orson, and part of a History of Babylon, which Bartle Massey had lent him. He might have had many more books from Bartle Massey, but he had no time for reading the common print, as Lisbeth called it, so busy as he was with figures in all the leisure moments which he did not fill up with extra carpentry. Adam, you perceive, was by no means a marvellous man, nor, properly speaking, a genius, yet I will not pretend that his was an ordinary character among workmen, and it would not be at all a safe conclusion that the next best man you may happen to see, with a basket of tools over his shoulder and a paper cap on his head, has the strong conscience and the strong sense, the blended susceptibility and self-command of our friend Adam. He was not an average man, yet such men as he are reared here and there in every generation of our peasant artisans, with an inheritance of affections nurtured by a simple family life of common need and common industry, and an inheritance of faculties trained in skilful, courageous labour. They make their way upwards, rarely as geniuses, most commonly as painstaking, honest men, with the skill and conscience to do well the tasks that lie before them. Their lives have no discernible echo beyond the neighbourhood where they dwelt, but you are almost sure to find there some good piece of road, some building, some application of mineral produce, some improvement in farming practice, some reform of parish abuses, with which their names are associated by 1 or 2 generations after them. Their employers were the richer for them, the work of their hands has worn well, and the work of their brains has guided well the hands of other men. They went about in their youth in flannel or paper caps, in coats black with coal dust or streaked with lime and red paint. In old age their white hairs are seen in a place of honour at church and at market, and they tell their well-dressed sons and daughters, seated round the bright hearth on winter evenings, how pleased they were when they first earned their 2 pence a day. Others there are who die poor and never put off the workman's coal on weekdays. They have not had the art of getting rich, but they are men of trust, and when they die before the work is all out of them, it is as if some main screw had got loose in a machine. The master who employed them says, "Where shall I find their like?" End of Chapter 19.